shit!
Let me check.
What the fuck?
Yeah, we're live! Oh my god!
Oh my god, we're live! Oh.
Sweet dream.
Everything looks good so far. It's been 15 seconds. Hopefully nothing breaks.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll give it a good minute or so. Good couple minutes to see if everything seems stable.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, how's everyone doing today?
Yeah, what's up? What's going on?
I'm doing alright.
That's what I was asking you.
Oh, it's going.
It's moving.
I'm just
Moving to the
It's
schmoovin'.
beating Hacker at its game.
I just realized I need to do a little bit of a this and a this.
Yo, a bit of a this and a this? That's crazy.
Yeah, because I couldn't hear shit.
The fuck?
That is
Just-
fucking insane.
I just
What the
realized
goddamn?
if Sally
motherfucker?
has 2 brothers and each of them have 2 sisters.
The hell is going on here?
What the fuck was that?
Yeah, dude, there are some inside jokes that like we have as a group that like bleed into DBA, right?
There
That
are
like
a lot of those.
I'm
Let's
so
be fair.
curious how many people that do watch our stuff just sort of like accepts that it's like nonsense, right? Like
Yeah.
they're like, okay, this is just something like awful that they're doing now, and it probably comes from something, but what is it from? You know, God may never know. Like
I can't
Yeah, no,
wait
that one's
for
from women.
I can't wait for the next time Ghost Junior shows up and there's another questionnaire he has you fill out. One of the questions is if Sally had 3 daughters and each daughter has a brother, how many children does Sally have? And then the answer you put in is how many enemies you have to fight.
yeah, and let me fucking tell you, if Mountain 2 was being or I say Mountain 2. If Mountain was being run now, that would be on the fucking thing. Like, there's no...
That's on the docket.
Yeah, that would be on the quiz. Real quick, Sam.
Yeah, I've got the
Accord-
chat up, so I'm adjusting things.
Alright.
Are they gonna not hear our talk about women? I've never been sadder.
It's just that we're a bit quiet.
We're a bit
It's
quiet.
not that we're
I've
inaudible.
turned things up in OBS.
If they turn their volume up really high and listen to them closely, maybe then they'll hear our conversation.
I like the idea that it goes from, hey guys, I can't really hear you. Sammy turns it up, and the next post they put in is in Braille.
Personally, I love the opposite idea of, like, it's the fucking, you know, Simpsons with Bart, like, April Fool! You know?
Yeah.
You know?
Jesus fucking Christ, man.
Oh, my eyes exploded. Thanks, guys.
Well, it's been
Whoa.
granted not much has been happening on the Roll20, but it has been 3.5 minutes and no dropped frames compared to last time when it was like 50% dropped frames after like 5 minutes. So
Yeah.
That's
Here, how about right, like, what if, right? Here's a way we can test it, right? Let's go back in time. Hey guys, remember that time when we started the episode? Did this map switch fine? Did everything work fine for you, Sam?
yeah, everything worked fine. Nothing dropped.
Go! Trip down memory lane, really.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Hey guys, do you remember when we used to use this as our fucking like little like loading screen before we had like the cool like map? Do you remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
What have we done?
Yeah, it's been
The boat map's so bad!
it's been made really bad.
Poor boat map.
Things happened on that map that no one really wants to talk about.
I remember.
I didn't say we don't remember. I said we don't want to talk about.
You know.
Alright, I think we're good.
Yeah. So, assuming that Sam's internet connection remains stable, and let's assume that for now. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to episode 197 of Destruction Bench Agreement, our more or less weekly tabletop system running the anime campaign or Epithet System. You know, similar to last time, and I feel like this is good for, you know, the point in the arc that we're at now. I'm going to go a bit more improv-y with the rest of the intro here, because this is session 10 of episode 197 of Destruction Bench Agreement, DBA, as we tend to call it. Right? So, this episode has been going on for a fair bit now, and I'll still give the general premise and the recaps of everything as always. But for those of you who have been keeping up with everything, there's only so much we need to explain every single time. But if you are in the uninformed, the long and short of what we do here is that, hey, this is our more or less weekly tabletop, RPG, anime campaign, or Epithet System, where it's sort of a fun little wacky world we've created centered on Destruction Bench Agreement, which as like an organization, a place. And we all have our different characters, our different stories, different things going on in this world, and they all converge and what have you. In every episode, there's follows a different thing with different GMs, players, and player characters, all of that. But of course, as we return to session 10 of episode 197, we got the same kind of shit going on. So if you've been here before, yeah. And if not, if you're enjoying yourself, you want to know when, where, how, what, and catch up with more of the things we're doing here on this Twitch channel, you should join our funky Discord server. Find dining! Oh, well, there's the link! Whoa!
Whoa, that's crazy.
Go there, get notified when we're going live. As for this time, as always, hey everybody, I'm Patronix or Soleil, whichever you prefer. I'm head GM here, as it were. I'm in charge. I'm running this thing from the GM side of things, and yeah. And then similarly to how things tend to go, hopefully one of our other co-GMs manages to make it here eventually. But even still, we do have one of our good old co-GMs here. Hi, Iris.
Try
Or
again.
not Iris. Penny, sorry. Penny, you're Penny, you're Penny! You're Penny, please! No!
Listen, it's okay. I know I'm secondary. Or tertiary.
You're Penny, I'm sorry, please forgive me!
I'm petty. I'll think about forgiving Soleil at one point. But, yeah, no, hi, I'm here. I'm kind of out of it because, I went to bed, like, at a reasonable time, but my body didn't like that, so I slept for, like, 2 hours, then was awake for, like, 4 hours, and then slept for, like, 2 hours, and, I don't feel rested at all.
You're gonna be for 4 more.
God, I wish. But no, we have things to do, and so I'm here.
Yeah. And, as for the player side of things, we're going to be going for the good old classic Bifrost special of focusing on a couple of different groups. And so, for the later ones, we'll see them as they come along. But, first off, we're going to be focusing on our group down in the underwater base. So, let's go through that group of players real quick in Discord order. Hey, Scarlet.
Yeah, 3 things. Number 1, Soleil said that this is a weekly system. Kill her. Number 2, I think that this now means that, since this is part 10, like, it is now an equal number of parts to run 1 of 192. So if it goes on for even 1 more episode, this one will be factually better.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Yeah,
Longer
and
is always
3,
better.
3, I'm playing Voya. She's the child. She has the horns. I drew a thing for her, and you'll see that later.
Wow.
I passed my
And
turn.
it didn't rhyme.
We've got Moomin.
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Alright.
Just kidding. Hi, I'm Moomin. I'm here. I'm playing as Apollo. That's it.
Yeah. Then we've got not only player, but our resident streamer for today, assuming internet holds up. We got Sam.
Hello, it's me, Sam Mimbits, Guild of the Unknown. Not now. And it has been holding up so far. Still at 0 dropped frames, 0%. Very nice, very much better compared to the last time I tried this. My internet's gotten better. I don't know the magic that happened behind the scenes, but it happened. that said, I have not like streamed for a DBA thing and for fucking ever, and this is a new PC from the last time I streamed, so all of my OBS settings gone. So if anyone's too quiet, too loud, anything's too fucking off for whatever reason, let me know. By just like mention it in Twitch chat. I've got it up on Twitch chat up on my phone, so I'll edit as needed.
Yeah. And then last but not least, we got Zanza.
Hi, I'm Zanza. Following up on Scarlett's comment from earlier, I guess I gotta add the 20 session bingo scene to fucking double session in order to compete.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
exactly.
What's even the point if it's not 18 years long, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Another thing you can do is do like 20 parts that are all 1 second long.
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah.
What are we even doing here if it's not an entire fucking chapter of our lives that drains our soul force? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
And, like,
honestly.
You can't forget to incorporate some very strong political opinions and Bitcoin, and there's got to be an ARG and like you know.
Yeah, exactly.
You needed to be outed as racist and canceled on Twitter at
Yeah.
least twice.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm playing mysterious blue man Garavazio. I didn't misspeak. You don't understand how hard it was. I nearly said it again.
He's blue.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Listen, it reminds. Listen, sometimes your entire brain gets devoted to don't say it, don't say it, don't say it. But the way your brain translated it is that you're really thinking about that word. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I beat the green allegations this time.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's our group we're going to be starting with today. We have another group, or potentially more, that we'll be seeing later in the session. But let's get right into things with our usual recap. So, let's go with the slower one this time, just to mix things up. So, for the uninformed, or as always, those who just want a little bit of a reminder or a refresher of what's going on here. Episode 197, Operation Bifrost, follows and centers around the titular Fort Bifrost, which is a military base constructed primarily, for the most part, anyway, primarily as a potential base for a proposed alliance between DBA, United States military, and various other influential figures of the world to act as a sort of protection force against big supernatural threats. However, during the day in which the agreements regarding it were supposed to be discussed, disaster struck. It seems as if some evil machinations, some plan of some kind was enacted and sent everything haywire. Our members of DBA and everyone else scattered mostly down into the underground tunnel system of Fort Bifrost and various other places, while all around members of the cult Simulacrum, apexes from the Shadow Realm, and various turncoat members of the military have revealed themselves as the foes we are set to face this time. And most recently, we've been keeping up with some of the groups that were on, keeping up with some groups that, as we can see on this map, right here, on our eastern side of things, who were initially one group split into multiple, regrouped, and then split again. First with a group down in the deep mines, and then another group going up to the weapons bay, who then reconvened with the group that was already there. And in the process, among many other things, both groups encountered and fought against an apex by the name of Nidhogg. And now, with that being our most recent thing we've seen, we're going to jump back over to a different part of the fort, nearly the complete opposite. Down here in the underwater base, where last we saw these guys, after a little bit more running through the base, handling some shadow creatures, and fighting some shadow creatures, handling them, and saving the lives of researcher scientists that were in danger, the group managed to accomplish their goal of restoring power to the underwater base before being attacked by the mysterious, elusive Shadow Apex, Darren the Shadow Williams. And after their encounter with him, all of them licking their wounds and whatnot, recovered, brought themselves back up, determined to go further into the underwater base to help anyone else that may be further in, and further figure out what's going on here. And last we left them off specifically, they had just walked into a rather interesting scene. So I'll just ask again, is everyone good to go, ready, feeling primed and proper and ready?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, let's turn this track off. Make sure that this is set up properly one last time. Can never be too sure. Yep. And then, for the sake of it as well, yeah, no, we'll just stick with it like this. Let's go. Grab this and this. As we're going to cut back precisely where we last left this group off. Right here. Can everybody see?
Yeah.
Oh, I can see.
All right. As we left this group off, Lieutenant Harrier leading the way, opened the door, and upon doing so, these soldiers here, or at least a good portion of them, immediately turned to face the opening door, guns raised. Freeze! Arms in the air! As they say that, Harrier immediately, reacting to the weapons, the firearms, jumps back a bit, then steels herself. This is Lieutenant Harrier. I'm stationed down here right now, leading the tour of the base. She motions to everybody. I'm here with the DBA members.
Lilo waves.
The soldiers continue holding their guns, and then start to lower them at least slightly. But even still. All right. Understood. But this is still incredibly dangerous. All of you need to turn back now. Harrier crosses her arms.
From Harrier's shadow.
This seems a little bit suspicious.
No kidding. I'm afraid we can't do that. I'm sure that, all of you noticed the power going out. And, she motions directly next to him. You can see that, right? Yeah? There's a situation going on. We've been going through the base, handling it, making sure to help people as much we can, and figuring out what's going on. Just a little bit ago, we managed to get the power back on, so... She squints. Is there anyone else back there? No.
Hey, I got an idea. What if my funny little guy goes and flies in, the guy referring to, and we see how they react?
If you're possibly okay with the guy dying.
Oh yeah, he's a zombified corpse, don't worry about it.
Alright.
Alright.
Although, actually...
I feel like that makes us look suspicious, though. I could always
Yeah.
create a few, little Small things that might not get noticed to like scout around.
Well, if you guys start freaking out about it and then it flies in, then easy peasy, am I right, gamers?
I'm not a good actor.
Oh,
I could try.
that was a smart idea. The little shadow creature's smart. Got brain in her head.
The soldiers sort of, clear their throat. So anyway, like we said, we've got this area covered. You guys need to turn back now. What are all of you even doing here?
They're guarding something suspicious. Look over there.
She's like, looks down to her own shadow and she's like, I'm trying to work out exactly what looks at this, right? Like, what is
Oh, okay. You're smart. Sorry.
She narrows her eyes. As I'm sure any of you that would be down here usually would know, I very often am stationed here, and I'm very much informed on what's supposed to be happening here today during the tour. All of you stationed down here, that's not something I was made aware of. And quite frankly, she motions to the shadow puddle and the thing over there that Voya mentioned. It's pretty clear to me that you're not telling me something. Listen, Lieutenant. I can only say it so many times. We were stationed down here. That's when everything started going down. We've been holding our ground. We've got it covered. No one else is this way. You can turn back now. We'll handle here. You can go clean up whatever's going back down on in the rest of the base.
Hey, wait a second. I got another good idea.
She hears from the shadow, which... Oh god, if Voya has an idea, there's a 50% chance it sucks!
I'm gonna burrow underneath the ground, and I'm gonna... You guys close the door, and, I'll see if they're like, oh, thank goodness, we can continue doing the suspicious stuff, and then Guy will, knock on the door if they're doing something sussy, okay? Alright, we're good? That's a good idea. I'm a smart girl with a braid in her head.
If you're just burrowing under the ground, it sounds like you'd
no.
be caught. But like, you can like hide in shadows.
No,
right?
I'm a funky little shadow motherfucker. Watch.
As Voya, you detach yourself from Lieutenant Harrier's shadow. Except I say that, are you detaching from her shadow, or are you just kind of taking it with you? How does that work?
That she would like detach while still like in the shadows, so there's no noticeable change. She doesn't steal people's shadows. That's mean.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, she's
that would
just
be
going.
rude. Yeah. As Harrier will choose to trust Voya this time, as she'll nod to everyone else. Go. Fine. And go close the door as Voya shifts in.
I'm a little worried.
All of you. Oh, yeah?
I'm a little worried, so just in case, I'm gonna, Leela is going to create a small grouping of little mini guys and have them slip under the door and sort of sneak around the edges as well.
Yep.
So.
Okay.
Yep. I'll say you can get a couple of like little mini guys to the point where maybe they're not even perceivable, Like
yeah, they're little tiny,
little
shadow guys.
Little tiny shadow guys that sort of start wandering around the perimeter of the room, right? Harrier looks to Gervasio, Leela, and Apollo. They obviously know something that's going on here, so...
Right.
Yeah. Also, shouldn't you technically be able to pull rank on them?
I should be, yes. And I would be if, Voya didn't come up with this plan. And depending on what she does, we'll still be acting on this anyway.
From what I understand, Shadow Realm creatures and sort of energy in general often has to do with possession or corruption. I think it's possible that they're not in their right mind.
Yeah, that tends to happen a lot. It's a little unfortunate. It's not like they're mentally lost forever, but it's not great.
And with that, you, Voya, hidden in this little shadowy pool right here, would see as the soldiers noticeably sigh in a little bit of relief, or at least that's sort of the motion they go for. That could have gone badly. He goes and starts heading back over to this guy. Alright. Seems like they've managed to get around here. One of you, he'll motion around. You. Yeah? Go to Lieutenant Gavel and tell him about this. Yes, sir. He's going to start heading this way. Through this door. Alright. Everyone, there's any chance that these guys aren't gonna just stay put. They may very well come back, so stay on guard. If we need to do something, hold them off, we can. Alright? Everyone nods at that.
Sir.
Okay. So...
Yep.
Twofold. Number one, Guy uses his eye laser to write bad and gavel on the wall. It's gavel as a word is slightly misspelled. I think that it would be Gavul because Voya's 10 years old. But secondarily, Voya has a little Voya plan.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
A little Voya
And
plan.
that is dangerous for everyone involved.
And as Voya goes to do her Voya plan, first off, back at the door, Gavel, is she trying to... Harrier, crosses her arms.
Guy, pounds on the wall.
Is there some kind of, I don't know, is there some kind of, hammer thing that they have that's, a weapon, maybe?
Well, there is a lieutenant here that... Here as in generally on Fort Bifrost. Lieutenant Gavel. Spelled more like how the word is actually spelled, of course. She kinda, looks across Voya's, or I guess Guy and Voya's spelling of it. Is she trying to say that he's in there? Is he leading them?
If that's the name of a lieutenant, there's something about him being bad, I guess.
Which might be why they weren't afraid to go against what I was saying. They have another lieutenant backing them up, then they're just under orders. And as that goes on, Voya, these soldiers here, this whole situation, it's such a pain in the ass to deal with. The old bastard would just let us into his library door or whatever. We could just be in here and it wouldn't be a problem, but no, we gotta be stationed here instead. One of the other soldiers turns around. It's whatever. Probably better to have all these different sorts of defenses anyway.
So, perchance, does this little thing count as Shadow Realm enough? for Voya to be large.
I mean, in the same way that all of the other ones have, yeah.
Mm-hmm. She just needs to put on quote unquote disguise, and she has a voice for luring mortals to their doom, and she'll use it even though she doesn't like it in this situation. Do me a favor, make her large.
Oh yeah,
Cause we're gonna be doing this.
Oh, of course.
As there is a rumbling in the shadow pool, and Voya's Voya plan happens.
Oh! Oh! Hey guys!
The hell is this?
They scan the large thing. Is this a Shadow Realm classic, perchance?
This is a throne-looking structure, right? A very Shadow Realm classic kind of thing. You can tell by this orb, it is kind of a dark Shadow Realm magic-y kind of orb, you know?
Yes, very, very well. For the most part. Voya turns her head to one of the soldiers. You do not know how this works, do you?
Hey, guys! This one's supposed to be here? Sure as hell don't think so. Don't remember the old guy saying anything about it.
It does kind of look like one of them, though, right?
Good to know that I'm being forgotten by the old guy. But nonetheless, all of this is wrong. Why didn't they let someone more seasoned do this? Ultimately, perhaps it is my more dark... what's a good word for it? Senses for these kinds of things. As the red coloration starts to spread across her, it needs to be moved slightly to the left. These things are very exact, you know, and considering the plans that we all have, being exact is what we need.
Listen here, don't know who or what exactly the hell you are. But I sure as hell don't remember being told about someone like you showing up.
Are you wanting to go against your higher-ups' orders? Then I'd recommend you help me push this a little.
Hey, someone go ask Gavel about this too.
Yeah. I was just gonna do the man.
Yeah, you do the man.
Yeah.
Right.
Guy starts pounding on the door. The Voya plan is not working.
Go time?
It not.
Okay, it sounds like go time.
All right, let's go.
Alright.
As she is going to burst open the door. All right, all of you, hands in the air.
One of them does, sort of instinctually,
Yeah.
before the one next to him just puts them down.
Intruders, hmm? None of you are good at your jobs!
I don't care who you're under orders from. I'm ordering all of you to stand down. We are going through this base and making sure everyone's okay. So, all of you stand back, we're gonna make our way through. And as she says that, some of them still focused on Voya, holding their guns to her in fear, some turning back to her. Sorry, Lieutenant Harrier. Can't let you do that. As they pull up their own guns. And let's go.
Alright, here we go.
Bada bing.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Harrier's fucking at it,
She's
boys.
ready. She's fucking ready.
May I request to go first, considering Voya's position?
Yeah, go ahead.
Alright. Let's see how long Voya's Voya plan works in our favor.
Alright, I believe that's everybody. So let's go like this. I'm gonna have the soldier go for Gervasio this time. As we start with Harrier, who is just gonna kneel down and go for the including movement action version of her basic weapon. So I'll post that, just in case anybody wants to see. You know what? No. Let's do something avant-garde. Let's roll from the fucking Roll20 sheet instead of just posting it,
Oh, fuck.
Fucking
He's
insane.
cursed, no! Yeah.
Rolls with a +4 and has +2 crit range, but hey, that's a 12. As she's going to aim for this guy right here. It hits him, goes through, pierces into his body armor, and he's sent reeling back into this sort of computer terminal-like structure. Kneels down, not quite defeated, but already not looking fantastic. I mean, it is a gunshot. And yeah, Leela.
Alright then. Let's get things moving, and Leela's going to go 1, 4, 5, 6 out here. And she is going to attempt to bring up the funny Dark Abyss. With a roll of 5.
Yeah, unfortunately, you go to try and bring up the Dark Abyss, but you go to do so, and you aren't able to quite get a grasp
I
on.
think this is a 9, actually.
It's not.
Oh no,
she's
Leela's not Jason.
I'm
right?
not adjacent, so I
Yeah.
don't have schooling.
Sorry,
Yep.
sorry.
Yep. So unfortunately, you're just not going to be able to quite manifest that this time.
Yeah. She sort of taps on the little jewel around her neck. Huh. You're still not working. That is her turn.
Yep. Soldiers, this guy right here who was just, shot by Harrier is going to try and back up a little bit, pull out a long-range rifle of his own and try and fire back at her. And she's going to try and combat roll. Which I'm going to give to her.
Yeah!
As she's going to basically leap over this fucking wire right here and then pay an additional stamina to fucking fire back. So we'll roll for that. Unfortunately, that one's not going to work, but she did dodge. This guy right here is going to go by this guy and try and, help defend with him. These two are both going to... This one's gonna go and try and restrain you, Leela. So there's that. Yep, he's gonna hold you in place, while the other one is going to just fire a small pistol at you. You got anything to do about this?
Yeah, as this guy holds her and the other one aims to shoot her. Huh. Cute.
Yep. I'll give it to you this time, as you manage to phase right through this guy's grasp and dodge out of the way of the bullet.
Yeah, as she gets over to here, and then I get my immediate basic attack.
As you slash into this guy, oh, damn it! He skids a little bit back and falls to a knee, similarly not looking great. These two guys are gonna stand here and hold gunfire for if anyone approaches. This guy is going to head this way, up here. Meanwhile, these three guys, all by Voya, are all gonna hold their guns up to her. So, you on our side or not?
Of course I am, morons!
Just go with it for now! Fine! As this soldier is going to turn around. Watch my back, though!
Of course.
He'll go here. He's gonna pull out a longer range rifle and go to fire at Gervasio. This one will be 3 damage to you, Gerv.
Alright, would you say that guns are piercing?
Yeah.
Alright, I will gain resistance to that, so I'll take 2.
Sounds good. Meanwhile, these two guys are going to keep an eye on Voya, as this guy's gonna move here, hold an action. This guy is gonna move here, hold an action, to basically fire against anything that, comes in their range. And I believe there's this guy left. We're gonna say that similarly, he's gonna just go up here and hold. So, there's that. Gervasio.
I thought this was maybe just so granted, but turn it go. Here I am.
Huh?
Did anything seem strange over this past couple of weeks? Anything weird orders, things under lock and key by your superiors that shouldn't be?
She thinks, scratches her chin. Well, I'm usually under direct command of Commander Citadel, and at least from her, nothing seemed off. There's a ton of people that have been going around. There's been construction work everywhere, people doing research, so there's been plenty of things going on. I'm sure something could have slipped under me.
I'm getting a familiar feeling about this.
Gervasio will... Can I move? How does moving over the barbed wire work?
Basically, just give me like a roll check, and you can sort of vault over it.
Okay, I will attempt.
Yeah, you're good.
1, 2, 3, 4. And then Gervasio will. Yeah, he'll attempt a strength in numbers. I'm gonna do, let's see, 3 attacks, and I'm also gonna spend an additional attack, so that I'm basically hitting all 3 of these guys, and specifically, like, sort of tying them all together and slamming them into each other in the center.
Hell yeah. Nah, unfortunately you go to tie them all together, but these guys, what the hell? As they manage to just barely sidestep, and this guy is going to try and fire at the arm that, goes towards him. Which, because it is just the arm and it's sort of in the middle of a dodge, I'm going to reduce the damage a little bit, but I'll say that's 3. Which is piercing, so 2. As he fires into that arm.
Oh, my back. I haven't fought like we did earlier in a long time. Oh, God.
He sort of seems a little woozy.
Yeah.
One might even say a little motion sick.
Yeah, one could say he's a little green in the face, like...
I'm gonna strangle you.
Maybe if you could roll above a 2, you will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I assume that's him.
Yep.
Sorry.
So, here we fucking go, huh?
Yeah.
Voya's gonna play the goddamn puppet master. So, I'm going to ready, I gotta have a good meal, and I'm going to... You'll see what I'm going for here, right? Where Voya's going to point out, that one there uses Shadow Realm trickery. Be on guard. And the moment she says that, what's this? She's going to shadow puppetry one of the guns behind her to start opening fire in a fan. and use the I gotta have a good meal action to eat all the bullets coming her way, so that she can be like, I'm taking some blows for you gamers. This is me trying to help out.
You know.
Shadow puppetry roll, pretty good.
So you're firing kind of like in a this-ish way.
Yeah. Just attack everyone that I can and eat the bullets.
Yep. As you puppet this gun, which animates on its own, fires starting at these two guys. As they both get blasted and are hit off to the side. Oh, damn it! But right before these two guys by you would be hit, you of course graciously open your mouth and block the blow for them.
Scrumptious.
Guess you weren't kidding.
Does she get healing for that, or what have you?
I'll say that it's
Fine, if
not healing this time, but you do have bullets in your tummy.
Yeah, she do have bullet. So got it. In that case, what other pieces of Shadow Realm trickery could she do? Actually, do I just want to throw that all away? Okay. Got it. Basically, here, while she's doing that, I want to, use, I guess I'm a sick crunch, to act as her tail accidentally bonking this motherfucker over the head as she eats the bullets.
This guy?
Yeah, the one adjacent to her.
Okay.
She could think of no other way to do this. She misses. Oh
yeah.
no.
Fortunately, maybe fortunately, your tail kind of whaps to his side. He's like, huh, right? But doesn't immediately suspect you were trying to attack. He thinks,
yeah.
Perhaps he thinks it was just, this thing has a weird tail.
Yeah.
Restrain her regular human, small, puny, minuscule arms! The Shadow Ones are a duplicate, nothing but trickery.
And that's actually, no, wait. She could do one final thing. She will summon forth the Schworms.
Whoa!
It's not in my sheet for some reason. Here's a D20. Schworms!
Shrooms.
They're worms.
Get them!
They're germs.
Bring them!
Alright.
Oh shit, wait a second. It's
Stinkly! And then
I love how useless Stink has been.
Are you kidding me? This warrior has been fighting those with a T-bone steak.
He's been standing next to us the whole time.
Yeah. Guy will then use his eye lasers on this dude, I guess.
Okay.
Oh, pretty good.
Let's make sure I remember. I'm pretty sure it's 2 damage, but let me double check how much damage the fucking eye bolts do.
Guy is not making it through this combat, gamers.
Oh. Yeah, no, I don't. Probably not. Yeah, it's 2 damage. I was right.
All right. That's my turn, I believe.
Yep. As it's you, Apollo.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
Give me a roll real quick to just the vault over the fucking the barbed wire.
All right.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. That was one. I can move one more. Okay. He's gonna tap the tank, which now applies healing as well. 2 per round.
Yeah. Tap the tank online. So that hits everyone but Voya, I'm pretty sure. So.
Yep.
Yep.
Also, let's see. Roll 1d8.
Max.
8. Okay. So just randomly, there are 8 piles of fish flakes scattered around the arena.
Got it. How about... Oh, right, I forgot that Ballas set the Googlet up to be John Slasher. You know what? We'll have John Slasher label this Googlet to be the fish food. You know, that's funny.
Okay.
So, it's 8 piles of fish food, and then, you know, let's scatter these guys randomly, huh? You know, like this.
Go,
like
my
that,
Googlets.
Like this, like that. Like oh, that's a little far. Like this. How about a whoa, like a little bit of that. How about a funny little this, and how about a funny little that. Scattered.
All right. Scattered.
All right. And then I'm gonna try and pull something kind of big here with restocking. Basically, I just want to pull out like a giant like sheet of glass, like from the aquarium, like wall keeping the water in,
Yep.
and just tip it over so it falls on top of some of these guys. But we'll see if I can do that. It's
Yep.
+2.
Yeah. So I presume you're sort of like putting it here and dropping it on these guys.
Yeah. Well, more
Yeah.
like placing it like in front of me and then like tilting it that way.
Yeah. In that case, right, it is pretty big, but I'll definitely say you get to slam down on this guy as he's forced back this way. This guy takes a little bit, as he then jumps, as he then jumps out of the way here. But yeah, you manage to collapse him a bit, and I'll make a little area that is glass.
Alright, and that's my turn.
Alright, let's say it's like a little bit like this. Why don't we? As it gets the Harrier's turn with Tap the Tank, she has 2 fast healing, which is very nice. And then she is going to, look to Apollo. Thanks for that. And go here, which, believe it or not, these guys have lined up pretty well for this, as she is going to lean against this little barricade here, and is going to go for rifle. Which, yep, the first, it can pierce up to 2 units in a line, right? This guy gets hit, and how about I'm going to use, they aren't dead, but I'll use this X to signify they're unconscious. As he gets knocked down, and then this guy is hit and is not looking great. So there's that, and I believe that's going to be Harrier. So, Leela, yeah.
All right.
Oh, wait, actually, no. How can I forget? Tap the Tank. I got a fucking another main action. She'll try and finish this guy off. Let's see. Yeah, that's pretty good, I think. As she fires 2 shots in a row.
It was worth it, I guess.
Yeah, it was worth it, I guess.
Yeah.
As first guy falls, the other one gets clipped, then full straight shot down onto this guy as he sort of falls forward onto his knee and then face as he's also down. Bada bing. How could I ever forget good old Tap the Tank? Now it's your turn, Leela. So remember, you have the 2 main actions too.
Yeah.
Don't be like me, remember.
Don't be like Soleil. Remember, we're gonna take an action to just basic attack this guy right above her.
Yep.
So start with that.
Done and dusted. You slash into him.
Alright, cool, he's done. And then we're gonna go over here. 3, 4, 5, munch on some fish flakes.
Yum, yum, yum. Fish flakes heal for
6, I believe, right?
6, yeah. Damn. Pretty good.
And then, yep. And then I've got my extra Tap the Tank action. Which, I'll be honest, I'm gonna use to, got 1 more space of movement, and then we're gonna use it to double move, and then 3, 4, 5, get 6 more healing.
Yep. I will say, right, that this guy is gonna attempt to use his held action to sort of, kind of go up here and try and fire at you as you eat, right? So I'll give him that.
Nope.
He falls off of the terminal that he just climbed up. He was maybe a little ambitious. He's gonna take some D.
Damage.
Yeah, some damage. And then I'm going to bonus action use the bonus action version of my summon thing to just summon a couple of little guys.
Oh, you got a couple of little guys, Leela.
Yo. Oh, no, not that. Undo. It should be a 20, not 1. Yeah, let me get those. Normally the bonus action version summons 2. I don't know how you want to rule the crit on that.
Let's go for 3 this time.
Alrighty. Get 3 little guys, and as Leela crouches down and the short shadows come out of her little gem and form into these creatures. Go, my children. And they are going to go over and harass this guy, which they deal 1 damage apiece, so this would be 3 damage to him in total.
Let's see it. Ah! He takes it. This guy, oh, what the hell are those things? And he's gonna try and use his held action to fire at least one of them. How much stamina do they have?
They are die in 1 hit. These are the tiny
This
ones.
one is going to get blitzed, but you certainly have used his action. So.
And then don't forget, I've still got the 2 others that were sitting around the arena from the beginning. So this one over here is gonna crawl down over by here and nibble at this guy.
Yep, let's see it.
Huh?
What the hell is that?
And then we've got the one on the other side, which I don't think is going to be able to get close enough to anyone, so he's just going to run up, get close-ish. And that is my turn.
Alright, the soldiers. This guy is gonna try and sweep at these 2 guys, right? And with the crit, right, I'll say these 2 get knocked to the side but are not KO'd, right? As part of the crit effect. As this guy gets up and then sort of shakily starts backing up, going back to back with this guy. Speaking of, this guy is going to head here and try and fire at you, Apollo. And he's going to horrifically miss. I'll say he's gonna take 1 for a bad step. Oh, pulled his leg, you know?
Damn.
This guy is going to try and vault over your funny little glass you made and also try and go for a shot at you. So let's give him a roll for the combined maneuver. Yeah, I'll say that he's gonna deal 4 to you, Apollo. So, if that's being dealt, then we've got good old classic this guy right over here. He is going to, seeing his 2 fellow soldiers down by Harrier. Alright. Sorry about this, Lieutenant. And hold up a pistol, fire at her. That's gonna miss as she steps out of the way. If you're so sorry, then you should be stopping right now. Got this guy, who's going to jump on here and fire at Gervasio. That one's gonna hit for 5, which is, you know, half to 3 on Gervasio.
I'm gonna try and rapid hybridize, to basically grab onto his gun and then pole vault myself over here. Hopefully avoiding the attack.
Yep. Let's see it.
All right. Boop. That is a bonus from the.
Yep,
schooling,
that is the
so I think
schooling
it's supposed
bonus.
to be
+3 to +3 or +4 to a 10 or so. How much would this cost? Is it optional or?
I'm not choosing any of the extra effects, so it's no cost.
Okay.
It's just a tether.
In that case, if it's just a tether and it's 0 cost, he did roll a fair bit higher than you, right? So I'll say you can get the tether, but you're still going to take the 3 damage.
All right. Reduced down to 2.
Well, specifically, it was 5 reduced to 3.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's that. Then that's that guy. This guy is gonna go over here, sees guns ain't working well on this guy, and he's just gonna go for a slug on you. This will also be 5 damage. This one being blunt. So there's that. Then we got these 2. Oh, yep.
Actually, I'm gonna barrier reef that.
Okay. As this guy goes to slug you, right? How about we go with a little bit of something like this? Apollo, this guy goes to try and punch Gervasio. You, reacting, erect a barrier reef directly beneath this guy's feet, sending him flying. Oh, what the hell? As he's down. So let's go with that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. This guy back here is gonna stand up. Heard and saw Leela shuffling over here. He's gonna walk over here and fire at her. That'll be good ol' 5 to you, Leela, unless you do something.
I am going to short step back.
All right. I'll say including cost, you can take 4, so you can reduce it by 1, but you still do get the movement.
Yeah. Get the movement and the bonus attack. Pretty close.
Yep. That is unfortunately gonna whiff as you go to slice him, and he ducks down low to the ground out of the way. This guy will, seeing his good old pal going after you, similarly go for a similar maneuver and is also gonna fire. That one is gonna miss. That's how much damage it would have done if it worked.
Yeah.
And then this guy right here, or no, this guy already fired, I believe. Yeah, he failed, and that was that. So I believe that's all of them. Gervasio.
All right. I'm gonna pull. I kind of. I wish I was next to Apollo for this, but you know what? We take what we get. We do the funny. This is a better vantage point, regardless. I'm going to attempt to strengthen numbers, but I'm not going to be using my usual punches, as I'm going to be having Gervasio adapt his hair, using Arch Enemy to replicate Harrier's gun. If you do not remember, Arch Enemy is he's a copy of a basic weapon used successfully within the last round, but it has +1 to damage and range, so it is an 11 range, 7 damage attack.
Hell yeah, dude.
And as Gervasio basically creates a rifle, like a gun, out of his hair, holds it, and he's going to do like a spinning spread fire. As he gets this person, this person, this person, this person. Alrighty, it's gonna be a tad bit expensivo, but we'll see.
As Gervasio, you morphing your hair to take the approximate shape of a rifle, or at least something similar, fire out, I imagine, kind of air bullet-like projectiles, right? As you spin around in a shower shot here. I'll say this guy right here is kind of in an awkward spot to hit, so he's still standing, right? This guy, though, he's down for the count, as he gets sent skidding to the floor. This guy right next to you, I mean, brother, he's fucking point blank. He's done. But he was a little bit in front of this guy. The rifle can pierce. This guy's actually taking a lot of damage, though, so he's also down. Which leaves this guy, who's also taking a lot. Would you look at that?
Stop! We're dead!
Gervasio. Yeah, he holds down the trigger and is able to somehow maneuver it so that the majority of the bullets land on their mark, despite moving the gun he's firing.
Yep. As this guy right here, sweat,
And I have Tap the Tank, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Gervasio will then immediately just sort of jump over here.
Good night.
As I'm just going to, literally, I'm just punching the daylights out of. God damn it.
Yeah, unfortunately, you go to punch the daylights out of this guy, but he was already a little spooked, right? I'm gonna say for the nat 1, just take 1 damage as this guy kind of parries your blow a little bit, right? And then vaults backward, potentially surprisingly acrobatically, right? And then holds his gun up. Yeah. Alrighty. Voya.
Alright, these guys actually kind of suck, don't they?
Voya is going to, main action, use the bullets, and anytime shadow puppetry action, use the gun that she just used, and we're basically going to aim in these two's approximate direction to make 100% sure that they can't dodge all of the bullets. Make sense?
Yeah.
Alright, I will use my basic attack for the sake of the bullet action and the shadow puppetry for the shadow puppetry.
And brother, you fire at these guys as... Yep, the combined, like, because the sick munch, sick crunch. Yeah, I mean, I think that's enough, as you manifesting and holding this gun yet again, just fire into these two guys, who both go collapsing down to the ground in front of Leela. So, let me do that. You know what? I'm gonna roll for something. This guy will just barely be standing right here. This guy's down, though.
Alright, right. I will then eat part of this throne, if possible or applicable.
Give me a roll.
Alright, here's your roll.
You munch part of Shadow Realm Throne.
Yummy.
Yummy Shadow Realm.
It's like milk but solidified.
Yep.
I pass.
Hey, what's up, Apollo?
The Schwarms be moving.
Hey. 5. Let's get some healing in on Gervasio, and would you look at that? Also me, by happenstance.
That's crazy, dude. You got it.
Wow.
Gonna use Green Mind.
Yeah. Shut up.
So yep, you two heal for the 6.
Yep. Gervasio. Zanza.
What? Sorry.
You heal for 6.
Yay!
Also, did you heal for 2 on your turn?
I did not.
So do that
Now
as well.
Yay!
Yippee! Yay! Yahoo!
Woohoo!
Let's see. Gonna hook, line, and sinker this guy and just like throw him elsewhere.
Yep.
Into the waiting mouths of the Schwarms, perhaps?
I'm unconscious!
Yeah, just like that.
Just like that.
That's what he says every time he goes to sleep.
Yeah.
He just can't get a lover this way.
It's my turn.
Alright. We get to Harrier. She gets another 2 fast healing. There's only one guy left, so she's going to go fucking... The movement bonus from Tap the Tank is 1.5, yeah?
Yep.
Alright. Which means that because of... She has that much stamina, so it would be... Or not stamina, fucking movement. So she'd be able to get here. As she's going to dash, empowered by Apollo's epithet, kneel down and try and finish this guy off. We'll see. Yeah, I can't really think of a reason why he's still up. As he's gonna go down, and with that, before we, properly end things off here, Harrier turns to everybody. Okay. Voya, you mentioned, Gavel? Yeah?
Yeah. He's that away.
Alright, let's keep going. If they're going up to
Okay.
him, then we're probably gonna have to deal with him too.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, right, we're gonna continue on the combat from where we are right now. I'll say that, for Apollo's fish flakes, right, in this case, Harrier's gonna be able to grab this one as we leave. So it's 6, right?
Yep.
Then Leela, if you want, you could grab this one and this one if you're so inclined, to go for an overall 12.
Leela
right?
will grab one of them, but then leave the other for other
Yeah.
allies.
You know what? How about we split it up like this? Since you're doing that, everybody gets one of the remaining ones, right? So Voya, Gervasio, and Apollo can all heal for the 6, right? And then we are going to move on to the next map. Keeping turn order and everything, it's still the same combat, so Tap the Tank is still online in the same count. We're just switching maps, so let me make sure that this is set up.
Yay, yay.
I guess I'll also ask, right? Everyone want to go down the same hallway? You splitting up? What's the sitch?
I don't
Voya
see-
see person go down hallway, Voya go down hallway.
I don't see a particular reason to go down the other hallway, so just follow
Yeah.
Voya.
I'll follow the crowd.
Alright, seems like we're going to the right, so I'll move everybody here.
Make her small feet.
We have
okay.
entered the instant death hallway.
Bada bing. Here, we'll switch you to this. We got Apollo. I'll assume you want Stink to come with you.
Oh, of course.
And the Schworms. We've got Leela's little guys. All 4 of them.
Guy at 2 health.
Guy at 2 health. We got this little guy. Is there anyone else? Any other summons I'm forgetting about? I don't think so. So, let's go ahead, grab this. Make sure this is good here. Hey, Pen or Iris, could you do me a favor and screenshot the turn order?
Yes. Give me just a second, though. I can do it if you need help.
Yeah, just screenshot it, post it in mid-session.
Yeah. I've also grabbed some things if you look on the map.
Sounds good.
Scarlet got it.
Yep. You know what, yeah, sure. We'll do it a little bitty like that, sure. Yep. Let's clear this, because we're gonna be switching maps to right here. Bada bing. Yeah, let's go ahead, add everyone back in here. We were on Harrier's turn, then it was Leela.
Ooh, these ones have a different background. How fancy.
Yeah, that's crazy, dude.
Are they the special forces? Be sure to drag them off to the side, by the way. The turnover.
Yeah, I know. Let me just do this, because this was made that. Then after Voya, there's also Gervasio and Apollo to add. And Apollo was at 6, Gervasio at 8. Which means that as we organize it, Descend, that was Harrier's turn, we're up to you, Leela.
Oh boy, it's Leela's turn, isn't it? So yeah, we're gonna have guy over here, guy over here, guy over here, guy over here. They're gonna have some fun.
We're gonna eat him?
They're gonna attack.
Yeah. So that's 4 damage overall.
Yeah.
Oh, what the? He's being eated.
He is being eated, and while he is being eated, Leela is going to, you know what? Cause of how it works, Leela is going to Dark Possession Harrier's rifle and do the version that lets her move it slightly and use it immediately to try and fire a line to hit both of these 2 guys with it.
Yeah.
Since it can, can pierce. So let's try that Dark Possession.
Let's see it.
It's a
Unfortunately,
Act
this time
schooling.
you try to... Oh, schooling, you're right. Never mind. So is it just the weapon that moves, or is it Harrier?
It is just the weapon that briefly goes out of her hands, floats in the
Yep.
air, shoots, and then goes back to her.
This guy gets sent, sliding down to the floor. He's done. This guy gets hit. Not looking great.
And then
Oh!
one of my 2 tap attack actions for the other one. I also have to do my cast healing. She's gonna come up here and basic attack the this guy.
All right. Yeah. That's gonna. I mean, considering the damage just from the rifle shot, that's gonna be enough. As he is also downed.
Alright, that's my turn.
God, you know, it really did work out that that three of the characters that have kit that functions off of taking control of other people's basic weapons sure did happen to be paired with Harrier, huh? As this soldier. Okay, this is a lot. As he's gonna hold his gun, fire at you, Leela. That'll be 5, unless you do something about it.
She'll shade step it. Boo.
Well, another 20.
Brother, you soloed these 3 guys.
Alright,
As
this
he
room's
said-
clear.
Oh shit, okay.
And so, with that, before anyone else even gets to move or potentially do anything, if you guys want, I'll let you just move up to the next door before we continue here.
Don't mind if I do.
Considering it was the situation was handled pretty quickly, I think. Yeah. Before we move on, I'll ask: does Leela get anything prof-wise?
Silence.
I do not know. She's at 50.
Let me check real quick. Sorry, I forgot to.
Good.
I had Voya's things up. I forgot to pull hers up. God,
Holy
she's crit
crap.
like twice since I got here.
She's crit
yeah.
3 times
Yeah,
now.
she's crit 3 times.
Oh, that's really funny. I have them outlined, but I haven't written anything more specifically yet, so we'll get back to that later.
Okay.
And with that, as much as I hate to cut off Leela's crit theme, let's go and let's switch over to this. Why don't we? Right? As you open the door, and upon doing so, let's go ahead and make sure I've got this accurate. Abadoo. Oh, that is hide, not reveal roll 20, you little scamp.
Is this room gonna keep zigging and zagging, perhaps?
I believe this should be...
No, not even a little bit.
As, hey
No,
Penny,
hold on.
holding?
Let me help here. The walls are
Oh.
shaped weirdly, so
I see. Okay,
yeah.
that was not clear to me. Hold on.
it's okay.
Okay. I had to set up the lighting here right before the session started because it was not set up before.
Oopsies, sorry.
Oh, good. Let me just do
I'll kill you.
this.
Okay, yeah, you got it. You got it.
This. Boop. 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 And then let's go ahead, our good old friend Polygon reveal.
Wow.
Boop. Boop. And then would ya go here? Little bitty
Come on,
here.
Mr. Polygon Reveal, you can do it. We believe you.
Alright, that's crazy. It's magic, ain't it?
Yeah.
As go here, here, to here, why not? There we go. Something a little bit like that. Alright. So now, Hey, Penny, what's going on?
Yeah. So, you open the doors, and you see a very tall, imposing figure, talking to some soldiers. So they've made their way in already.
As he says that, Harrier bursts in. Gavel!
Lieutenant Harrier.
What's going on here? What's the meaning behind all this?
My men were just telling me that you've graced us with your presence. Good. Truth be told, I was getting bored.
Bored? That's it? That's all the explanation you're gonna give?
He chuckles. Well, I could give you more, but I don't think that, you have the right, let's say clearance for that.
Well, I'll tell you the same thing I told all of your, soldiers working under you this time.
Fuck you!
That's not
That's
what
what you said, right? Oh, okay, so...
I don't care what your orders are, who's giving them, whatever. We're running through this base, making sure everything's okay. If you couldn't tell, there's some sort of emergency going on, but the more that we've been fighting you, or rather your men, I'm pretty sure you already knew that.
Guess you could say that. And I'm afraid I can't let you or your, guests through.
Fine then.
He sighs a little bit. This would be much easier if the old man would let us in the fucking library.
Who's this old man I keep hearing? Who are you referring to?
Cracks his back.
Maybe you'll find out if you get past me.
Okay, let's do it.
And you know
Foul
what?
play.
with foul play and let's do it. Let's get into it. Hey Pen, how do you want to handle Gavel's initiative here?
I am thinking. Yeah,
Recognize this music? Oh no!
I'm gonna give him a second turn, I think.
Alright.
14, 15. Well, I'm gonna split them up, but I'll take the 15. And then I will... you know what, let's give him a 7, so he's... right there.
Alright.
He, pulls, he sort of, like, pulls out a very small, well, I say it's very small, like a slightly bigger than average hammer, and leans over to pick up a much, much larger, more imposing hammer.
Yep. And so, with that, it is the soldier's turn. So these three guys are going to go here, here, and let's say here respectively. This one is going to fire at you, Voya. 5 damage unless something is done.
She'll take it.
All right. And then these two are both going to fire at these swarms. We'll say 2 of them. Yeah, I'll say that'll be the 5 damage to this and this swarm unless something is done. All right, it'll be those two.
No, Stink is finally down.
Specifically, I didn't fire at Stink. I fired at the top
okay,
two.
okay.
So
Well, I can't undo it, so I'll just.
Oh.
All right.
New Stink.
With your schooling bonus, I'll say that one of them still goes down, right? But you do block the blast for the other one. So Voya, you can bring back a Schwarm.
All right.
And you can summon
Thank you.
your barrier reef. This guy is gonna go here, hold an action. This guy is gonna start moving up, hold an action. Well, actually, I say that. No. He's here. He's gonna go over here and seemingly shout something down this hallway. And that's gonna be him, and I believe that's all of the soldiers. So it's you, Apollo.
Yeah, I meant to say, but you mixed up me and Gervasio in turn order.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna say that.
My bad.
But yeah.
All right. Let me go ahead and fixie that.
I was like, I swear I thought I went right before the Mooks initiative.
Yeah. Boop, and then boop. Let me double check. Yep. Okay, that's settled now. My bad. Your turn, Gervasio.
All right. So, let's see. So there's a funny stipulation in crossbreed, right? Where I have to use abilities that have successfully been used for the last round, or abilities that I've adapted to via my passive. I still haven't. I still have the slot that gives me the free dodge roll against Around the World.
Right.
Can I basically combine it with Shade Step and zoom right here to try and punch Lieutenant Gavel closer towards the rest of the party?
Sure.
Alrighty. Believe Around the World's a 5 cost, but
Yep.
you know what? Fuck it. We'll take it.
All right. As you, Gervasio, in a flash of shadow, manage to hyperspeed burst, slinking partially through the ground directly behind Lieutenant Gavel in an instant, and go to punch into him. And you do whatever you want in response, Penny, but there are a couple of things I'm sure that you want to post.
Yeah. You punch him, and it's like punching just a wall. He just looks at you. And like, this is still a good roll, so this will move him somewhat. Pretty good punch. Man. I wrote this all really late at night.
Alright.
So he's just very hard to move. This is a big thing though, so I am gonna move him like here. What does Around the World?
Around the World is at base 25, but
Nah,
I
it's not
imagine
that much.
Yeah, it's not quite that much in this case, but
So glad you posted that. Because I'm going to use my passive to attempt to adapt to it now that I've seen how tough you are.
Yeah.
Basically, if you're a big meat man, I'm going to try and make my, body, especially my fists, produce a muscle-destroying enzyme to, effectively shred your defenses the more I hit you. Or I'll attempt, but let's roll to see if we get it.
ooh. Yeah, I think you could start working towards something like that.
Alright, let me put it on this funny passive thing. And that's well, actually I do have a tap the tank turn, right. I forgot about that.
Yep. I will say that now that your hyper speed is done, this guy's gonna use his held action to fire at you,
Right.
which will be 5 damage.
Alrighty. I'm going to alright, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna rapid hybridize and just try and steal the life force from this man to hopefully out heal the damage I'm taking.
Oh, okay. Jesus, man.
To out heal the damage you're taking. I'll say that effectively, including cost, instead of 5, let's reduce it down to 3 for you.
I do have my resistance as well.
Oh, you do have your resistance, so you know what? Yeah, it'll even out. Yep.
Yep. And yeah, I will probably, I'll probably just run forwards and, or I don't even need to run forwards, right? He's 5 spaces. I'll move 1 space forwards as I'm just going to, oh, no, I shouldn't even do that. I know what to do, sorry. I'm gonna attempt to use Social Shield, against him to gain a 10 temp stamina against Lieutenant Gavel.
Hell yeah, you've got it.
You know what? Since it's his turn coming up. He sees you trying to do something. And he flips the smaller hammer in his hand and he's gonna throw it at you. Yeah, I don't think that's good enough to fucking stop you from doing that, but Soleil,
Yeah,
I
my
think
thinking.
weaken it a bit.
Yeah, here's my thinking, right? Ain't gonna. I feel like it's not gonna stop the Social Shield, right? But it will. You gain the 10 the 10 temp stam, right? But with this attack, it's not. You know what? Yeah, it'll deal the 2 damage to the temp shield. As like you put it up and then immediately it takes 2. And then the shock is still there. So
yeah, so you do get the shock, and it is LC shock. I just didn't want to put LC in front of it. 3.
3. Okay. Do we have a sick icon for that?
like
we have Gao's lightning. I don't know if that's in here though.
I don't think it is.
Yeah, it was made up to.
There's a lightning adjacent thing.
That is my turn.
Right. Well, here's the thing. As the hammer is coming back, because it comes back to him automatically, he is going to use the giant hammer to hit the small hammer back at you again.
Still at any time speed?
Oh my god.
It is. Yeah, it is. He has to pay 2 stamina, but he can do it as a combo out of his other one. So this won't be doing that much damage. It'll be doing the 2 and 3 shock again. I
so
just want
dealing 2 damage and 3 shock. Okay.
Yep.
Alrighty.
Yeah, and doesn't do the extra stuff yet. Then he catches it in his hand. And now it's his turn, I imagine.
Yep.
You're a pretty tough blue guy, huh?
I don't even know how to respond to that in character. I'm just gonna leave it like that.
Yeah, so he is he is going to throw Mule Might. And he's looking at Gervasio and like, alright, I should be able to deal with you when you come at me again, so man, I'll help out, but focus on the group over there. He's gonna throw Mule Might again. And I'll post his talent, one of his other talents, should this go well. I'll say that's good enough. Military grade croquet player. I just put 8 at the end. For some reason. So yeah, he can ricochet things to reset ranges. So he throws his hammer, and it sort of goes through here, and then it's gonna go this way.
No.
Or just as far this way as it can. which would be, yeah, because it's everyone who it bypasses would take 2, so...
God!
I think it would be, yeah, this.
It's okay, guy.
Yeah, it'd be the Voya line.
Yeah.
Alright.
So Stink, Schworm, Voya, and Guy would be
Well,
taking
hold
2
on,
and 3
because I
shock.
can do things to try and stop it.
Yep.
So I guess first I'll try and hook, line, and sinker it as it's coming towards us, and throw it as far away from me as I can, or from all of us.
Yeah. I don't see why that wouldn't work.
Yeah.
Where you throwing it?
This way.
Here, I'll grab something. We'll use this to represent it. Sure.
All right. Cool. Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. Let me double check this. Yeah. No. We'll leave that for now. You know what? Since it's all the way over there and he can't continue his combo with that, instead, I'll just move over to Garvazio. He's gonna hit him with a big fucking hammer.
Alrighty.
You brought a hammer to a sword fight? Fucking cringe.
Yep. He's just smacking the hammer down on you. This deals 9 and basically inflicts 5 knockback.
Alrighty. My temp stamina consumes all but 3 of it. I'm down to 7, and how much knockback?
5, and it would probably just be directly away from him, so like this way.
Yeah, like this way.
Yep.
I will once again attempt to use my passive to adapt.
All right.
Because around the world is cool, but I don't want to spam it, and also it's so fucking expensive.
It's
very
expensive,
very
yeah.
costly.
And it provides no passive benefit except against Darren the Shadow Williams. So, I'm gonna try to adapt to. I don't know how else to put it other than Garvazio is going to like make his bones sort of like those interlocking bone structures that some animals have to basically accordion them so that he like is resistant to being squashed. Nah.
Ooh no. Which I think triggers the shock, so...
Trigger shock as well.
Yep. So I'm actually down to 1, guys.
Oh.
Garvazio.
Sorry, gamers.
Yeah, I mean, Gavel's tough, so he just does a lot of stuff. Voya.
Alright, so I would like to use a little bit of meta-knowledge in a way that I hope makes sense. So to start off, Voya would think to herself, a little light bulb appears above her head, which is broken, which has the crystal in it.
Hey, Harrier, are there any old guys who like books in the military that you know about? I'm sure they exist.
The qualifiers are little guys that like books.
And the old guys that like books.
Old guys that like books. Well, there are plenty of old guys, and I'm sure that plenty of them like books, but here, I'll cut to the chase. There's not normally a big library down here, so...
Would Voya know of any spooky apexes that have to do with libraries and such?
Give me a roll.
Oh, I can do that. Yeah, I wasn't feeling that.
What are books?
Yeah.
No.
Voya, I feel like you probably have heard that, like, hey, there are some pretty tough guys. I'm pretty sure one of the apexes likes, like books, and maybe they have, like, a library castle, right? But other than that, not much.
She thinks for a second.
That probably means we're dealing with another apex! I need to go express my anger!
We're going to start with Stink and the Schworm. Stinky and the Schworm, you know?
Yeah, I understand.
So, I want to give special attention to Stink, who, using the T-Bone, rapier, is going to try... Yeah, is basically going to try and, like, push this guy, like, corner him and push him into this little patch of water, right?
Okay.
Oh,
How much damage do
sixes.
the swarms do?
1. 2 maybe.
Yeah, so this guy takes 1 damage and he's like, oh! But he can swim, so he just sort of like swims.
Yeah,
back
but
up.
he's in there now, and that's funny. The other swarm's just gonna attack the nearby guy. What the fuck?
Fucking duality of swarm. This guy gets like fucking stinks, you know? This guy gets bitten.
Fucking. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me check to make 100% sure. 2 damage basic attack. Yep.
Yep, so it's 4.
Meanwhile, Voya's going to villain teleport over to this guy, and the best way that I can explain what she does is through the following image. Alright, so we're going to, no!
You attempt to... You kneel down on all fours to try and bite into this guy and shake him, but he's like,
Wait a second, no, I'm a little beast. I'm a little fucking creature. You gotta put me out of my misery.
She says as though that's normal.
Hey,
what the hell are you talking about?
Kill me,
You adopted
do
a
it.
dog or something?
Yeah, she did adopt me. She might not have adopted me. You don't need to adopt me, Harrier. It's okay. I got a family.
So, with this being said,
Hey, Dunkass! It's referring to Mr. Gable.
He's
Hey!
not responding.
Hey!
He's just looking at you.
The hammer's pretty sucky. Damn, he's good.
Voya's going to spit out a fucking... going to projectile vomit a hammer using Venus's shadow art. I don't know why she just gets rid of these. Oh, there we go. We can think about how the weapon will backfire catastrophically if it's just a fucking hammer. Is it just near? Is it just near her? I did too.
Yeah, so you're basically just spitting out Shadow Hammer.
Venus, catastrophically gone wrong hammer in this direction. It's fine if it doesn't hit or anything, but,
Yeah.
Ooh, alright.
Well, is Gabble doing anything about it? Because a hammer is flying towards him.
You know, it's honestly, he doesn't have any time for this, but he's kind of used. I'm just gonna give him a roll to try and catch it. He kind of does this a lot. Yeah, he just catches it.
Pretty good. But the weapon does backfire catastrophically. Take that how you will.
Yeah, I have an idea.
Motherfucker!
She angrily like,
I've had it. I'm stress eating the floor.
and she just eats part of the ground.
Eating the ground is a long and time-honored DBA tradition.
Yeah.
Especially for Scarlet characters.
I fucking done it.
Oh, is that dirt?
Brother, you've just eaten a bolt out of this metal. Heal for goddamn 1 stammy.
Alright, I will add a bolt to her stomach contents.
Don't know who
Her
made
health-
this thing, but balance is pretty good. Seems a little bit defective though.
Venus's weapons are not defective.
I pass.
Apollo!
Also, hold up. Voya, did you remember you're still tap the tanked?
She explicitly
no,
wasn't.
she's not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
She was
right.
out of range.
Fuck you. 1, 2, 5. Okay. Well, since we're here, I am going to first title control to launch this guy out of the water into this guy.
Alright.
Stink Apollo dual tech time, baby.
Whoa!
Yeah.
As he is going to, let me fucking... He gets sent flying, colliding with this guy. They're both not looking great.
Okay, let's see. Now what to actually do is my turn. You know what? To increase the damage as they're both, as the one guy's flying into the other, I'm gonna use fishing rod to hook the guy that's the target and just like yank him towards the guy that's flying so that they crash for more.
Yep. And with that extra force, that's enough. They bonk each other on the head and they're both knocked out.
Yippee!
This is why we go through training.
Hey, Lieutenant Gavel? More like Lieutenant Gavel.
More like Lieutenant Gravel.
Yeah, that works better. Sorry.
End turn.
You actually... Oh yeah, you don't get tap the tank benefits, do you?
Nope.
Yep, alright, so Harrier. How high up does the barrier reef go?
I believe it's like the sides are 1 high and the middle is like 2 high or something like that.
Okay. In that case, what Harrier is going to do is that she's going to go here, get on top of this for the high ground, right? But still be in this space so that she's next to Apollo, technically, you know?
Sneaky.
Sneaky. As she's going to go here, kneel down, and utilizing the high ground to her advantage, try and fire. Let's go over to this guy because this guy's in kind of a weird spot. So she'll try and fire here with her first main action. I'll also heal her for the 2. She's back up to max. That's fun. So here's rifle shot. That with the schooling bonus is a +6, yeah, or is it a +7? Or not a +6? Is it +1 or 2?
It's a 6. So the schooling bonus never includes Apollo.
Gotcha. In that case, this guy will take reduced damage, but he still does get clipped. And then, you know what? What Harrier's gonna then do is she's gonna try and line up a sniper shot on Gavel. I almost thought she was gonna crit on again. Yep, she's now waiting in position. I'll mark Gavel with the funny little fucking Suki Candela.
He sees this. He's at least gonna try and throw the hammer that Voya just chucked at him in the way, see if he could throw it in front of a bullet. He's always wanted to try that. So, you know, the stats aren't gonna be quite right because this isn't his hammer. It's a 2, so he just takes it.
Yeah, well, specifically, he goes to throw, misses, and then realizes that she's not firing yet.
Oh, right.
She's just aiming the shot.
Lamau.
So yeah,
He's
that's her.
getting twitchy.
Alright, Lila's turn. Let's get up a little bit. Closer. For now, up here. And then this seems like a good enough time to resummon a few old friends. I'm gonna take my 2, let me get my 2 healing as well. I'm gonna use my last 2 tap the tank actions to summon Terror and Blasphemy. So let me get to my thing. I'll roll the first one from the ability, and I'll just do a regular roll for the second one. That first one was a 2, but it does get the +2 from schooling, plus the additional +2 from summoning a named one.
Yeah, so it's a 6.
Yeah.
I'll say you can summon the named one, but it's not going to be able to act right now.
Okay.
And then the other one is just a success.
Because it's just I'm just resummoning both Terror and Blasphemy, so.
Yep.
Whichever
one the 14 is being used with can act if you want.
The 14 was Blasphemy, so I will need these 2 sized up to full size.
Yep. 1 and 2.
And Blasphemy is looking like a good one, so he's gonna go up here and he's gonna do his 5 damage shadow spit at this man.
Okay.
No.
Blech.
he coughs up a shadow rabbit hairball. Because rabbits do that, right? Huh?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah.
They do that. It's really funny when they do. And then these guys can't technically get in range to attack, but they're just gonna get closer so that they can be ready. And then that is my turn.
Gavel. I'm just checking something. Okay. Yeah. He's just gonna chuck this hammer to this guy over here. Hey, catch! And raises his hand, and his small hammer just returns to him. And it like flies, and he just catches it. Much better. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Better watch out for this one. He is going to use... Where is it? Ah, wave crash. Whoop. Ooh, a 5. Wow, he's rolling well.
Yippee.
Unfortunato.
Let's see. Did he have anything in this kit that could let him increase the stuff? You know what? I will spend extra stamina to see if I can just to get that to succeed. And I'll post his another one of his talents, Death Grips. Yeah, he has gloves that he could use to increase damage, range, and other potential effects. I'm just going to use this to increase the roll. So he'll take some extra cost, and that will work. And it is going to be as he slams his hammer down. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And this one's going to be really awkward to figure out. Hold on, let me just copy this. He's only going to make 2, because it's not a great roll. But, hope the child knows what's coming. Well, I could get rid of a lot of summons, actually, this way. Yep. There we go.
The old boss debacle.
Yeah.
Well, as he's swinging down his hammer, I'm gonna see if I can just yoink it out of his hands.
Why would you do that to him?
Alright, I can finally show his passive. Stalwart Soldier. He's got super armor that allows him to ignore anything that might interrupt him or reduce his damage, which consumes the stack. So he whenever he takes actions, he gains stacks to a max of 4. So I'm gonna consume 2 for this. So he is just ignoring that as you try and grab the hammer out of his hand.
Okay.
Yeah. This one's gonna be doing... again, it's not a great roll. This will be doing, I'm gonna say 5 to everyone in these lines, except Soldier, because it doesn't affect him for some reason. And I guess Guy, because he's flying.
Yeah, baby!
Under that logic, Terror and the birds would also not be affected because they are flying.
That's fair. I'm fine with that.
In which case, unless something else is being done, I know Harrier's just gonna take it, but,
We could do some shadow manipulation, but boy, his health ain't looking the peachiest, so I'm fine.
Lua's gonna try and shade step to dodge around the projectile.
Okay. The projectile.
The attack, whatever. Not great.
+9.
It's a +9, yeah.
Yeah,
And
it's a
this is
+9.
just a wave of force, so, you know, probably pretty easy to dodge.
Yep, considering it's a wave of force and the +9, you got it.
Yeah. Dodge, wave of force. Going, Dark Souls rolling under it. And then follow-up attack, because I'm close enough.
Boop.
Yeah, this is on regular soldier guy.
Yeah,
Alright.
regular soldier guy.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this barrier reef takes a bit more damage because it's a structure rather than people. So it's gonna be taking 8. As opposed to 5. Yeah. Then.
So, just in case
that's
anyone
it.
hasn't, because I don't think that Voya has, make sure to take the 5 damage.
Yeah, take the 5 damage.
Yeah.
Cool. Then, yeah, that's it. That's
Did
all
it-
it's in.
Did it clip the Schwarm?
Yes, it would have put push one, actually.
Got it. Stink survives yet again.
He survives yet again.
Soldiers. This soldier has a big hammer now.
Yeah, I know what's gonna be going on. Gavel told his men to focus on the group as opposed to Gervasio, so that's what they're gonna do. This guy was just attacked by Leela. He's gonna retaliate. Ratata! Here's the fucking gunshot. Take 5.
Yay!
Barrier reef.
She's doing fine.
She's doing
+2.
fine.
I'm gonna say in this case you can summon the barrier reef, but only after the shot goes through. So, there's that.
Yay!
Don't worry, guys.
Well, hey.
Because of how it works, I cannot summon Streak again for probably the rest of Bifrost.
It's all good.
No Streak.
Woohoo!
This guy is going to, holding on to the hammer. He's definitely strong. I mean, he's a trained soldier. He's fairly athletic and strong. But definitely not as experienced with this particular weapon as Gavel. He's going to go 1, 3, this, here, and he's going to try and vault over here to slam down on Apollo with this hammer. Which I'll give to him, because he's doing this whole acrobatic maneuver along with it, the damage will be a little bit reduced. So I'll say this will only be, I'll say 5 to you, Apollo.
Okay. I'm gonna try and pull out just one of those like big foam rocks that they have in aquariums, just to take the damage for me.
Yep.
+2.
Yeah. I'll say including cost, take, let's say a 2, so just 1 extra, as the hammer does smack into the rock and it reverberates a little into you, but it's not the most. However, as this guy swings the hammer down, automatically, like DDD in Smash Brothers, the back of the hammer flips open and reveals a set of rockets. Huh? Whoa, hold on! As he is sent spinning out, far fucking away.
Oh my god, there he
There
goes.
he goes.
There he goes, and I'm gonna, honestly, he's gonna collide against this pipe here, and he's brained, brother.
Yeah, Venus makes the best weapons around, baby!
So there's that. However, over on the other side of the room, this guy comes with some forces. And they're gonna double move, and effectively be able to get to here. Let me just make sure. Yeah, I'll say they can get to there. Yeah, Gervasio.
Alright, seeing this, and seeing that I'm quite low, I don't have much more that I can support the party with, but that's fine, because you see, the inverse of my X costs letting me spend a bunch of stamina to try and kill people quickly is I can also spend very little stamina if I need to.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna move up here, because it's the last turn to tap the tank, I believe. I will run up, and then I'm going to arch enemy with the Almighty to hit this entire 3x3 for 10.
Let's see it.
Hold on 1 second. Boop. Boop.
It is a lower roll, but Mule Mighty is pretty big. I'll say this guy is definitely conked out, right? For sure, being the closest. This guy in the middle, in the direct center of the hit, also will be conked out. These guys will take a good bippy of damage, but are sent kind of collapsing off to the side as opposed to immediately knocked out.
Alright. Alright, let me also see if my recharge on social is back. It's not. Alright, I will then... you know what? I'll then... you know what? I'll move behind this guy, and basically my action is just moving behind, grabbing him from behind, and basically using him as a human shield / hostage in case this guy tries to fire back at me.
Sounds good.
That's my turn.
Yeah. All right. Gavel.
He looks over at Gervasio. You know, you're well, it's stronger for some guy who's barely on his last legs. That heavy breathing is really giving you away there, bud.
He just sort of stares you directly in the eyes as he's of course holding this man at gunpoint.
Yeah. He looks to this guy. Shoot through him if you must. If he's one of my men, he'll survive.
He shakily holds his pistol as he gets up to his feet, but he can't act right now, so...
Yeah.
Gervasio looks back to him.
Is this really the man you'll follow? Willing to throw you away if it means one more bullet in my head?
He stares back. You've been through my training, you're strong enough to take bullets.
Let's test that theory.
Yeah, he's willing to let that happen. So for now, he throws Mule Might up and down a little bit, and he's gonna try and ricochet it off of this wall and through Voya, Lula, and Stink.
Proud warrior. He's lived so long, though.
Yeah. That's another 5. That is a bonus action, and I'm still gonna say it comes back to him. So that is unfortunate. Alright, probably more efficient this way. Yeah, he is gonna go right up here. He's gonna push this guy back. And he's gonna slam Mule Mighty onto the rabbit.
No. Not. Which one is this? Not
I don't know which one. Not insert name here.
Oh no, whoever you are.
What are you doing with Shadow Puppetry?
Just trying to keep the hammer in one location, basically. Make sure the shadow doesn't move so that the hammer can't either.
You know, that's pretty good. The roll isn't great, but my roll wasn't great. I am gonna say he's gonna have to spend a charge to bypass that.
Okay.
Yep. So yeah, he's still gonna slam down the hammer, but I'll say it's weakened slightly. So instead of 9, it's gonna be doing 8.
You know what? Considering that, and with Voya holding it back slightly, we'll go for it now as Harrier. Gavel, eyes up here! As she is gonna fire the held shot, which, as a reminder, is an auto crit but rolls for additional modifiers. So no, it's just gonna go through as normal. So this is a 12 damage shot that is good at interrupting shit. So
Yep.
This is as Voya is doing shadow stuff. So.
Yep. And I spent the charge, so I don't have enough to cancel that.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's gonna take 10 because of his physical reduction. But yeah, no, that'll cancel that. His hammer slam, I think that's good enough.
All right.
It's a crit. What am I gonna do?
It's an auto crit. It's not like a natural thing. But,
that's fair. That's fair.
If you want a little to go through, I mean, I think that's reasonable.
You know what?
Considering Gavel.
Fair. I'm gonna say 3 damage then, and like 2 knockback. As the hammer barely makes contact with blasphemy, and a shockwave is emitted from it. I'll say it still does more to the. Yeah. So blasphemy, Leela, Voya, and this little bird are gonna take 3. I'm gonna say again, for structural integrity, this is like a weird gravity wave. It's gonna do 5 to this barrier reef.
3 to her?
Yep.
I'm updating her stamina. It just isn't showing on the token because Roll20 is a good program.
Yeah, it's updating.
Yeah, we can see it. Yeah, we can see it.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, that's him. Voya.
Alright, motherfucker, listen up, buckaroo. The old man has... I need to... Listen, I need to prove to him that I'm the toughest of the tough when it comes to the friggin' Shadow Realm, and you're getting in the way of that.
She's going to sick crunch, big munch. In order to get what I'm trying to go for here, I guess I would best describe it as this.
Yeah.
Where the fuck is her sheet? Where did it go? Boy, what happened?
As you're looking for it, he looks at you. Good luck with that, even if you get past me. That old man's stubborn as a mule.
Oh God! Man, you're a donkey. You know.
Just answer.
All right. So we're gonna do this, and by God, we're going to spend 1 stamina to forcibly reposition targets she damages with this that are 3x3 spaces in size or smaller, slamming them into the ground in an adjacent space to her for an additional 2 damage, and in the process knocking them prone. Oh yeah, Voya, and we're gonna continue the fucking combo. This is 1 stamina per continuation. Right?
I'm waiting for Roll20 to update, because I can't see those additional rolls yet.
It's 17, 19, 18, now 10.
Okay.
So just tell me when to stop, basically, okay?
Well, he is gonna throw his fucking hammer at you.
Oh, that's fair enough, dude. That's
so bad.
fair enough.
Why does he?
But-
Wow, yeah, you know what?
The only issue is she has to have a good meal, Betty.
Yeah. He sees you open your mouth as he's about to throw his hammer, and he's like, probably not for the best that one. And stops.
All right, so currently we're at 10. You want me to with the slammies? Want me to keep
I
going?
think that's good enough.
All right. That's 4 stamina from me, baby.
Yeah. Especially considering you did crit, but Gavel's explicitly kind of very heavy and hard to move.
Yeah, kind of big, yes.
Yeah.
Alright. What else is there? How much damage did that deal total? I need to add those to my frenzy stacks.
Let's see. Because this is purely physical, right?
Yes. Oh god, it is.
So it is 10.
And you can scale the damage as it goes.
Yeah. The slams aren't gonna do anything because of his damage reduction.
Jesus.
Alright.
Right.
To be honest, but then 6. So he took 10, then 4, and then another 4. And then I'm gonna say 2 and then 1.
Alright. So that's 2 frenzy stacks for her, baby.
He coughs up some blood.
There's the whip crack sound effect as she flips him off. And my final current act, as Voya, is going to be Shadow of Greatnessing and creating a shadow vortex on top of his ass that will be it's gonna be Sick Crunch Big Munch. How about let's keep it up. So the people in here take a little, I think it's 3 true damage. You know how it is. And then
I'll take that.
that's a surprise tool. It'll help me later. However,
Tough little freak, aren't ya?
Oh,
You can
I'm
tell
not the little freak, mother hecker.
Stink. By the way, boy, you can tell he does not mean that derogatory. There's some level of... I don't know if I'd call it respect, but there's something in there.
This is the real fucking freak.
Stink is going to, they're going to try to do, like, a spin attack to hit Gavel and the soldier. With their little rapier. Yeah, Stink, you go!
How much damage does a Schwem do?
2.
It pokes into him.
Alright, and finally... Guy is going to perform the meta-defining technique of dropping on this man and beating the shit out of him with his wings.
Oh man, I wonder what kind of attribute that attack has.
Oh, it's a fucking mystery, dude.
It does... How much does it deal?
Well,
Oh, I don't know. I don't know Guy's stats.
now here's the thing, right? From what I remember, I believe that Guy typically is a user
A
of
mage.
projectiles, right? Who doesn't
Yeah.
usually do this, right? So like,
Well,
I'd say it
I
probably
do.
does something around 2 damage. Yeah.
Fuck, I should have licked him! I
Yes.
forgot that that's a thing! Oh my god.
Stink is like poking him in the shin. Guy is like awkwardly hugging his giant shoulders, and he stood there completely unfazed.
Yes, my minions, execute this heretic.
I'm going to pass my turn, sadly.
Apollo.
Alright, tap the tank is now over, I believe.
Yes.
Yep.
Tap the tank is over, party.
Okay, just gonna move over here, and that's a +5. I'm gonna blue mind Lyle. He hopefully got us all.
You got him.
Hell yeah.
Okay, heal everyone in the thing for 6.
Yep, so I believe that's Guy, Blasphemy, and Leela.
Oh my god! He's living!
Oh yeah.
Alright. And, yeah, that's all I'm gonna do. I'll
Alright.
save my any times for reacting.
Makes sense. As we get to Harrier, she's gonna use her movement. I'm gonna give her a roll to see if she can manage to. Yep, she'll be able to leap and get a foothold in this sort of jumble barricade here, and then she's gonna aim down. And well, first I should actually try and I should see if she recharges. Nope. So she's going to then fire at this guy, which will hit, and he's downed. So let's do that, and that's her, Leela.
All right, it is in fact Leela's turn. So what she's gonna do is gonna take a step back, really quick, and we're going to set up a cloak of shadows to hide her and everyone adjacent to her.
All right. Unfortunately, this ability simply refuses to roll. Actually, schooling. Wait,
Schooling.
haha! I remembered. So
It's a
this is a.
+5, I think.
6.
+6.
You got it. You got it.
Alright. Creating the McHeckin
The zone.
zone. If that aura can be made, did it not save? I fucking saved that. There we go. If the aura can be made visible in case the others can't see
Yep,
it.
let me do that. I'll also change the color just so it's a bit easier to see on this map.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. And I will be. I'm using it, as bonus action with the thing. And so now, Leela and Apollo and Harriet are all effectively cloaked, so enemies will need perception to see them.
Yep.
And then from that, Gavel is technically in the range, so she is going to basic attack him with advantage from the thing.
Yeah.
Yowza.
So 17 plus schooling.
Yep. That'll deal the damage.
Yeah.
Plus a little bit extra because of
Deal my damage.
insane roll.
And then we're gonna have this guy is gonna go up here. Terror is going to fly over the barrier up to here. And we're gonna do, and Blasphemy is effectively like hoppy a little bit over to the side so that he can see around. And let's get these rolls for their various attacks going, starting with the little fucker, and then Terror, and then last Blasphemy.
Alrighty.
Yo, Blasphemy got a crit,
Blasphemy's poggin.
which his
Hell
deals
yeah.
the most, so that's the good one.
Yeah. How much is each one?
So little fucker deals 1 damage.
So nothing.
Terror deals 3. Blasphemy deals
That's 1.
5.
And is his one?
And Blasphemy's is the crit, so it would increase to 10.
Yeah, but I mean, is it
It's
physical
two,
or not physical?
It's 2 range shadowy blast, basically.
Okay, so his is not physical, so he'll just take the full from that one. He's coughing up more blood.
And that is my turn.
All right. Gavel.
Be a shame if I didn't give my all.
You can give up!
Not my style, kid. He's gonna hop on top of this, hop
Where
down
did you-
here, and look at Apollo.
Hello?
Hey! Don't have anything against you, but you seem like you're more of a putting in the support role, so tactics dictate it should be you. I'm gonna hit Apollo with Judgment Slam.
Marbles at his feet.
Roll my marbles.
I am going to spend 2 charges.
Alright. Barrier Reef at his feet.
This will reduce it, but I'm gonna spend his last charge.
Alright. Hit him with water.
Jesus Christ. Alright.
Those last 2 are supposed to have a +4 as well.
Yeah. Alright. I am gonna say... I'm gonna say he's, not gonna take any damage from this. But his attack is now going to be, the normal effectiveness.
Okay.
So this will be 9 damage to Apollo, but it will have an additional 10 knockback, slamming you this way.
Okay.
And just so you're aware of everything that's happening on this, I will once again post the extra bit, because this deals a 5x5. This is a 5x5 area. So everyone else, I'm gonna say, because of how much Apollo's reduced it, is gonna be taking 5. Everyone except Voya and Terra.
Alright.
So
I'm
yeah.
also gonna try and take his hammer with me.
I am gonna make him spend extra stamina just to make his fucking hands like grip onto the thing stronger, especially since they act as receivers for his hammer anyway.
You're making this man's life a living hell.
Oh, trust me,
Apollo.
you are.
Apollo out here like anytime hell.
Yeah. So I'm gonna say this throws him off enough that Apollo, instead of 9, you're gonna be taking 7.
Alright.
And
Take
everyone,
those.
everyone, he's gonna be pulled 1 space, which is definitely a feat. So now Guy and Stink aren't getting hit.
They don't call him old Lieutenant One Space for nothing.
Yeah. So Blasphemy, Leela, and Harriet are still taking 5.
Yep.
Alright, I will have Leela Shade Step.
I did not know he had fucking 4 anytime.
Yeah, he does.
No.
Ooh,
That is
no.
Now I hate to do this, but it's what Voya would do. We're going to do a little bit of shadow manipulation to basically play jump rope with Harrier.
Now, when you say play jump rope with Harrier, can you explain?
Jump so that the ground slam doesn't hit.
This is a ground slam.
Oh.
He hit Apollo with the hammer, and this created a shockwave out of the impact between Apollo and the hammer.
Then just away.
In which case, here's my thinking.
Yeah.
With the nat 1, yeah, Leela just takes it full force.
This thing's gone though.
Yeah. Leela takes it full force. Voya, you managed to pull Harrier slightly away, but she still is hit, and is, I'm gonna say, gonna take slightly, very slightly reduced damage, as she is sent kind of in this in-between, her like arms skidding into the water here.
Do it!
She makes the chopper face.
But you did reduce the damage, so.
Yeah. Let's see. How many spaces did Apollo travel? Because it was. Yeah, that's about right. I'll say that you don't take anything extra for hitting a wall.
Alright.
If you hadn't reduced it so much, then I would have made you take extra. He kind of looks like you are a bunch of tough. Well, don't really feel like swearing in front of the kid. He's gonna throw a hammer at Leela.
I'm gonna ask you to make a perception check because of Cloak of Shadows to even know that she's right there.
You know what? That's completely fair. He's gonna rely on his very good vision, which he does have. It's in his talent.
Yeah,
We'll see if he makes it.
Okay, he can see her fine.
Yeah, he's gonna throw a meal knight at you.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that action. Deals 2 whole fucking damage.
Yo,
3
2
shock.
Full damage.
It comes back to him, and then he's gonna fucking smack it, and he's gonna try and take out. Yeah, he's gonna spend 3 stamina for this. No, it wasn't. That's not 3 stamina. It's 2 stamina. Haha. To try and smack the hammer again, but this time through. Yeah. I don't know if I can reach Apollo. Hold on. Let me...
Also, there would have been this under him.
Oh yeah. What? Yeah, you're right. Let's see. Yeah, no, I can reach Apollo. He's moved forward a space, so it would be here. Yeah. He's gonna this time smack it at Apollo. And I will roll this again. This is only meaning 2 damage, but it's important to note, and I'll roll Mule Mighty for this. That's a crit. This deals 5 damage to those adjacent to, or within 2 spaces of him, which is Guy, Blasphemy, and Leela. This is not affected by the crit. So Leela, Blasphemy, Guy, and this Barrier Reef are taking 5, and then Apollo, the hammer, he smacks it with his bigger hammer, and it ting, 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 right into you for 4 damage.
Alright.
And I'm gonna say 4 shock. He seems very winded. So I'm gonna cut his turn there. He could keep going, but I'm gonna...
Soldiers, this guy is gonna try and see if he can break out of Gervasio's grapple here. I'm gonna say that's not great for him. This guy is gonna turn around. You think all I can do is shoot you? You're dead wrong. And he is going to kneel down a bit and go for a fucking, like, you know, shoulder tackle and try and ram into you, Gervasio. So let's give him a roll. No, he goes for a shoulder check into you, Gervasio, but you, both with your bulky form as is and maneuvering the other soldier in front of you more, manage to cushion the blow as it's your turn.
Alright, considering I cushioned the blow, right, I imagine basically as he tackles in, Gervasio pushes this guy on top of him. And then I want to, yeah, Mule Mighty has been used again, so I will push them on top of each other.
Right where I needed you.
And I'm going to attempt to, arch enemy Mule Mighty hammer them once again.
Let's see it. And with a slam of your constructed hammer, you boom, swing it down onto them, and they're both out.
Perfect. Now, as much as I would love to join the fight, I'm pretty wounded. I think me taking out 4 goons is a pretty good contribution here.
Yeah, seems like it.
So, also, I'm slow. So Gervasio will slowly begin marching back towards the fight, and that'll be his turn.
Gavel.
Yeah. Let me just check something real quick. What is it? Hold on. Okay. Yeah, Gavel's turn. He's a little far away. So... He's also pretty bad looking. He does not get judgment.
That's a word for it.
Yeah, he's gonna hop up here, and do a jumping slam onto this space to do 9 damage to Voya, Stink, Guy, and Terra.
I think this is the end of Stinkin' Guy. It's been long before.
Not a more famous duo scene since Drake and Dosh.
Stink and Guy. So.
Oh, and this bird here, I forgot about that as well.
Yeah, no, this bird's just gone.
Voya, in response, Voya's gonna go dig a hole.
Dig 'em hole.
Oh shit! And Guy, he can use the last of his stem on to, eye laser Lieutenant Gavel. Roll a 20, Guy, you can do it! No, it's
9. How much does eye laser do?
2 damage,
2
damage.
And it's not physical!
You know, I didn't think so. He takes 2 damage.
Hooray! Voya
Goodbye,
is good, brother.
Stink. and Guy.
No.
They've
Oh.
been killed, and I killed
Boy.
them.
They are eviscerated into shadowy nothingness, and Voya is pissed.
Don't feel good about hurting the kid like that, but
Where'd she go?
did I
Where'd you
pulverize
go?
them? That's not gonna look good on my record. Bonus action, he's gonna throw a hammer at Terra. No.
Terror thirsts for vengeance.
That's it. That's his turn. Voya.
Alright. Voya erupts from the ground with 2 swarms flanking her, baby, because she rolled high enough. Alright, Voya looks at this man, and Voya is angry.
You killed Stink, you killed a guy, and now by the time I'm done with you, you're gonna be the big die. Rhyming is important for villainous schemes, and I will carry on guys' hopes and dreams.
She takes the T-bone. No, wait. Is the T-bone of the steak still there or no?
Give me a roll, Voya. Give me a roll.
Come on, buddy.
I would say it still exists, but it's all the way over here.
Yeah.
Voya gets an idea.
You must take it from its place, as though it Excalibur, and if you do, you will roll the swarms.
One of the swarms is like, yeah, I'm down for that, and goes off. Anyway, Voya turns back to Gavel.
I'm gonna eat your hammer!
She's going to activate this Shadow Vortex, which is Sick Crunch Big Munch. And because of the most recent crit, she's at 77. Jesus Christ, roll 20. You can't keep track of my fucking character's proficiency. She's gone on to one of these bad bitches. One of her pile of proficiency upgrades. It's 7 now, so if she crits, we're in business. Shadow action, Sick Crunch, Big Munch. Bonus action to do that shit. And it fails, so it doesn't actually happen. And I've been joshing you this whole time. Get fucked, actually. Yeah. And then Voya is going to take Gavel, and I'm not gonna fucking lie to you. We're just gonna do it again. Oh, that one's much worse.
Yeah, let me just have a look around real quick. Voya.
Yeah?
You bite into this man. Tell me how you finish it.
Alright, she bites onto Gavel's shoulder, and it doesn't hurt that much. And then from her mouth, there is the barrel of a sniper rifle as she just looks at this man
For Guy.
and fires it into his shoulder.
I don't know who that is. He's unconscious.
Mother friggin' get hacked!
And she just starts kicking the shit out of him.
Get hacked.
Jeez.
Voya, it hurts your feet to kick him.
Ow, 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 ow!
As she-
joins
as
you in
Revenge,
kicking
it
him.
feels so sweet!
As she kicks him, something happens though.
Oh yeah. You kick his body, and it might hurt. It might sound like a cartoonish anvil dropping as your toe gets stubbed against his body. But you do happen to kick something out of one of his pockets that goes spinning into the air, and it's a bada bing.
She like in a moment, her entire demeanor shifts as she jumps and catches it in her mouth like a dog.
Breaking it forever.
Yeah.
Terror is pecking at the
Rumptious.
unconscious Lieutenant Gavel.
He does. He pecks him.
Just casually, you know.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt him enough to deal 1 damage back, but it hurts. He's tough.
And so, before we continue on, story RP wise, congratulations! You got a victory.
Hey,
Oh, that's wonderful.
We don't have the sound in this server. God damn it.
a victor.
Here, I can do it with it's hold on, fucking is it YG?
It's you gotta, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
This, and this, and I mean, Penny Iris, if you think otherwise, feel free to tell me, but I think something like a wah seems fine.
Yeah. I think that's fine enough.
I'm down for 80 flat.
While you're sorting this out, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, so, go and handle your stuff.
Are we full healing?
Not yet. Much like before, I'll say if you're below half, feel free to heal up to half, as you're taking the time to decompress and the future stuff in between combats, you're resting and healing for a bit.
Right.
So, yep, I'll be right back.
So, Lila,
Yeah.
I apologize for the delay on this. I forgot that this was the session where everybody I was writing for is in it. But, you get a funny thing, and I will link you the associated things with this in DMs, because no reason to post all of it. But, Lila, this is a big one. First, you're getting 2 things.
Ooh.
Actually, what are you at? 53.
53.
Okay, you're getting 2 things, but this is definitely the bigger of the 2.
Like moths to a darkness.
Me when I'm Jira?
Yo.
And you can just start yourself at 100 here since you're just now getting it.
Moths to a shadow flame.
I see.
Nice. I get a funny one for combat. Blah blah blah. Top of the food chain. XXX. Crosshair spots a single enemy on the field, and I rapidly perfect my defenses against them. To reclaim his spot as the apex predator, I gain X conquest charges. I can spend them to either A, just get an automatic dodge again, or like avoiding of like a single instance of an attack coming towards me, or I can spend one to make my adaptation succeed, so I don't have to roll for it, and it comes into play immediately instead of after I get hit with it.
Ooh. That's very cool. I did have something else for Leela, but that's very cool.
Oh, I'm sorry. I heard.
It's alright. It's alright. Leela, you get one more small thing as well at 50.
Jesus! That's incredible!
Ooh, that's very good.
Boy is at a flat 80.
Wait, you got? Oh yeah, because you just took prof, right? Okay, all right. I'll switch over to Boya's sheet. Hold on.
I'm sorry. I'm
Boya,
running
you get a decently sized thing as well. This is one of my favorite abilities I've written, TBH.
All right.
Here
Let's
you
see
go.
it.
Xenomorph. Gender fluid? More like body fluid!
Boya's shadowy form is ever seeking to evolve, grow, and change, and she can take advantage of this to morph parts of her body in unpredictable and sometimes useful ways. Not all the time, though. Boy can choose up to 3 parts of her body to morph into strange shadow biological forms, such as growing her long tail, extending oversized claws, giving herself more mouths, whatever she can think of, and she can think of a lot of things. Each change she makes costs 1 and grants her one of the buffs listed below in addition to other utility effects that make sense for the change. This lasts until the end of the next turn, unless she uses this ability again as a bonus action to either morph again or maintain the ones she has. This ability is a main action, but using it even on a failure allows her to use a basic attack as a bonus action this turn if she wishes. Interesting. Very complicated, though. Okay. I like that.
Hey.
Gender fluid, more like body fluid. Voyo, what are you
That's one of my
talking about?
favorite jokes, yeah. I feel like that's such a Voya core thing to say.
As
More
I've
like
moved
body
it...
fluid pisses everywhere.
No, she would never. As I copied it into the Google Sheet, it copied your icon also. Your old 20 icon, so take that how you be. Okay. Got it. Thank you.
And then, yep, that's...
There's gonna be a lot to absorb, okay.
Yeah, both you and Lila got some pretty big ones here.
Yeah.
I'm sad you can't actually change it to purple, but in spirit it's a purple meter, Lila, so you know.
Yeah.
Just so you understand that important detail.
Yeah. I hope
Geeks and gamers, we've obtained the information!
She spits out the hard drive.
What were you saying, Penny?
I was just saying I hope Gavel's fight was fine.
Yeah.
That was good, yeah.
Yeah, no, it was a fun fight.
As you
avenged
it's aesthetic.
As you spit up the flash drive. I'm sorry, what exactly was that?
He dropped it accidentally while I was kicking him.
I kicked my microphone, just like you kicked him.
And look at that! Look who has arrived!
Yeah, heal back to half. Give me 1 second, sorry. You said kick, and I kicked my fucking microphone. Hold on.
Oh, she's disoriented.
This is the power of suggestion. Quick, Soleil, give us 20 proficiency for free.
Is this the part we start kicking? Like...
Dude, no, don't do that, don't do that. Voya will class up. Yeah, no!
Anyway. He dropped it,
Yeah. Like a friggin' idiot.
No. She walks over to Lieutenant Gavel. He's presumably a bit out cold.
Yeah, he's got like the fucking anime sleep bubble.
Yeah.
I thought this was some kind of possession going on, but I'm starting to wonder if it's a bigger conspiracy.
That's what it's looking
I
like.
think that it is in possession. I think he's just a bit of a prick.
Voya licks along Gavel. Can she taste any Shadow Realm residue?
I mean, yes, insofar as, like... You?
He's been around the Shadow Realm.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been in this room, so yeah.
Yeah.
Tastes like slime.
What does slime taste like?
Slimy.
Ryan.
Do I get a reward?
He tastes like muscle and hard work.
He tastes like self-actualization.
I think you're right, Gervasio. She stands back up. Obviously something more is going on here. And some of us on the inside are in on it too, so...
At the very least, if you didn't know about it, that probably means that Citadel is in the clear as well.
I would certainly hope so.
Hey, Harrier! Of the people who work at this base, who do you think is the most person that could be the evil?
What kind of a question is... She, like...
Like I look at you and I think of only the sweetest little cinnamon bun that money can buy from the nearby bakery. And I look at Apollo and I think he's the guy who'd hold hands with another guy. And I look at Gervasio and I think that he'd be green. And I look at all the generals and I think that some of them are cool and some of them aren't cool.
Well, for one,
are there any that bullied children when they were in school?
I think you're giving me a bit too much credit in the cinnamon roll category or whatever, but more importantly, I don't necessarily go around looking to see who's looking suspicious. I wouldn't be able to place any sort of initial bet on anything of who exactly could be behind this, but the one thing I could say is that if it's extending as far as this, she turns to Gervasio, the call from the one kid from earlier, right? This is happening up there too?
It seems like it's happening all over the base. This was some kind of...
It sounded like it was a coordinated attack from what they said, right?
Yeah.
It seems to be some kind of coordinated effort.
And if that's the case, it could just be a rebel faction of some kind that is deciding to show up now, but if they're all the way down here, and it's coordinated with here and up there, and I mean, it's to this kind of a scale, I'm worried it might go higher up than I would first expect.
What could they even need down here? We're completely cut off from the outside, so unless we were, I think we still are.
I think that Mr. Book might have a good idea.
Right.
Yes, maybe there's something else down here. If that Darren the Shadow Williams figure was down here, maybe there's something else going on in the base that we need to investigate.
Yeah. We got that flash drive from him. If this is some big plan, there's no doubt that has something important on it. And like you've been saying, and like they were saying, there's the library they were talking about, which I can only guess is further in. So the least we can do is at least go a bit further in and see if we see it, and from there we can figure out what we're doing. Let's walk and talk.
Yeah. Okay.
Voya goes and re-eats the thumb drive.
It's in your tummy, tum.
It is in the most safe position and place.
You know, if this was a few hours ago, or however long it's been, it's hard to tell. Everything's moving.
Yeah.
You don't know how quickly I would have flipped out if I just saw you eat something important like that.
You did flip out though when I was trying to eat the telescope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's sort of what I mean. She partially deflates.
I told you she'd be more or less well behaved.
Voya tries to turn whatever this is, and I assume fails.
I mean, it is pretty tough to turn. If you would really, really want to put some effort into it, you could start twisting it. Do you want to?
Yeah, Voya wants to show off to the semi-mom right now. Excalishworm and regular Schworm can pitch into.
Takes a couple of creaks, which Harrier sort of turns back around as she sort of notices that it's occurring, and you open it. It's just another hatch to the outside. It's just like water.
What?
And then she face plants in it and drinks a little bit before perking back up.
Scrumdiddlyumptious.
Sessions with Voya are like a dream.
Yeah.
Things just sort of happen and they don't really make sense.
You see, again, the best part is that Voya is paired with Gervasio, Leela, and Apollo, who are all so, so normal.
Oh god, it's a door!
Normal.
was gonna ask which ways do you think we should go, but I guess we're going this way.
Yeah, either way should be fine.
I mean, consider the following. If we went through the right last time, then that means that if it's like a coin flip, then it's more likely that if we go to the left, less bad things will happen.
Foya,
That's not how that works, even slightly.
Foya, have you heard of the gambler's fallacy?
I'm a scientist.
Alright. We'll go through this way.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask Soleil, sorry, if we could switch over to the other theme we have in here.
Oh, you mean this one?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you guys, find yourselves here.
You seeing that faraway Shadow Realm ass looking mother heckin' library stuff?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, some kind of library. I didn't know there
Alright,
was...
geeks and gamers, we're gonna investigate.
I guess there really is a hunt down here.
Yeah.
Foya runs ahead.
Normally, right? Normally we're pretty close to the other side of the base. We've crossed most of it. It would just be a little bit further, and there'd be a sort of gated off section which leads to a, I guess, giant observatory, right? That's pretty much untouched from the previous owner of this place. And that's a bit big, but we're near the end of it, so if there's some old guy that they're talking about, whatever all of that is, there's not much space for him to be left anyway.
Well, if it's mostly untouched, maybe there's something there at the observatory that they are using or trying to get to.
Maybe. Like, to clarify, when I say it's been untouched, we've been in there. It's just that we haven't renovated it. It's mostly the same as when we found it.
But maybe they know something about it that we don't.
Maybe.
Hey, Voya.
Yeah, you go.
So you're ripping through
licking
the
one or
books,
two
right?
that seem like they would taste good.
Well, the impression that at least someone would get as they're looking through these books is largely that they're like, pretty much without exception, they are incredibly old. Like if you're throwing some of them aside and being rough with them, some of the bindings are probably coming off and the pages scattering in places. The parchment is all incredibly ragged and yellowed, and what's on most of the pages are like these very weird like symbols and glyphs and like languages that you do not recognize in any capacity. It doesn't look like it's languages from anywhere on Earth for the most part. There are even, like, mixed in with the shelves, there are even a good number of just like straight up stone tablets and shit like that some brief scrawlings are carved into.
Oh my god, this is so boring. Lila, get over here.
Oh? Yeah, what's up?
Lila, you need to make this unboring.
She like holds out the book that looks the best of the shelf, which looks bad anyway.
Just like place whatever books you want to check out into my mouth as though I am the library.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah. I can keep them safe.
Alright. Well, if you're sure, Lilo's gonna go through some of the various like books and stuff carefully and take any that are like particularly notable and start stacking them to the side.
Every time she looks at the stack, it's the same height.
I mean, they all look fairly notable and unique for one reason or another, Lila. Like, I would guess that Lila would be at least familiar with the idea that, like, some shadow creatures, you know, of course, are, like, more intelligent than just, you know, monsters and will write things down and have rudimentary written language and such. But, like, even if, you know, and I already think that's unlikely, that Lila, even if Lila, like, studied that enough to be able to, like, read any of that, even then she probably couldn't read any of this. It's really, again, like, the overwhelming impression she gets is that these books are, like, held together by dust and prayer.
This is all, like, ancient. No, I can't read any of this.
Affectionate or derogatory?
She has the audacity to say.
Intriguing, I guess. Kind of neither affectionate nor direct. It's just really, really old text that, like, this is barely legible in the first place, and I can't really read the script.
Tell me when you want to vomit. When you want me to vomit them back up.
Keep a couple of these safe for later, I suppose, and let's see if we can find anything we can actually decipher.
Okay.
She's gonna be looking around at the other bookshelves.
To which I imagine it's mostly the same kind of stuff.
Yeah, mostly the same kind of stuff. There's also occasionally, like, small trinkets or, like, antique-looking knickknacks on the shelves, too. Like, nothing that looks like, ooh, that's really powerful, really valuable, but just, like, it's odd, because it all seems, like, vaguely human-like in its organization in some ways, right? But yet, like, it's obvious just how otherworldly it is as well.
Yeah. This is honestly almost feels like someone's home, almost like a personal library that was superimposed onto here.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
We've already been seeing a bunch of these like motions like this on the ground. All of this shadow stuff corrupting everything. Yeah.
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 I mean, what's normally supposed to be like around here in the base?
Well, normally, this is primarily just another pathway to that observatory that I was mentioning a moment ago. This sort of room is, I guess, sort of a rest stop.
Alright.
This is
Can't
not
put that in
normally.
the chat. Lots of ways trying to talk.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to drop it without saying it. Now it's become this whole thing. I'm so sorry. The session's ruined.
Fucking Leela and Lieutenant Harrier talking about the the relics of the Shadow Realm in contrast to the structure of this base. The noble giraffe in the background. Like...
Oh, Scarlet, you're a joy. Just a joy.
Okay.
So, all this considered, there's definitely I'd say someone from the Shadow Realm of a higher level of intelligence than usual. I wouldn't be surprised if it's another Apex.
Yeah.
Probably a little further ahead, I would guess.
I don't know how many more of those I have in me.
Let's take things a bit carefully, because, yeah, we've been going through a lot. So if we're gonna have to fight another anything even close to like that Darren guy was, then we need to make sure we're as prepared as possible.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Oh, right, Harrier! Do you want to make a spooky shadow deal for part of your soul?
I'm good, thanks.
Okay. It'd be with me, so you wouldn't have anything to, like, worry about.
I'm not sure I want to be dealing with any soul matters or anything like that.
Okay. I need to be more tactful when it comes to selling my shadow wares. I understand.
I tend to find you might tend to find most people aren't gonna be willing to just make a deal with a Shadow Realm creature out of nowhere.
But I'm not just any Shadow Realm creature. I'm Voya Vanderbilt.
What would the deal even be? Like, what would they get out of it?
Shadow powers.
Fair enough.
Probably something similar to what I can do. Technically speaking, most of all of the shadow stuff I can do is the result of a contract with a shadow demon. Shadow Realm creature of some kind. It's weird to describe specifically because it's not technically my contract. It was one my dad made at some point that is connected through bloodline in this little gem I have, as she sort of shows the gem that is sort of clipped around her cloak.
Right.
I don't know exactly how it works, but I have access to Shadow Realm powers because of it, and no obvious downsides. So,
Actually, can I take a quick look and investigation at the little friggin' guy?
yeah, sure.
Gervasio just vanishes, dude. File not found.
No, wait, why is it not? It was...
Okay, so it's not just me that's not, like, uploading the image.
Just like
Actually, if you squint at that not loaded symbol, there's a little bit of green in there.
The image was this. This was the image. This was the ice. It didn't want me to post it.
Man, that ocean blue sure looking a little strange.
Blue is looking a lot more like green right now.
Oh, you guys. Oh, guys. This is why we do it.
Yeah.
Zanza, that PNG is still broken for me. Let me see if I can get an apt replacement.
Why does it say blue? Why is it?
She fucking code shifted it. All right, we gotta.
What do you mean? Let's get moving.
Fucking dead. Yeah, sorry. Let's safer work at catchy that shit. There we go. We are moving beyond.
All right. Zen.
Yes, we're okay.
Alright, hand it over, buckaroo, but in, like, the cool way.
Yeah, you can take a look. It's not...
Alright!
It technically can't leave my person for long, it'll just work back to me. But...
Uh-huh.
I would like to roll for something.
Do you know who, did the whole friggin' deal with, whoever did the crystal?
Oh, I have no idea. I didn't even know this gem existed or anything about it until after my dad passed, so...
She gets a bit more of a serious expression. Walks over to the little pool and, we're gonna... Just for a little bit. Just for a little bit. She takes the crystal just for a little bit. looking it over. It was a theory that I had. But looking at it now, indeed, the idea, the thought, creating creatures of the Shadow Realm. No other aesthetic choices. They're not quick. They're not... It is creation. The object that you hold. It is the understanding of the place it comes from. The feeling that an architect has when they walk through a building of their design. Her head shifts a little bit. To a point it's at a 90-degree angle.
Saxavine is a name whispered, not one said, before she was... What's a good word? Ousted. I can feel it. Something about this. Something about the way it's primal, something about the way that I can't truly understand it, the way that it feels like I'm looking into an infinite abyss. It's from her. How did your dad communicate with her? Was it before or after she was gone?
I said, I don't
She
know.
reels back suddenly.
Sorry. Semi-possessed there. That was real bad. 1 second, let me get out of the shadow pool.
As Voya's doing that, Harrier like leans into like Apollo whispering with like, you know, the sound as she like goes in, right? Like, 2 questions. 1, how does she do that with her voice? Do you know?
No. I just kind of go along with it.
Question 2, what the hell is she talking about?
I think whoever wrote these things out, may have been doing some bad stuff.
Puts a hand to her chin. Got it. Voya, Leela, Gervasio.
Yes, hello?
Yeah.
We should probably
Yes.
Get a move on, just to at least scope out the rest of things and then come up with a plan for attack.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yep.
Sorry, I got a little bit distracted and a little tinier bit possessed. I hate it when that happens.
That just happens to you?
Only when I look too close at that old thing. I hear whispers. Like how she misses me and shit.
Then we better stay away.
I wouldn't
Alright.
worry
Wasn't
about it
bad.
too much.
It was like getting hugged by a long lost by like your aunt.
I've been,
know?
I mean, I've been using this thing for a while, and it's never affected me before. Although it didn't used to glow like this.
A little
Oh.
window like that could lead to a larger possession later.
I wouldn't worry about it.
It's my job to
It's-
worry about it.
I'd describe it a bit like a pinpoint. Like a window that you can not see into, but someone else can see out of. Like one of those old friggin' police things, but it's... You would know if it would get larger. Promise.
And as Voya says that, we continue moving. There's a tiny bit more walking down this hallway. But eventually, it takes a bit of walking. But down in the distance, you're able to see something which Harrier would be able to note is certainly not normal. At the end of this hallway, there appears to be a massive and incongruous with the base's structure in terms of its material door gateway, constructed of partial stone and other materials which Voya and Leela would be able to tell are Shadow Realm in nature. And in front of said gate, they can't see you currently. Or at least, it doesn't seem like they can. They're not reacting to you. However, down this hallway, you would be able to see, in front of the door, a big set of Shadow Realm creatures. And with this sight here and now, as you process exactly what's going on here, and you presumably take a moment, kneel down to rest and think of your next plan of attack, we're going to leave this group off here for now.
Yeah. All right.
So, for anyone, say, Moomin, thank you for playing. Feel free to come and go as you please. For Zanza, as mentioned before, feel free to dip and break if you want. Sam, you're streaming, of course.
Yeah.
But, and similar.
Sam and Scarlet, you can't go anywhere.
Yeah, you're stuck.
I'm through line.
As we are going to jump to another group. Let's go back here. Let's go and grab, why not? Let's, you know what? I feel like doing this one. As we cut back, to the group of Venus, Kanaho, Graves, Villanelle, and Co. I'll ask, are you here, Drake?
Hello.
Hello. Are you here, Kakapo?
Well,
Sure, I'm here.
Okay. Got it.
My mic was doing that funny thing again. I need to get a new laptop. Old news. Continue.
Understood.
Right.
And then, are you here, Roche?
Yeah.
I see you're typing. Okay, yeah.
That was
All
me
right.
hitting my mute button.
Okay. Everyone is here. And
Wah.
unless there are any complaints or requests to the contrary, right? We are going to be starting out back in Malmagia's foyer, where you last saw, or where you last separated from Delta, Tracy, and our good pal Hobby. Unless there are any opinions to the contrary, we're gonna start there. As going once, going twice.
All good. Let's go.
Here you
It's
are.
Carl Goodman.
And I will say to all of you, as you take the time to walk and decompress after that situation, as well as re-entering this room with which you had already set up some level of fixtures to patch yourselves up, feel free to heal back up.
Oh, God.
My stamina's outdated. 49.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Feel here.
It's all good.
By this point, the dragons and gargoyles have resituated themselves.
As you would enter, Delta would, turn around immediately upon hearing the sound. There you are. How did everything go?
She's been vanquished.
One down, officer.
One at a time, please.
All right, well.
Venus and Graves sit for a second, wondering who's gonna go first, and
then
Kanaho speaks
Kanaho
up.
cuts in. So, considering they've just parried each other, effectively, we fought her, beat her up. She managed to run away, though.
I doubt that she'll be a problem in the future, though.
And if
It's
she
just kinda-
is,
Yeah.
if she does pop back up, then I volunteer myself to go handle her in the future. Hey, Abby. Place his hand on their head. Now you can go, Kakapo.
I was just gonna say, like, as soon as Konoha said, oh yeah, she, got away, he just sort of glanced at, him and Venus, like, yeah, but just sort of turns back to Delta, and all that. We received word from Malagrano, as you probably heard from him, there's a greater level of coordination going on. He's starting to send more people to do certain things.
Right.
And our current mission objective is to rescue Midgard.
Understood.
While there are other people around who could do it, we have defeated our own Apex and, well, I only speak for myself, but I believe that since we've defeated someone like an Apex, we won't have anyone tailing us during this event, therefore we're in the best position to do something like this.
He's a strategic linchpin.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course. Plus, I'd rather not leave one of my lieutenants waiting.
Yeah.
Hey, while we're gonna be setting out to do that real soon, I wanted to ask, Kanaho puts a hand to his chin. Did anyone investigate this place for anything of use? I remember when we were first coming in here, they were talking about, or rather, Globehead over there was talking about books somewhere in here that could be of use if, he wanted them.
Delta turns around. Tracy and I have done a rudimentary scan. For the most part, everything seems cleared out.
Got it. Probably something else then.
In which case, if we're on our way to get to Midgard, let's not wait any longer. Tracy.
Yes.
She
Right.
turns to her. Henny?
Falls over.
I was muted, sorry. Yes?
Do you want to come along with us, or would you rather stay here?
I think I should probably stay here to keep an eye on things, if I'm honest. It would probably be better for me to have for there to be a base of operations, I suppose.
Right. If we encounter any soldiers along the way, I'll tell them to head up here to help you.
Yes.
And similarly, yes.
And yes, please tell me if they find Miss Sakura, either of them.
She nods.
Will do.
Graves, can you keep your Cyclops here?
So I was gonna ask this. Is this the one that I left in here, or the one that I made during the Malmagia fight?
This is the one that was left here. I'll be honest, I didn't remember exactly if that was the same one or not, so I kept it with one. But she was referring to this one primarily. But if you'd keep the other one around, it could be here. So.
It's only got like 2 stamina, but yeah. Yeah, this one looks a bit weaker. I'll leave both of them in here, especially to keep an eye on our friend. They both loom over the conscious body of Sergeant Oz.
Imagine waking up and seeing that.
I mean, I'll be honest, right? I know that guy's a sergeant. He was threatening. Honestly, I think we need to put the bullhead over here also. I don't think I can feel comfortable with them being in different positions and the Cyclops being here and not there. That guy was a fucking asshole.
Soldiers, move it.
Yeah.
Him, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah, they get to work.
And they get to work.
Yeah.
Speaking of, Tracy, you have de facto control over them since you are sitting here. You're the commanding officer. I need to like explicitly say that. They're like proper soldiers, you know, a little bit, sort of. Yeah. Command them, do whatever. Hopefully they can keep this place in relative peace.
Yeah.
Just
coming with
just right
Citadel?
over him.
Yeah.
And with that,
Graves would.
Yep.
Yeah, I think just before we officially set out, let's not take too much time after this, but Graves would want to ask Delta one more question.
And that is entirely fair. I will say, and we can do this before we move it out, but you're gonna have plenty of time to talk and RP with each other as you guys are walking back. So don't worry.
Sounds good.
But if
Thank
you have something
for
you want to ask her before we
clarifying.
leave, then yeah.
Yeah. It's, as long as before we encounter anyone, it is more than fine.
All right.
I have some things to say to some people, so.
Yep. I mean, we'll have the time to do it. So with that, really quickly, you guys, I'm just gonna real quick for my own sanity, briefly bunch you guys up because I did pre-set up the maps before, but Roll20 is doing some jank as it is one to do. So I'm just gonna
to a small funny extent, I imagine Kano would be like, "Hey Tracy," or "Hey hey Specs, how was Hobby?"
Yes.
You end up giving him all that fruit?
Give more like they took the rest of it while I wasn't looking.
Sounds like he doesn't really have a preference. Yeah, okay, we're gonna have to talk about that. Thanks.
No problem.
You're doing good work.
I know. I always do good work.
Confidence is important. Full stop.
Yeah. So, again, if anyone has anything in particular they want to say, feel free to keep talking. But you guys start making your way back towards where from Melagrano was telling you all and informed Delta, and she knows the positions of things in the space, towards the northwest security intersection. So let's go ahead and this will be our starting walk back.
Damn, I actually wanted to start up a conversation where it's just like, "Oh, hey, Anatomy Golem, what's it like being made of meat?"
Well, there you go.
Oh, damn.
There you go.
Just
that's what
shit.
it would happen.
Like a whole like fucking meatloaf on the ground.
That's what noises they would make. But just as Konoha says that, and like they're heading out, filing out of the door.
No, that's a joke. They wouldn't do that.
Explode then. Yeah, then die.
Set it
But as
down.
everyone's like filing out, Graves will just quickly establish Delta. Before we encounter anyone potentially, considering Haas's betrayal and all that, and well, from what Venus said about their conversations that she observed, he's taking orders from a commander to do this, and we saw that as well. I want to ask you, what other important soldiers of significant rank, sergeants, lieutenants, I assume there are no colonels or generals here, but better safe than sorry, any of them that we haven't met? Who else is stationed here, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, there are a fair few other sergeants. There are some lieutenants. She taps her chin. For instance, I believe that currently Lieutenant Gavel is here somewhere. I'm not sure exactly where he's stationed today, but he should be here And there are various others. She crosses her arms. I believe
Hey.
Orion Wargrey is here today. There's obviously all of my lieutenants, though we already know them.
And you're confident they're on the good side?
Almost certainly.
Wonderful.
Don't feel afraid to spit out some names. I've done a little bit of preliminary research on the U.S. military. I might recognize them, and that could be crucial. So, especially any like lieutenants or anything like that, that would be helpful. But
well, she thinks for a moment. Many of them are under the jurisdiction of other colonels here, such as Dragonov, Foster, what have you.
Damn it.
But as mentioned, there's Lieutenant Wargrey, Gavel. Let's see. She's thinking.
yeah.
Ugh.
I can't seem to remember the one we haven't met yet. What?
That's crazy. Yeah. I mean, feel free to keep moving.
Yeah, where are we going? To the left?
On
this map?
If I remember correctly, either way should work fine. I'm pretty sure everything leads to the same place. This is like the computer lab or whatever, right? He kicks open the door. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
While you're thinking about that, Delta, can I raise an odd question?
Sure.
Now, in a world where, I don't know, superpowers didn't exist or something crazy like that, this would be a bit more of a logical, reasonable question, but do you think luck exists? In a sort of grand scheme of things, so long as it's not being manipulated kind of way?
In a sense, certainly. She crosses her arms. For one, your establishment has had some strange run-ins with figures, but even disregarding that, luck is at least a concept that how shall I explain this? Is someone
It's
fated
complicated.
to... he's stretched for some reason, Is luck something that someone is destined to have, good or bad at all times? That, I don't believe. But, as a concept, you can get lucky. You can also get unlucky. Any plan or strategy, as foolproof as it may seem, has any number of chances to have any number of small, seemingly insignificant things crop up unexpectedly, and that can either be good or bad luck, depending. It's something you always have to account for.
Right, of course. Can I have one of your guns? Because the moment that you split off from the group, it felt like things were just a little bit unluckier, and I'm just feeling particularly superstitious today, ever since I found out that Boy is here.
What do you mean?
So...
Knock, knock!
You know the Vanderbilt, I'm sure.
I can't get through here. I can't get through. Spider, the door is closed. Okay, never mind.
I brought you across with my special spirit power.
Mr. Spider, I'm stuck.
Yeah. No problem. It's my special.
Not again!
Before I was Mr. Spider, I was Mr. Door.
Seems like a bit of a downgrade.
Shut your rotten mouth.
Anyway, continue, Scarlet.
Yeah.
So, you know the Vanderbilts, I'm sure? You know the youngest?
I
as
believe
of...
there was Virgo.
Not that one. That one's more recent. and I didn't meet her, so I'm really,
That one's
really,
more recent and
really
therefore younger.
confused. Point is, and then if you go a fucking step up from that's Enev and Voya, the like 10-year-old one. She's here, and I don't know why. I assume that she wanted to hitch a ride with her sister, and she apparently is in the underwater base portion, and she apparently is not doing anything explicitly evil, but this, you can understand why I'm a little bit peeved.
She's not working with the cult, is she?
It doesn't seem so, but I'm not there to look after her and make sure that she's not. I just got word from Melagrano, who... Was it Gervasio that's dealing with that? And I just... You don't know with kids, especially not kids who are determined to be evil one day. And I just... I'm fine. I'm fine.
On one hand, this is what I was talking about. Luck, unforeseen circumstances. Even outside of any of whatever all this is, one of your sisters managed to sneak in alongside you. Is she working for the enemy? Or is it just a harmless prank? I don't know. I don't know what side of luck we're on right now. But...
Fair enough.
We can hope that she's playing nice. Assuming that Melagrano wasn't stating that she was doing anything, we can at least go under the assumption that she's working well for now, but it would be best to keep an eye on her, especially if she's a self-proclaimed villain.
She has ties to the Shadow Realm also, and so there's... yeah.
Yeah. What's up?
Hand.
Hand.
Holds out hand. Hand.
Hand hook car door gun.
Yeah.
Alright, Hobby. He sets a hand on Hobby's head. We're gonna hold off a little bit. Alright? We're gonna teach her a little bit of restraint. Hold out for a little bit. You'll get a little more fruit. Alright?
He continues grumbling.
Listen,
dog.
You're strong. You're stronger than your need for fruit. All right.
This is Soleil's dream job.
Yeah.
Make noises.
Yes.
Make noises, eat fruit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And as we continue moving on, and Kanaho and Hobby are handling that, of course, we're going to keep moving, but let me bring you here.
We cut to a different group.
Boop. So, Spider, turns looking over to Villanelle. Millie Vanilli, what's up?
She kind of seems out of it for a moment, and then kind of like slowly looks over, not completely sure that someone has called her, just kind of vaguely in that direction.
Villanelle.
Oh. Yeah, what?
Hold on, does someone have like a sync going?
Sorry.
I can hear the underwater bass from here.
Yeah. I was just curious what's going on, Hey, making small talk, we got plenty of walking distance.
I mean, not much, just thinking,
Yeah, I've done plenty of that.
Yeah. You're feeling any better?
She takes a few steps forward and sort of lifts up a hand, and the lexical sparks sort of begin to coalesce into the form of a page. And it's kind of there, but it's definitely not what it usually looks like.
mean, kinda.
I just meant generally.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I guess.
He rubs the back of his head. Villanelle. He just sort of like said, not necessarily like asking for her attention necessarily, more like just tossing over the name in his head, like, yeah, no, that's, sorry for calling you Archie earlier. I heard Archivist and I just sort of shortened it.
They look.
It's nothing. It's whatever.
I mean,
It's
a
kind of-
person's proper name is their, name that they want. I use shorthand sometimes when it's to be, friendly-like, but I realized we weren't really on that level.
They kind of narrow their eyes at you when you say that, and then just sort of
Not
look
as
forward
in,
again.
not as in I don't think you're my friend, as in I didn't know if you were comfortable with it, is what I meant.
No, I just.
They kind of look at the corner as Graves is passing.
I mean, if that's the case, the shorthand you gave them was kind of insulting.
Oh, yeah.
I was going to bring that up, actually.
Jeez, what the fuck?
Yeah. Great, like, he almost, like, perfectly walks backwards. Kaunaho?
Yeah?
Guy who likes to hear himself talk a lot is a terrible nickname. It is way too many syllables, and while you could be stating it, you could be attacked. And plus, it is undescriptive.
I actually didn't say a lot.
Don't worry, Kaunaho. I think you got it pretty down pat. Pretty accurate, if you're asking me.
You know.
I mean,
Now,
there's nothing wrong.
Magic-
There's nothing wrong with like talking.
No, but compared to Malmagia's misnomer, guy with hat, that one's more descriptive and quicker. It's better.
Well, if we're going under that sort of line of logic, Spider like taps his own hat. It's actually a little non-specific. I'm wearing a hat. You could classify. Is that like a crown? Looks to Kaunaho.
Yeah, it's a crown.
Yeah, a crown.
Mm-hmm.
Hobby grabs a fistful of dirt and puts it on his head.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, would you look at that? Now there's four
mean
guys
my-
in our group with hats.
My like second idea was like military man, but that felt even more vague.
I mean, here's actually the best name of all. Graves. That's my name. So.
Yeah, I figured that one. After.
It is one syllable, so it works better. But if you want a nickname, I'd recommend working on that.
Graves is short. Villano's fine.
Yep.
I'm not gonna die over 3 syllables.
Mm-hmm. But you might over 5 or more. As he continues, he also kind of, where are we?
I'll shift ping a second time.
Yeah. He also kind of turns over to,
Sorry.
Did you have something to finish off that conversation with? Because I was just gonna...
Kaunaho was just gonna ask, was that like what you wanted to say earlier?
I was gonna briefly touch upon it, but no, it's something else a little more important. It's whatever. But quickly...
Well, if it's a little more important, it doesn't feel like you can go.
Yeah. No, just... We're moving. We can find a... Just... Waves hand points to Delta. How's your, Do you remember any other names and potentially what they can do? Just in case.
Memories. He looks over to this spot.
I was thinking it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Man.
remember when that thing nabbed you.
Yeah.
By the way, guys, there's like things on the ceiling that are hard to see, so be careful with that.
I think I'm gonna be fine.
Eats a rock.
No, like they aren't like the eels. They jump, they like slide down and grab onto your head and bite you like a lot.
Just reabsorb the freaking soldiers. No, that's not the soldier.
What is that? Enemy!
Something dropped down from the ceiling. No.
Venus slowly turns and makes the 3 mouth.
Yeah.
I was and I was Voya, and you were Phone.
Yeah.
Let the soldiers get hit first.
Yeah. But speaking of memories, Delta, is there anyone else you know who's stationed here at all? I can... Theoretically, if you want, I can name a few not generals, but U.S. soldiers that I know the names of, and you can...
As for who I know of any
Confirm.
sort of note that's here, none of them have epithets, none of them are necessarily inscribed of the ones that I'm aware of. But they are competent enough, they are lieutenants after all. As mentioned, there's Orion Wargrey. He specializes in, I suppose, quick, close quarters combat. There's, I mentioned Lieutenant Gavel. He's a big guy, hard to move around. There's Lieutenant Rayner. She's a bit of a weapon specialist.
She? No, sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, women.
Women. There's Lieutenant Oxford. They should be... Again, similarly, I'm not sure precisely where they are stationed right now. I was handling much of the preparations on my end, on my lieutenants and what have you, but everyone was sort of working to put this together. Presumably, they've similarly been set to act in stations, posts for the tour or working on other things. Some of them were probably down here, either as sort of a in case the tour went down here situation, or maybe somewhere up there got knocked around. I would have to presume that many of them are walking around, much like we are, trying to figure out what's going on. Maybe they've encountered one of the other groups.
Yeah. I don't imagine... Of the famous guys that I know about, and who participate in stuff I'm familiar with, Habakkuk doesn't operate around daybreak, so I don't imagine he'd be here. Any one of the Dixons might, they're kind of around. Graves is just sort of like thinking, looking over to Delta. Don't know if Garrick would be, or just sort of thinking. Kind of points, looks at her. Red might.
I
don't-
presume you don't mean of the Regent variety, so...
No, I'm with 2Ds. They were just sort of like size.
I think my mom's talked about
was-
Red before.
The region or this one, because
This one.
yeah,
Whatever.
they're the they were. They're a veteran of the race war, parentheses, the war involving race cars, parentheses. They kind of did a lot of stuff on the US side of that.
I will shift
In their
Bangor.
involvement. Yeah. Don't know if they'd be around here. I have encountered their militia, because I was around that area when the war broke out. But
Right.
they could be around here. might not be.
Well,
But yeah, if that name or any other name sound familiar, that could actually be crucial.
familiar is one thing. I'm aware of
We're
most
stationed
of
here.
these. Well, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm aware of most of the people you mentioned. To my knowledge, none of them are stationed here. But she crosses her arms. I've already been surprised plenty of times today. So,
Venus, attach yourself to the fucking grid, please.
and
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
if there's, we already know there's some sort of coup attempt going on, or something of that nature. So if
Yeah,
someone was
yeah.
brought in to do something, that certainly would not be a surprise to me at this point. At least not
Yeah.
more than anything else.
Snaps looks. Kind of like Snaps. Volta? Is that a name? Again, probably familiar, but are they stationed here?
Definitely not.
Okay.
Alright. I would like to... a flashlight can be constituted as a weapon, right? You think? He can beat someone over the head with it, right?
Yeah, you could.
I mean,
I think that
By that logic, a lot of things could be weapons. So.
I'll be real. I think that specifically the crazy fucking flashlights that some people decide to make, and some flashlights with incredibly high lumen, which are commercial products, are probably weapon-based or weapon-like, but it's hard to say whether they can be real weapons. It is a weapon attachment, though.
May I... That's true! Can I, get myself a flashlight?
Yeah, you can get yourself a weapon that has a flashlight attachment.
I'm fine with that. You know what? She
It can be a
doesn't...
baton. Or a
Yeah,
gun,
yeah. Alright. I think lying plastic is factually the funniest.
Got yourself a lying plastic flashlight baton or gun, your choice.
It's like a SWAT rifle with a thing, but it's airsoft because it's lying.
Let's go ahead and increase
Plastic.
your bright light radius to like.
Thank you.
This too much. He rolled kind of low. We'll leave it at that for now.
Okay. This old thing, huh? She fires it. I am a real gun.
Yeah.
Scarlet, are you
It's a
okay?
singular plastic pellet.
Hey, was there a conversation that was ongoing, or can I start another one with Villanelle?
Okay, you can start one. It's fine.
Hey, Villanelle.
She looks.
You're like crazy fast, right?
She sighs.
Well, I mean, at least normally I can outrun my mom's car. With my epithet, I can go faster, but
She sort of like zooms a bit, but like it's fast, right? She sort of disappears from eye for a moment, but it's nowhere near what she was like doing earlier.
Panho thinks for a second. I was just asking, cause well, back when we were in that hallway after fighting Malmagia, I saw something blitz past my senses, and I wasn't sure.
How did I not see this coming?
I wasn't sure if it was like he just teleported in and then disappeared or something, or if he really ran past, but looking at you do that sort of thing. I think I might have an idea in my head of what I saw, but I might need to see more.
They sort of cock their head.
While we
Or
were,
what? Are you
sorry.
like insinuating it was like a person, or?
It was like a figure, not like a I didn't get a good look because it was only there for like the blink of an eye.
But you, Jeffrey Epstein, killed himself.
Yeah? You're just gonna say that? You're just gonna do that right now?
Leave that
Destin,
in post.
from the go, don't worry.
So wait, can I play it?
Well, with that one,
We've been waiting so long. We've earned it.
yeah. No, that's the wrong one.
That's not it. That's not it. We had a Penny had found a theme for us. Don't worry about it. Just keep going.
Just keep going.
I was well, sorry, can you repeat what you said, Drake? I was thoroughly distracted.
I don't blame you.
Yeah. No, trust me, that's alarming news. Anybody would take it to heart. Villanelle looked at Kanaho and was like,
"Are you insinuating it was a person, or?"
Well, I don't really know what it was. It was like a figure. It wasn't like one of the things we've been fighting, which have been amorphous masses or like bugs or like stuff like that. The thing I saw seemed to like, just run, but again, I couldn't see much of it, so I can't really tell, and no one else saw it. Which in some ways makes me feel good, and in other ways feels like bad.
The human emotional spectrum.
she nods.
Well, I do talk with other speedsters online. I mean, it's pretty common for people to be faster than the eye.
She gestures to herself.
I'm nowhere near that fast, but some people can, like, phase or create, just dozens of after images and basically teleport, break physics,
Huh. I don't know, it just takes a second. Yeah, I wouldn't know about that. That sounds crazy. What's that path? Well, actually, no, I'm not gonna cut to that yet, but like, Kanaho would be like, yeah, I mean, I guess the idea of like guys going like faster than that is kind of like small fish, big pond, but like, sheesh. Either way,
Nah, usually the faster you go, it's like one of two directions if you're really humble about it or you're really annoying about it. Because there are tons of people in the forums that just say like, "Oh, what? You're not even FTL yet? Wow, snooze!" And it's a whole thing.
God, that fucking sounds
What the fuck do you mean?
She looks over to Venus.
If you can go faster than light, I imagine that's an exclusive club, and maybe you shouldn't be, like, gatekeeping and girl bossing about it?
Oh, there's a whole thing.
People are gatekeeping running speed. Damn.
Like, there's not many of them, but there are even people who are like FTL plus that it's like, oh, I made my 17 millionth trek against the globe.
Venus fires at the fucking ball through instinct, and it's just like, Gervasio is blue. What the fuck do you mean?
What the hell was that?
Did that go through us, or did that go this way?
That went down that way.
It went like that.
So-
like this.
Yeah, points at Caldaho. So you saw that big red orb, right?
Yes.
Okay, we all saw that?
Jesus.
Yeah.
I saw the big red orb. That was pretty fast.
Yeah, it wasn't him fast though. I mean, I could see that for a good solid like 3 seconds, or not 3 seconds, but like a second, and was like, I got pretty much most of the details down. It just an
So
orb.
not even FTL tier yet, huh?
I guess if we're gatekeeping that ball, sure. But like, I'm not really about that.
Yeah.
Either way.
Was that ball what you saw earlier? I
No,
suppose.
it was not. It was not the ball.
Okay. It was not the ball. Okay. Okay.
No, because the ball was too big.
I see.
But like, I mean, I have it. What the
Yeah.
fuck? Oh, it's back. It came back.
Venus holds out her gun again, just like, no, fucking stop it! She throws it to the floor.
I think the ball heard you, Graves.
What?
The orb has detected that you're attempting to gatekeep faster than light.
When
not.
Venus throws the gun,
It did it again!
All right, I guess we're just gonna have to deal.
Oh
I guess
my
we're
God.
just gonna have to deal with persistent orb. Let's just keep moving.
See, I told you, they're all gloaters. It's just like... It's like that one lady who does the bounty sometimes.
Iris, you were saying?
Yeah.
when Venus throws the gun on the ground, it discharges and says, "DBA has become more serious as time has gone on."
Shut! Oh my god! Do you want to come along, little buddy? She picks it up again spitefully. Son of a fucking bitch.
Though,
So.
on a.
Yeah, stay on guard, everybody. But.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to say, cause hey Soleil, right?
What's up?
Now I want to just ask, do you think it's like fair if Kaunaho puts together something that's really fast? Well, there was that guy I saw who was really fast, or is that too much of a leap in logic? Or is
I mean, no, especially considering you're talking about it right now.
from because we witnessed the meeting of the big guys.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm thinking it may be
Rush?
Mr. Efficiency. Yeah, it could be him, but
Yeah.
I don't really want to.
It goes on for so fucking long.
I don't want to like, make that the final decision until we actually see what it was. Or is the orb still going?
Yeah.
I mean, you don't see it.
Yeah. Let's just hope it isn't him, but prepare for when it is. Let's. Yeah. Not only. I guess. Yeah. Not only do we got all that to think about, but let's quiet down. We're getting. This is around where we woke up, right, Villanelle? Just to get some verification. Looks to Delta too.
Yeah, she looks around and nods.
Yeah, so we're getting into uncharted territory, so let's
Hey,
put finger to lips.
Kaunaho just sort of like leans over and whispers, so like, probably not like here, but like, are there any like, just to like see if there's a connection, like any faster than light orb individuals on the speed forums or whatever?
Oh, you're a. Do you know about the ball too?
She sort of thinks. Well, I mean, Well, the ones that do go, like, gloating about their powers normally, like, just kind of go fast. Like, some people have, like, they've got, like, suits, or they use, like, weird energy, or they just have an epithet. Some of them use, like, ki or whatever. I don't offhandedly remember any that, like, use balls. I don't, like, stake them out and stuff. I mean, I'm barely invited to most of the parties because I'm not fast enough.
How rude.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah.
Actually,
How long did the parties last?
Oh, well, I don't know. Sometimes they're like cons. People will just kind of, click the button, say they're attending, and be there in like an hour or faster.
Probably faster considering the premise of the convention.
Yeah.
They nod.
What do you
Now-
do there? Do they set up like a relay race?
And
God.
we're gonna keep moving, of course. But
Yeah.
as we do, before we shift over to the next map, right? Mr. Spider's just gonna go to like Venus, right? Say, hey Venus, right?
Is it about the gun?
No,
Okay.
I was just curious, right? Because we're in this little bit. We have a moment to unwind and talk for a bit. How are you and Lilin
Yeah.
doing? And with
She's
that,
like-
we're gonna. I love this song, but we're gonna shift off of it as we continue forward to the next
you.
map. Feel free to
Thank
keep talking
you.
though.
Yeah. Mm.
But yeah.
She
Now-
like
yeah.
exhales.
Let me make sure.
Are you sure you want to talk about that?
I mean, if you don't want to, I was just curious. You know, last time I was. Well, I guess not last time. Hey, the
One of
main
the
time I
times
was.
I-
The main time we've talked before was when we went to hell or whatever. So.
Don't remind me in a grand scheme of things kind of way. I just... I guess that maybe I'm a bit anxious that, like, maybe we're just looking for different things when it comes to relationships, because she's really busy a lot of the time, and I'm very physically sort of affectionate, but I don't, you know, I don't want to bring it up to her because she's working on making an entire, like, business, and I respect it, and I want her to follow
Businesses
her
are hard
dreams,
work.
right? Exactly, and I don't want
I
to
would
be
know,
like,
I have plenty of business experience.
I know you do, and I don't want to just go to her and be like, stop it with your business experience, because that's not nice, you know. And I'm just I don't know. I don't want to like bring it up and like, you know, ruin anything or anything. I still like her. Even if we break up and we're just friends, then well, she's a good friend and she's also a good kisser, I guess, but you know, that aspect of my life is not something I am good at. Like, I can punch all of my sisters in the face sequentially, but then when it comes to talking with my girlfriend, all of a sudden it's a bit weird.
Well, you know, from what I've heard, that makes for a funny little subversion of personality. You know, he like sort of like goes and playfully like punches her shoulder. Hey, I'm sure if you want to make it work out, it'll work out. You know, these things are kind of complicated, you know, there's plenty of drama to be had. But, and as he keeps going, Delta holds a hand out towards them. Before we continue.
Venus jumps slightly. You are destined for divorce.
It's lying, you know? It's critically lying about that.
Guess you're stuck with her forever, Bean.
Yeah, guess you're not breaking up ever. You just can't. We can keep talking.
Damage this
thing. We can keep talking, of course, but as Graves mentioned, we're now going to uncharted territory. Not too much longer. There'll be some bit more of tunnels to go through, but soon we'll be to around where I assume Midgard is being held.
Right.
Be on your guard for if any more shadow monsters jump out at us.
Fair enough. Does anyone want this piece of shit, by the way? It's really starting to get on my nerves.
No, I'll take it.
I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make the eater. He's gonna make the eater.
I'm sorry?
What?
I guess you make the eater?
Yeah, it's so how this works is that it's a giant like maw that just he takes the gun and just drops it in.
And this song is back.
Spider said that
Hey, Eater, what are you gonna do? Eat.
All right. Right.
Why
So-
did you make that?
To eat it. Anyways, serious time. Just
Oh,
I
sorry,
snap
serious.
gems, turn the music back,
Okay.
turn the music
yeah,
back
yeah,
around,
yeah,
and
okay, okay.
Sorry.
Sorry, sir.
I guess we just have the eater.
You
That's
have the
really
eater now.
cool. Oh,
Yeah.
Graves. Graves, that was one of the
Yeah.
first guns I ever made, and it was really shitty, but you didn't have to go and give it to the eater.
Wow.
Oh. I can make the fixer later if you want, but
Wouldn't it
that'll be another
more
time.
like- wouldn't it be more like the Vaulter?
That sounds
No, it would
yucky.
be the fixer. Anyways, please. I wanted to eliminate a thread of conversation as we continue talking. Delta, you talked with Melagrano. You've already briefly gone over it, but is there any specifications of how Melagrano described Midgard's situation that should be stated now before anything else? Just so
From
we're
what
all on
I-
the same page.
Where's the Paradox Regicide? I presume in one of your guys' inventory you can pull it out whenever.
Yeah, Venus has it.
Yeah. As for what you're asking, Graves, Delta, turns and well, from what I recall, Melagrano said that Midgard was from Midgard's position. He was walking around this area of the tunnel system, specifically the northwest security intersection. He was around there with a couple of other soldiers as soon as the earthquake happened. Suddenly, something held him in place and struck him from behind. So, ever since then, he's been playing dead, effectively, or I guess unconscious. She continues walking. So, I'm not sure if whoever his captors are aware that he's conscious, but there are captors, and they're probably there still in the security intersection. There's a chance that he was moved, but no, I say that. Specifically, Melagrano mentioned that Midgard was able to tell that he was there. That's part of his psionics. So, he's almost certainly there. Unless there's something wrong with Melagrano's call. Because of the situation, he's apparently been reserving all of his energy to keep himself up and awake. So, he hasn't really been able to see who exactly has him captive. But there is someone there.
Got it. Yes, the information's been stated, but appreciate it. Yeah. Just sort of turns to Venus with that. Is there anything you can pull out that can help?
Are you gonna give it to the eater?
I'm not gonna give it to the eater. That was
Hobby
He
holds
just
out his
looks
hand
back.
after hearing the word eat for the 30th time.
Alright. You know,
He's been very patient.
We've been through 6 maps, alright. So
Shut up.
Kanaho takes some fruit. Gives Hobby the fruit. Alright, there we go. You know, hey, Spider Venus.
Yeah,
It's
what was I supposed to take out?
Oh, Graves wants something from you.
I was just asking, since our grasp on the situation has been refreshed. I was asking if you had anything that would be especially good for the job of infiltration and finding him past all those guards. Maybe something that can scout ahead. Maybe a seeing gun. I don't know. I don't know what you make, but
Well, the only issue is that you have that thing where you play video games and you hold on to every single consumable until like the final boss. I kind of have that with my weapons, so I only do it about once per fight. But if you give me a really convincing like thing, I'll see what I can do. I guess.
Got it.
I.e., if the GMs allow me.
I'll let you go and pull out one more thing, but what are you trying to pull out?
All right.
Ooh, just
I
open
think
it
that what comes to mind is like a little a weapon of some variety that fires out little cameras. Make sense?
Sure.
And let me just. I mean, I roll, so that's why we put it away. But like, it works no matter what because it's the words that are the random. Oof. I don't have the most. Red, able, sweltering, noxious, plant, black, wakeful, forgetful, or chief breakable.
Oh shit! If you have plant black, you can make very hard to see drones that stick there.
Yeah, I was thinking plant black insofar as like they are like little flower drones, you know, so that if anyone sees them, it's like, oh, it's just nature taking its course, you know?
Nature course.
Yeah.
Kind of returning back to what they were saying earlier. So we went back just all the way we came from, and now all the way that Graves, Villanelle, and Delta were from, right?
Oh,
Guess
Graves
so.
died. But
I'm pulling out a new one.
all
Doesn't
right.
it-
Go.
But
Doesn't it bother anyone that we haven't seen Artemis again?
you know, now that you mention it, right?
think
Was
that
she
she
with
handled
you initially?
herself.
Yeah. I think she woke up with me and Venus. And then we went and found Spider, and we went and we were walking along, and we were going up to where Malmagia's lair was. And then, when we made it there, or well, when we were going past a hallway, and I want to ask Penny,
Yes.
would Kaunaho remember seeing Fairy, or is it like?
You specifically only remember someone in a mask because her mask is like a perception eliminator. Yeah.
That's fair. I was just asking because she took off the mask, then responded to Fairy, then left.
Yeah. I think Kanaho would remember. Sure, because like she did purposefully take it off.
Yeah.
Then
I think he also said hi, fairy.
Yeah.
Yeah, because she took off the mask, and then he said, "Oh, hey, Fairy," and then she was like, "Hey, Kanaho, goodbye," like left.
Yeah.
I forgot about that part. So.
And then Artemis ran after them.
Kanaho takes a second. It was. Why am I having a little bit of. Fairy. That was their name. She was with the Shadow Cultists, and then Artemis ran off after her. I wonder what the fuck Fairy's up to here.
Know much about her?
We like met once in like a thing, and they like offered me like a robe, and their vibe was really off, and I was like, "Hey man, look, I'm gonna take your like robe or whatever, but I'm not gonna like do anything fucking weird." And they were like they laughed a little bit, and then they left.
Oh. That's fairly evil.
Yeah, it's fairly kind of suspect, but like, you know.
I get it.
It's kind of like fucked up that they were like. Was it a bounty or was it like a Monarchy Tower thing? I can't remember.
It was a bounty.
Like, I know that like bounty thing is a thing that happens every now and then. It doesn't feel real good to partake in, but like, I tried it once, and like, you know, everyone seemed on the level, and then it was like, you know, Fairy seemed okay. So now to see her here, obviously with the guys that we were fighting, is like I wasn't friends with her or anything, but I have her like thing here with me. I don't know what that means, because now they're like out here doing whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm incredible, and I'll be sending something to the GMs as a funny little joke. Take it how you will.
The number one thing that worries me is that they went... Because we were going south that whole time, right?
No, you were heading north, because that was on your way up to Mount Angia.
I was asking because, we're going back the way that they went, basically. Artemis and Perry ran off this way.
You've been primarily moving south and then west, basically. So you've gone south a bunch, and now you've gone west a bit.
Yeah, and like explicitly, I remember because we were going there, because we were coming up to the Malmagia place, and then, you know, Fairy showed, and then and then Fairy went back the way we came, basically, down another hallway, and then Artemis ran after her and went back the way we came, down another hallway, basically.
These are all extremely accurate statements, yes.
Yeah, and so Kanaho was like, Kanaho just continues like, logistically speaking, I know that we took a while to deal with Malmagia, but we should have passed by some cultists or something, or a sign that they were here, some bullets somewhere, something in the ground. It just strikes me as worrying.
And as you're saying that, Kanaho, you would be able to hear a little bit further down the path, right? Now that you're a bit closer, and this is being talked about, there's a lull where in the distance you can hear down the tunnel what seems to be the sounds of clanging metal and the occasional explosion.
Guys,
Son of
there's
a
something
fucking-
down there.
Ooh.
Yeah, okay.
Kanaho takes the trident out and starts going.
Yeah, Graves like kicks the eater to like spring behind him. In its stomach, you can hear, "Wyoming deserves independence." Graves just kind of looks back at it and then just slowly starts up and then continues. Kind of motioning everyone to get quiet once again, just in case. But
The gun that tells lies is going to haunt me until the day I die.
Let's see.
Yeah.
No, not that track. We'll go with maybe we use this one a lot. How about this? No. I guess we'll go with this one again. Let me go ahead and copy make sure everything is okay. Cool. This. That. Bada bing. Yeah, alright. Now that he's gone, we can continue.
We can continue with the session.
It's very funny, but yes, we should focus.
Yeah.
And not get our stream fucking destroyed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So,
fair.
after a fair bit more running, not the longest, of course. But it is still, you're running down the tunnels for, a noticeable amount of time before eventually, you find yourselves here. And I will shift it.
Okay, Graves. Just for you, okay? Venus crouches and takes the little gun that she got. Let's hope this thing still works. Want me to roll for it?
Clarify, this is camera gun?
Yes.
Sure.
Alright, she's just shooting directly to the left. Pretty good.
Well,
imagine.
You fire. Okay, someone already put it in here.
Yeah.
Yep,
and, yeah. Boop. As it, goes. Attach. Let me... hold on. Because where is this character sheet now? Summons? Yeah. Everybody needs to have control of this, because that way people can see from it. So there's this. Let me give it... let's see. Maybe...
I'm
this.
sorry, I wanted to do the cool thing, and now look at me.
And this.
There we go.
And then let's save this as the default token. That's so cool. Alright, yeah.
And so far, not what you'd expect.
The eater says.
Kanaho, as you step there, right, let me reveal this scene, as, because this right here where the lighting ends, it does go further. Let me just make sure.
That's what I figured. Kanaho's crouching close to the wall, but he's a guy.
As you see this.
It's fucking Colonel
fuck.
Foster!
As
he seems to be based.
As you're looking in here, you're able to see he seems to be struggling against this soldier in another mech. And by struggling, I mean fighting, signs of a struggle. In this case, he seems to be at least noticeably more proficient with the mech use, and he's winning this battle, at least from what is being seen.
Yeah, they're having a No More Heroes 2 desperate struggle.
Yeah. The metal clanging coming from when his mech or the other mech punches and slams into one of the others, knocking them back. Every couple of seconds, one of these shadow creatures will try and jump at these soldiers. Sometimes they'll hit, sometimes they'll shoot them back. And it's seems like there's a little bit of a fight going on here.
Citadel, do we engage?
Almost certainly.
Kanaho just starts going in. He
Understood.
leaps down.
And with that, let me see if there's any track we already have in the Roll20 that fits. Or if I should just... You know what? We can go with this one. As while this is going on, Colonel Foster manages to land one seemingly final blow on the opponent's mech as it tumbles to the floor, its bottom half kind of tearing apart from the upper half, clearly disconnected as there are some occasional sparks flying. Men, hold your fire. As they stop, and Colonel Foster, hearing the signs of something, turns around and sees all of you. There all of you are. Oh, I knew something like this was gonna fucking happen. He stares across all of you and then to Delta. How many times do I have to tell you, Commander Citadel? getting ourselves involved with their group is gonna do nothing but this. The mech's arms wave around. I don't know what the hell is going on. But obviously none of this is normal. Delta takes a few steps forward. You can't blame everything that goes wrong on the individual people here. It's clear that this whole event was rigged in some way. Someone is plotting something and planning it around this. Oh, but you know better than anyone that all of these people don't care how good they are, if they're good Samaritans, how much they've done for the world. They're a hex. They're a bad omen. Anywhere they're going, this shit is bound to happen. And if we're trying to make some sort of force to save the world, including these guys, it's just gonna bring it more in danger along the way. Geez, sounds like someone doesn't like us. As he, Spider sort of walks a little forward, nudging Graves on the shoulder.
Yeah, he sort of like waves, kind of like sort of nodding, and just sort of steps forward. Foster, I presume.
Colonel Foster.
Colonel Foster, yes.
Now,
we're just in as the situation as you are, and honestly, as someone as high as your rank could put together, surprised I have to say this, but right now I don't think it matters much what sort of hexes are about. Something is going wrong, and obviously you aren't on the side that is perpetrating this. So it's in our best interest to actually work together instead of squabbling about.
Don't you lecture me like I don't know that. He growls, the mech whirring in place. Of fucking course you're helping out. That's not what I'm trying to say here. You're all trying your best to play hero and do what it is that we're supposed to be doing here with this agreement, this alliance. Oh, I get it. That's not the point I'm trying to make. If you think I haven't been here trying to figure out what the goddamn hell is going on, you're dead wrong! And as he says that, the shadow creatures scream out, jumping towards the soldiers again. Some of them continuing to fire against them, while some of them encroach closer on this mech. I've been doing everything I can. I woke up here, found a group of soldiers, walked up, grabbed this mech, and found this. Seems like we got some sort of a coup on our hands. He turns around, or at the very least, this soldier ain't following any sort of orders. Everything's going to shit. And I know that none of this would have happened if all of you... And while he's in the middle of saying that, the shadow creatures, which were attacking the soldiers, get shot, skittering, seem like they're reeling back in fear. And then suddenly have an idea, as these hobgoblins all jump towards this mech, and these ruin wings go into this one. And after a moment, what the? They meld into the mech, into the glass casing, and seemingly envelop Colonel Foster and this soldier in this other mech in a shadowy glow.
Oh, god damn it.
As the mechs whir to a new life.
Oh boy.
This kind of thing is inevitable, isn't it? Very well. Everyone, let's take him down. And with that, let's go ahead and roll initiative.
We gotta get him out of there first.
Yeah, I'm on it. Let me grab initiative macro. It's been a bit. On my NPCs unaccounted for list, all that's left is Canehurst.
Yeah. Of course there is.
All alone.
Oh, this is a cool track.
Yeah.
All right. Let's sort descending and then work out any ties. Okay. The only tie is Spider and Villanelle. Do you have a preference, Drake?
Not really.
All right. In that case, you can go first. Yeah, we start with these shade scuttlers, right? This one up top. Oh, what?
Start with combat. Grabbing it from Counter Health. Actually, no. Let's grab it from Mr. Spider. That sounds fun.
All right.
Does he have? Do I get his permission?
Yeah, sure. What? You just taking my skin? Weird, but fine.
Yeah. I've been told. Sorry.
And with that, this shade scuttler is going to try and jump at this soldier. Oh! God damn it! Got through! This soldier, is gonna go down.
Oh no.
He's not dead. He is unconscious, though. As this shade scuttler seems greatly empowered. Meanwhile, the one in the south will do the same. This guy is going to attempt to use a held action to fire at it, since it isn't a crit. And it will partially land. I'll say that it'll sort of be 50-50. He's going to take a little bit of damage, as will the scuttler. And then it would be this and that, which I believe leads it to Venus.
Alright. Venus has some shit on her schedule. So we're gonna do a full move action over here. Venus locks and loads Neptune's lover, and we're gonna see if we can get on top of Foster's.
Okay. Let's see it.
Best.
No, not this time, unfortunately.
Yeah, she just effing misses. Alright. Not quite what I wanted to happen, but sure. We're going to roll for Venusian soldiers.
Yep,
not bad.
You get your
Alright.
normal max amount.
Alright, that's a good 4, baby. So basically, I'm just going to have literally every soldier, I imagine they can act and move and shit.
Yep.
They're just gonna go over here and execute that shade scuttler.
Execute on the 66.
Pretty good.
What is their damage each?
3 to 5-ish. Yeah, that's
I never
what I
learned. I never fucking learned. I keep forgetting. I did it for everything else!
It's fine, there's only one left. Okay, so, in the meanwhile, though, Venus takes the camera gun, and, I'm afraid that bitch is getting weaponized. I basically want to turn it into a, little thing that shoots little mines that she can explode. So, here's the weaponization roll. Pretty good.
Yep.
And then just, the roll to go along with it, where, she can, when she weaponizes something, use it once. We're aiming for one of the rocket pods.
Yep. Yeah, you're aiming at one of the mech's rocket pods, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In that case, it's gonna try and activate energy barrier. Yep.
Fair enough.
As it erects this barrier, the bud is not only blocked, it is just evaporated and sort of disintegrates into shadow. So from the front, I'm gonna say that it's not gonna be a full 14 DR. I think that's a little silly. I'm gonna say 10, which is still silly, but a little more. It's even within the realm of existence.
Bitch.
I don't know. Oh yeah. Then we'll do this. So 10 DR. From the front specifically, the top and the back are currently unguarded.
Get away from it. We don't know what it's going to do. I pass.
As it gets to the soldiers. Oh, thank God you guys are here. As they're all going to try to go from behind. Oh, whatever they did to you, Colonel. As this one is going to try and aim a shot from behind. A shot from behind just whiffs. This guy is gonna fire at this Shade Scuttler. That's gonna hit. Deal this much as it growls. This one's also gonna fire at the Shade Scuttler. That one's also gonna hit as it similarly growls. And I believe that is all of the conscious soldiers as of current. So, Villanelle.
Okay. I have a teensy little question.
Yeah, what's up?
So the barrier says it's directly over top of the body, so it's like skin tight?
It is specifically like, it is partially skin tight. You can kind of imagine it as like an extra layer of like energy in front of it right now.
Okay. It's like a halo barrier thing.
Yeah.
That changes what I was going to do. One moment. The other mech is like, is that like on the ground or getting
It is
up?
on the ground. Its bottom half, like it's the bottom half of its torso and its legs are like detached. It's sparking, but it, with the shadow creatures possessing it, it seems like it's trying to continue fighting.
Okay. In that case, Villanelle sort of, squat on top of the ledge, looks out across the battlefield. They sort of look down for a moment at their hand where lexical energy begins to sort of spark up again, taking a bit longer than usual to form into a fully formed page, but still not quite at its the precipice that Villanelle is capable of.
Okay, let's try and ease into this.
And she is going to hopefully let me open her sheet again because I had to refresh. Use Lost in a Book. Roll 5 actually.
Yeah, unfortunately, you go to set things up, but as much as you are rebounding from the exhaustion, it's still there.
Yep. Normally that just lets me move up to somebody, but I imagine no on a
No,
fail.
not in this case.
Any movement at all?
I'll say you could get to like aligned with Hobby and the Eater, but that's it.
Yep. In which case, just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that's your turn.
All right, Mr. Spider. Oh, jeez, where the hell do we start this thing? You know what? Hey guys. He snaps. Seems like there's another little bugaboo we need to take down. Can you go and handle him for me? As he's gonna try and use a family reunion to summon a swarm of little spiders to attack the Shade Scuttler, all the while paying an additional stamina to, let's say, pull out the Spider Corp brand, I did this in the mask, the Spider Corp brand cartoonish bomb. So he's gonna do that if this succeeds, of course. Which I will get to. Yeah. Looky here. He spins it on his finger like a basketball, as the swarm of spiders just appears from his body, goes to the ground, and quickly starts scrambling over to this Shade Scuttler. I'm gonna say that with the distance right now, they aren't going to immediately do any damage, but the spiders are attaching themselves to the Shade Scuttler. Spider has a bomb. I'll mark that with the bomb icon. And then he gets a stack of reserve webbing. So there's that. Yep, then he's gonna move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's him, Graves.
Well, just sort of like looks at all this going on. Best plan of action is to bore through that thing. Just sort of snaps for a second as he's been doing a lot. They might be able to gunk up the machine works. Let's try this again. The flop! As he takes out the Mr. Spider flesh augmentation and is going to spend that as well as 4 stamina to bonus action manifest the block. Let's do this.
Let's see it.
Come on, baby.
Yeah, you got the flock.
Yeah! I got the flock. I get to reveal the icons.
When I'm movement playing
Don't worry,
one
this
spin.
A 1. A 2. 3. 4. And 5. Unless, yeah, and it's
No, you got
5 is the standard. Yeah. And let's post their little stats. They.
God, I don't like them.
A unique experience, and
You can't just say that.
How intriguing.
Intriguing. Oh yes, someone doesn't like my summons.
Heimerdinger
how
summoning these.
I just don't think Grave should have had summons. You know, like I.
1, 2.
Yeah, you're right.
3,
Big mistake.
4, 5.
It's smaller than the
1,
pancreas.
2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. He flies over Mr. Spike. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And this is the Bowels Brigade. Mr. Graves, when he summons the Bowels Brigade, like.
Yeah.
That's not what they're called. They're called the Flock. And you know what? They're gonna stay. You know what? Here's what they're gonna do. Because Graves is gonna 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, just to arrange them right, I'm gonna subtract a few of their movement to make this work, which is as they're going to collectively like meld together and form like a net, and then just bump Graves as forward as possible, so he can like, because he's a close range fighter, and this is his one weakness, is starting the combat further back. So they're gonna try. They're gonna make it if they try to just bump him forward. Yep.
Yeah. 12. Let's see. Yeah, you can get to like here. Okay. I'll give you one more.
Okay. Yeah, and then Graves, what he's gonna do. So which area of the mech is being
The front.
Core, the front. Well, Graves is kind of closer to the back.
You're actually closer to the front. The back is this way.
I see. I thought it was like.
No,
I guess I was thinking it was facing.
No. So front, the front is like this right now, right?
Yeah.
The areas that are like, open are from above, right? Which is hard to demonstrate in a Roll20, a top-down map, and from behind, which is currently here.
Graves would look underneath. Would that also be an opening?
It's covering like the entire front, right? So you wouldn't be able to like slide something under the barrier. You could go around it, but you couldn't slide something under it. There just isn't like the space to.
Gotcha. In that case, what Graves would do is this motherfucker in range. No, he's not. Well, in that case, I'm just going to main action Dogmatic Strike. Okay. Slipping around and trying to hit it on its side to like find a weak point and opening and analyze it a bit more. Because that's the best I can do with this thing.
Sounds good.
The Eater is going to double move. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 5, if that is. But yeah. The Chekhov's Eater, so, but, let's slip on around and try and get something done.
Chekhov did not own an Eater legally.
Yeah,
please.
I don't think.
Graves owns an Eater. Yeah.
Graves, you quickly sidestep, literally over to this mech's side and jab a hand into it. Kind of hurts to jab your hand into it. It is a giant mech. It's made of metal.
Yeah.
You're best when you're striking skin. However, as someone that has that expertise, right? While it is definitely still metal, the sort of fleshy substances you felt when fighting the Shadow Realm creatures, and in particular the hobgoblins, like say Hobby, right? Who possess this thing, it's sort of like a mix of the metal and their thing, right? Like they've congealed with this thing in some way and possessing it.
In that case, could I potentially scar the Hobgoblin Collective?
it would effectively, and how this would work, it would still count the same as doing it to the mech, but you could do it to the mech, is effectively it.
Yeah.
I
mean,
is
since,
it just one
since
scar?
there's, like, skin... It's just one scar. I'm just saying, since there's just any skin at all, I could probably...
Yep, there's a level of strange skin-like substance that you could scar, yeah.
Yeah, so that'll help a lot, actually, so, yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, that'll be me for now.
Yep. This, and then we get to the mechs, right? Which you can tell looking into the like mech's pilot suit, like the glass, the terminal where Foster would be sitting. You're able to occasionally see him peeking out, sort of emanating the same shadow realmy energy. With this experience, you're able to tell he's almost certainly possessed by the same thing, right? But otherwise, that is every now and then. Usually, the pod remains a pitch black. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to currently move Foster to the GM layer, just so we can see the funny eye. Whee! As this mech is going to...
I want him out of my sight.
What?
I was making a joke of, like, since you believe us, I was just like, I want this one out of my sight, too. Like...
You know what? Since you asked so nicely, you know.
Yeah.
This mech is going to look towards the Eater, the Flock, and everyone else. It's going to go 1.5, and it can pass through you, Graves. Since it's going to roll the stomp on you. That's going to fail. Here, going to roll to stomp on this soldier. That one will hit. It won't be like a shit ton, but it will be a little bit of damage. As it makes it to here, and then it's going to start using its rocket movement actions. So spend 1, as it's going to move towards the Eater, the Flock, and Spider, and is going to go for Heavy Drift. So Heavy.
Yeah, I'm going to anytime this, by the way, just to state that.
All right. You're anytime.
I'm going to swift punishment. Like, Graves can, like, telekinetically activate this on scarred units, which is why I said it would help. Which he's trying to make, like, just all of them seize up in pain and stop the mech from moving. So that's what I'm trying to do.
See it.
Paintbrush. No siree. Submittal.
You want to escalate?
Sure, why not? You first. Thank you.
Yep.
There we go.
Yeah. This thing goes to start heavy drifting into the Eater and the Flock, right? And its rocket movement action gets stunted, as it more so ends up here and isn't dealing any damage to anyone. And Swift Punishment deals 3 damage.
Yep.
And then, I did not, I believe it should be at this. Cool. It's going to use its second rocket movement action, right? This time, to try and ram into Kanaho and Delta. And it can attempt Drift again. But I believe, does the cost double? Yeah. Yep. So, it's going to go again. So this time to Kanaho and Delta. Unless something is done, this is going to be 8 damage to the both of you.
I don't suppose Delta has anything?
No, not currently.
Well, Kanaho's just gonna try and use his aura to, like, try and, like, hold back the mech in such a way that, like, you know, they are pushed away from it as it is coming forward, and hopefully bring Delta along with him.
Alright.
Let's do the roll. I needed to go higher than a 15.
Yo. I'll say that you're able to kind of push against it, but these mechs are really heavy and very hard to move. So I'll say instead of 8 damage, you and Delta are going to take, let's say, 5.
Okay.
As you will still be knocked to the side a little bit, kind of separated here, as it goes. And then, those were just its rocket movement actions, so for its main action, let's see. First, it's going to go for homing missile barrage, which will work. Let's roll the d4 and see how many missiles. All right, 5. So I'm gonna say that 1 will be at Delta, 1 will be at Villanelle, 1 at Kanaho, 1 at Spider, 1 at Venus. So each of these will be dealing 6 damage, unless something is done for each one of them. So,
I will be attempting to absorb that shit with my good pal Impromptu Incorporation. Hey, not terrible.
Yeah. I'll say that it rolled a 17 on this, so you're still gonna take some damage. I'll say including cost. How about 4? But then you incorporate the missile.
Yep. I'm going to incorporate it with my grappling hook.
Okay.
Neptune's Lover, for a reason that I'll get to later.
So, I have a question, right? Because I can't do anything about this, and I don't think staring at a missile is going to make it turn back. However, it does have splash damage, so is this fucker damaging himself like a bunch?
I'm gonna say in this case, no. The idea is that this thing is kind of, like, resistant to its own shit, usually.
Okay.
But, yeah. If you don't have anything, what Spider will try and do is he'll try and, sticky situation onto his missile and send it flying into Kanaho's. We'll see if that works. I'm gonna say, similar to Venus, but a little worse. Spider is going to do it, and it'll kind of knock the missiles off course, reducing their damage. So I'll say the same thing. That Kanaho, you're gonna take 4, and Spider will also take 4. So there's that. Do you have anything, Villanelle?
Nope, can't use any times.
Alright, that's 4. And then that's another 4 to Delta, which would, or rather that's 6 to Villanelle. And then 6 to Delta, which would splash 4 damage onto the soldiers, which I believe kills them, because I think they only have, like, 3 stamina, yeah? Scarlet? I'm gonna say
Sorry,
Yep.
yeah, no, just get rid of them.
So there's that. And then, believe it or not, it has one more thing that it's gonna do. It's just gonna try and Titan Buster. This time, it'll aim at, let's say, Villanelle. So, let's see. That one's gonna be reduced damage. I'll say it'll be 8 damage to you, Villanelle. As you're sent flying a little this way. That's it for that one. This mech in the back whirs to life as much as it can, and it certainly can't do as much as the other one. But it is going to fly towards Graves, its jets sparking and partially, like, breaking under the pressure. And all it's going to be able to manage to do is try and hit you with Titan Buster. Which will hit unless something is done. Except Kakapo actually just BRB'd, so we'll resolve that once Kakapo is back. And
Makes sense.
as you know, this happens. The black around the fucking pod partially, you know, reveals again, and you can see Colonel Foster yet again inside. Kanaho.
Hey, Delta. Let's go at this together. I'm gonna try and get him out of there.
Got it. In which case, as before we start here, right? I'll ask you guys, right? Because you guys are my players here, and I'll do whatever you're thinking, right? Because Delta currently has the gauntlets that Haas had, right? So theoretically, she could use those as weapons, but I want to ask you, would you rather her be starting out in the commander stance so that she has the advantage reroll, or would you rather her have the gauntlets?
I think start in commander, just in case.
Got it. So she'll be in that.
I might not need it, but...
Before we start, go back to this. Kakapo, this mech was zooming towards you with a 12 roll for the Titan Buster.
I only have one at any time, so I'm going to take the damage.
Yep, and you sort of crash into this soldier, and the both of you are knocked back a little bit. So you take it, and that's all it can manage to do. 9 damage.
Okay.
So there's that. And then similarly, in this thing's cockpit, you can see, this guy again. Now you, Kanaho.
Yeah.
Cockpit appears to be protected whenever it's in the middle of doing things. Kanaho says aloud as he's just gonna take his fucking movement action to, like, scale this motherfucker, get around the back of it.
Give me a roll, because it is pretty big.
Alright. Come on, baby.
Alright. That's something. However, it does have jets on its vents on its back and and you're scaling around the back. It's gonna try and actually that needs to be a swift action. What am I talking about? I blanked. You're scaling it. You're not all the way up, but you're part of the way up its body.
Yep.
Hobby's gonna go and follow alongside you, or at least
cool.
try. I say try. He can meld into the fucking thing and climb up.
He
has
literally-
Skitterer. That's his passive. What am I talking about? I'm dumb.
He literally passes right by the other four, like, yep, I'm on my way. Here, give me a sec. Just
yeah.
He thinks there's fruit in there.
Delta will similarly try and use her movement action to go along with Kanaho. Not looking as great. She can't get a great grip, but she is at least hanging on to it.
And Kanaho, from where they are, we're gonna go for effectively just, I'm gonna use my bonus action to try and, like, waterbend, like, Minecraft Trident my way all the way, for, like, up to where I need to go.
Yep.
Yeah. 11.
Yeah, sure. I forget. Do you have to pay stamina for this?
Yeah.
Pay 2.
Okay. Yep, and then Kanaho goes right behind the cockpit. He twirls his trident. Alright, you might be fucking possessed in there, but we're getting you out. And Kanaho's going to jam his trident into the back of this, and I want to use, like, Item Enforcer, like, on the mech to have it forcibly, like, do, like, an ejector button style thing to, like, launch us out. Or launch, like, both me and Foster, like, away from this fucking thing.
Right.
So let's go.
Yep.
Item Enforcer.
Hobby is going to try and stab along with you with Funny Claw. So let me... I should have had the Pit Hobgoblin Pit up for our good pal. So he's going to try and claw. Yeah. So you're definitely both going to hit him for the damage. I'll say that you can get the 7 damage from Item Enforcer and the 5 from the claw, overall 12. However, you're certainly getting there, but the cockpit pod seems to be pretty damn sturdy. It's hard. It is hard to break it, but you're definitely a good way into it.
That's valid. I imagine, like, properties altered via Item Enforcer would just be, like, theoretically wrenching control of these things off of this part of the mech, but, like, that doesn't matter right now.
Yep.
And then Kanaho goes, Delta, it's open!
She nods, and while she failed her climb, she is at least going to attempt to slash at it near its bottom, where she is currently, with Dark Cloud. Which will hit for 5 Damaggio. I do not believe this is hitting a particular weak point, other than it is weak compared to the DR, but it's more like that's its normal point, and the DR is the strong point.
Here's the thing, right?
Yeah.
As the Peony group figured out, like, and Elijah, like, the legs are a weak point though.
Oh, honestly, you're fucking right. You're right. You know what? Yeah, no, that'll deal more damage. As it will slice into this thing, and Delta will hold her second main action to shout out for the reroll. And as we get to the Shade Scuttler, before it moves, while all of you guys are starting this fight off, plenty of things already happening. Hey Penny, feel free to lead us off here. I'll get us started. All right, I guess I'll lead us off. Are you here, Penny?
I am. Sorry, my computer went on to standby for a second because I was just watching, and I was like, "Type, come on, let me unmute."
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, god damn it.
From the north, you hear a rushing of footsteps and a hail of gunfire.
What? Oh, okay.
Whoa, stop. She slides on the ground right up next to the flock. You are weird.
Oh, god damn it.
And
Just a fucking bunch of cult randos.
the gunshots increase in volume and proximity. As that one may whiff, but the bullet whizzes right in between the flock and Mr. Spider in that perfect little column, as behind the cultists...
God damn it! Stop running! Stop running in fucking circles! What the fuck are those? She points at the flock.
Oh, shoot him!
Hey, Artemis!
Oh, you guys! Thank God.
I was just worried about you.
I'm fine, except for her eyes glow as she's staring after these guys. Don't let them get away.
Wait. Did you lose Fairy?
Who?
Damn.
The battle continues.
She's gone.
Yeah. These cultists all sort of back away awkwardly from Artemis.
Quickly catching you up on the situation. Shadow guys, possessed mech. One of the good guys is in here. Bad guys in the other one.
Got it.
Those are mine. I'm with you. Don't shoot them, please.
Right.
Oh God, now I am confused.
The confusion is where we thrive! In the chaos! All of the cultists,
No, never mind. Now my path is crystal fucking clear. She takes out her guns.
These guys are alright.
Alright, my brothers. Prepare the black bolts!
Don't let him get that off. You're not gonna like it.
Sorry, the black blasts! I
The
Mandela
last thing I want is
myself.
for these guys to get off.
And we're gonna say that a good old two of them are gonna black blast at Artemis. 1 miss, 2 hit.
She's going to. She looks exhausted, like she's been running around for weeks at this point. But she's gonna try to leap up into the air to avoid. She does.
Yep, Artemis jumps directly out of the way of the bolt as it curves down into the ground. One of these cultists, run away, you think you can. No matter.
You are the ones who've been running! Stop saying I'm running away!
As they're going to go for Darkspire for a good old 6 damage on Artemis.
Alright, she will take that.
Yep. Meanwhile, these two cultists... You seem to be working with her. Black Blast! That one's gonna graze you, Graves.
Just sort of like as it like scratches across and like leaves like a dark mark on his cheek. How much does it deal?
Let's say instead of the 5, we'll give it a good old... I'm gonna say 3 this time. This guy is going to fire a Black Blast at this soldier. He's barely hanging on. And that's the cultists. The Shade Scuttler. The Shade Scuttler is going to attempt to jump at this soldier, right? Oh, actually, no, okay, I had it right. He's gonna try to jump at this soldier down here, which will hit. So that is a good old solid attacky. Bada bing, and then bada bing, as he's basically just trying to pry it off his face. Venus.
Venus.
Live.
Won't say no to help.
She thinks for a minute. I'll deal with the more damaged one, I guess. As she, we're gonna try and hit with Neptune's lever on the, more broken mech. It's Rocket.
Two.
But it.
Uh-oh.
Okay. She misses.
Oh,
she
well,
misses
actually,
it.
you know what? You want that? Delta. Alright, you go for them then. And I'll use the once per round, reroll, so you can reroll it.
Thank you.
There you go.
There we go.
As you attach yourself to this thing, it noticeably, like, shakes in midair after being attached to.
Alright. So, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. She's going to take the, missile, like, battery here, tear it off and weaponize it, is my plan, right?
Okay.
So, here you go.
Yep.
Not bad.
You rip it off, dealing a good chunk of damage to this thing in the process. And you've grabbed this missile canister.
Is that a main action, do you think?
Is this not, like, one of your regular abilities, like improv siege weapon? I thought that was,
That was like my intention, yes, but I was just... You were
treat it as a
flirting
use of
with me,
improv siege.
Alright, the cultists that just came by are going to get absolutely subatomically annihilated.
Mm-hmm.
I'm aiming over here, because that's a good area to get the splash and also not hit Artemis. And here's your D20 for that one, Chief. Pretty nice.
Quick! Everyone, run away! You fool! Only one of us can per round! As, this one is going to dash away. These guys, though... and, sorry, is this using the missile canister?
Yes.
Oh, boy. Yep.
Nah, it's fine. I got you guys. Come on. Hey, Venus!
Who is you?
Look, a box!
Oh, what?
She's throwing a very distracting box that you just really
holy
really
shit,
want
that
to
is-
look at.
Oh my
She's
god!
gonna throw it at the flock!
No, don't look at those! She keeps fucking doing this!
Hold on. Let me get a box.
Graves is not looking at it.
What? No, Graves doesn't have to.
Yeah. No, I'm just,
There we go. She's throwing the box here so that the flock and the eater instead are the ones taking the damage because she aims at them instead.
That's mean. All right. If you want to play this fucking game, Penny, after we've already finished the interaction, now let's play this fucking game. I want to use impromptu incorporation to incorporate the cognito hazard into Venus.
You're gonna need to roll pretty... Yeah, no.
I don't know how I have
Fine.
a fucking flashback. Go on.
Unfortunately,
Asshole.
The missile is gonna go wide, and I'll say it'll do reduced damage too, but it will hit the flock. How much stamina do each flock member have?
I'll have two. They're very weak.
I'm sorry, the flock. And then the eater is gonna take 4.
How much stamina does it have, actually? Help me decide.
I mean, he
now.
did eat something already, so let's say that the eater started at like 6. He ate something, so he went up to 10. So now he's 6 out of 10.
Okay.
So just flop the box. The box is just like it's made of epithet, but the sacred texts inside are incinerated.
Got anything else, Venus, or
No. Artemis. Don't be fucking ridiculous. Oh shit, my fucking soldiers, actually. Whatever.
If you have your soldiers now, you can use them now. I asked you if you had anything else for a reason. We're still in this moment.
Okay, yeah. So, to be fully honest, after much contemplation, 2 soldiers are going to get over to Fairy, at least try to. And the other 2 are gonna go over here. Here are the ones for Fairy, and here are the ones for Mech.
And it's 3 damage
the
each?
Soldiers have been, yep,
So,
soldiers have been doing real fucking good.
6 to Fairy, and 6 to the Mech.
Alright, that's it for real.
Now Artemis for real.
I'm finally gonna get my goddamn hands on you. She's just gonna run towards whoever this might be and basically use her anytime to just try to tackle her to the ground.
Unfortunately, ever the wily one, she just slinks out of the way of your grasp.
She slinks out of the way and grabs Artemis from behind by the waist. I knew you liked me.
She's going to transform her gun into its gigantic Dragon Blast minigun form and begin firing it into her dumb torso.
How much damage?
My dumb torso!
This deals 1, then 2, then 3, then 1, then 2, then 3 damage over the course of the next 5 turns in that order, and will knock her back 1 space every bullet that hits.
1. Is that you?
Yep.
Alright, 2. She'd now be, there you go. Yep, the soldiers.
I'll keep track of it for you.
Alright. We gotta take care of this stupid fucking dog. They run over here. These 2 guys are both gonna try and, shoot and take down this scuttler. Brother, you know what? How's this guy doing? Does he join the fray? Can he help? With a combined effort, they all perfectly coordinate their shots. And this scuttler melds into the ground like you've seen so many shadow creatures do before.
Damn, he was a big one, dude.
Yeah. No, dude, I think that is the highest stamina scuttler we've had so far. Yep, there's them. Mystery Cultist.
Mystery Cultist. Before the shot gets fired, she's hiding behind Mr. Spider.
Hey.
It's okay, you can take it.
I'm gonna roll a d20. No, she'll stop.
And then
Bitch!
points to this cultist. Gravel! Fetch me the sacrifice.
I'm not gravel, I'm mold. Gravel's over there.
She points to
Is that like
Gravel.
Is that like a religious new name that you got? That's kind of a downgrade.
Dude, it's my name!
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
This is punk mold.
So I'm gonna request the sacrifice. I'm gonna say that works. Is it even in the Roll20?
Definitely not.
I mean, okay, I'll just grab him. I have him uploaded. It's fine. Wham. No, that's not what it's called. Sacrifice.
You gotta get the asset first.
Oh, I put it ran.
You have 30 seconds to find. Okay.
He comes back with this.
Oh.
Oh.
It's
a little guy.
And he brings it to her, and he stabs the shit out of it.
Ew. Little macabre, don't you think? Right in the middle of the battle.
I don't make the rules.
I think you do.
Anyway, it's still alive.
Oh, God!
Fuck. He's angry.
Yeah, here it is.
She's He's gonna start running. It doesn't have the fucking roll table, so I'm not gonna bring out the ult for it.
Aw, damn. I've seen this ult. It's.
Anyway, yeah, no, she now has a lot of movement, so she's out of here. The ram is chasing.
As she starts running away, Artemis is gonna leap up into the air to try to get over everything else and resume shooting her.
I think that's good enough, personally.
She
That's
leaps
fine.
high into the air and continues shooting her from above.
Mr. Spider would take 4 damage, by the way.
Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, let me, just double check real quick, yep, she's just running.
How many of these goats does she fucking have anyway?
I'm in danger.
Villano!
Oh, yep, it sure is.
Drake.
Oh,
Drake's
all right.
typing.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Skip for now. Alright, we'll come back to you.
Well, actually,
So-
you said spick for now, but you know.
Yeah. Mr. Spider. You know what? On one hand, don't really appreciate you doing that. On the other hand, turns to Gravel. You're the one that stabbed the thing and got the blood all over my goddamn suit. So you know what? You're the one. And he's going to go right here, right? And he's gonna go for, looks like you're a little tied up right now, and he's going to put the bomb in the cocoon that he rolls this guy up in, as he's going to try and, hit a strike with all of the cultists here. So let's give it a roll. Yeah, as he wraps this guy up in a cocoon, and slams him into a bunch of his good old pals. He's gonna take a bunch of damage, and then they're all gonna take a slightly reduced but still notable amount of damage. Which, would you look at that? That's 4 people touched by Mr. Spider's webs, as they're here in like a little cocoon ball wrapped up in a bomb, which activates Black Widow. So.
What's he gonna do with this web thing, dude? I'm so fucking scared.
Oh, right! I forgot I had that. Thanks for reminding me, Kanaho, from the meta realm, the metaverse.
Don't worry,
yeah.
I'm crypto now. He fades away.
As he is then going to reach a hand towards the web cocoon that he just made and try and constrict it further on them to force the bomb to explode early. So this will be the elemental web bending thing from Kanaho, which, with that, is definitely enough, as it constricts, deals a bit of damage, and then the bomb explodes, the webs are all gone, these guys are all unconscious.
Grass, gravel, bugging, bunk, and Shoals are all dead, like...
I think one of them's dead.
So, there's all of them. Boom. We'll go boom. We'll go boom. Or rather, boom. And that is Mr. Spider, who, after doing that... Alright, that's the ticket. Now we're really in this thing. As he refocuses his attention downward. Great.
Alright. I calced out my movement, this can work. Let's do my summons first. So, the flock, noticing that their brethren were needlessly slaughtered by this, random cultist, showing the ancient texts. They're not happy, so they're gonna... So this one, I've calculated this out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 5. They're like both here, and they can like fly, so I imagine they go over the ram. And they're like right next to whoever this is, and they're just gonna like Star Wars, like tying up the legs just to like knock her down. That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Munch, munch.
They're
She's,
like, yeah, what they're
tied
doing is
up.
that they're like, yeah, they're binding their entrail like bodies together and then like wrapping around her. And once their like heads get to like their legs, they just bite down to like bind her further.
Ah, it's gross.
Now I must.
Wait, no,
must
the
ask
ram
you-
will get me.
Sorry. So I need a very important
Get
question.
her ass, you beautiful sheep.
Is there any room underneath the legs to do anything?
The legs are pretty bulky. It'd be a narrow fit if you're trying to perhaps spit something up at Fairy.
What the eater is going to do is they're going to open their maw, and out from their mouth, a tongue comes out, and attached to the tongue is a partially assimilated, not fully digested, because Venus was talking about how sentimental this was to her, but a partially assimilated lion gun, which is going to fire between its legs right at Fairy, who's bound up. That is what the eater is going to do.
Let's see it. Fairy's not looking good.
Eater.
This
Fairy's
attack is
looking
going to
pretty
fail.
damn bad.
Yeah. I think
Well,
the
I
ram should
mean,
finish her
mystery
off,
cultist.
but- Yeah, mystery cultist. Now, I'm going to let off there. I think the ram should finish her off, but you know, what happens happens. Let's see how it goes. But we have another whole graves to get. Oh! The flock! I almost forgot there was one more member. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bite.
No, I don't know. No! He waves his hands. You're... What are you?
It's like making bat screech noises, and it's like made of like organs.
Oh, I almost kind of half like you.
Don't fall for his tricks, Mold!
You remembered.
Yeah, I kind of like momentarily
Anyways.
forgot. Listen, you're not wearing masks. I can't recognize you.
You
Aside
hear
from-
fucking
yeah.
dial-up noises coming from him. Is that, what's up with
Graves
Graves?
is going to dogmatic strike onto this mech.
Which mech? There are two.
This one, the one he's
Alright.
closer to, because then he gets to be with his pal Venus. So let's do that. He's gonna like
Venus
it'll be very cool. Yeah, and it is going to be a bonus action. So let's do that. Paintbrush? No. I was gonna use paintbrush, but then the scuttler died. There we go.
As you slam into this thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do it.
You do it. You fucking hit him.
Venus, what weak points have you made?
The shoulder thing, its wires are open.
Well,
That's it.
you were cutting out there. Yeah, you're cutting out there. Shoulders are wide open, I assume you were saying?
Yeah, shoulder things are wide open. Wires.
Yeah. Graves is going to, like... kind of, like, grabbing onto it, is going to... I'll try not to hit you. But I recommend...
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, okay. He is going to purge the unclean to strike the shoulders and the cockpit, specifically. That's where he's concentrating his fire, but it's a big ol' slash, to just try and, like, hit as much as this mech as possible. With, like, a flurry of hits.
Yep. You slash into this thing, right? And all across its body, it starts rupturing with shadow and explosions, right? As the mech itself starts crumbling. Venus, you falling down along with it as it crumbles to the ground. And from where it was, the soldier is, rattled and definitely unconscious inside. But there are a couple of little gabagoolies that pop out of it that are still barely hanging on.
Yeah. Would any of them have scarred from, like, both of those attacks that I just made?
Yeah, I'd say that they're both gonna have a scar.
Sounds good. Just as soon as you can, take those down. I'm gonna try and
Yeah,
watch
of course.
this so he doesn't get away. Yeah.
Okay.
that is gonna be my turn.
And we're gonna move on to the mechs, right? Which, let's get back to this track for now, as we're also gonna have the Ruin Wings go on this turn. So let's remind myself. Yep. This one is going to fly over to you, Venus, right? And is going to try and hit you with a ghastly lick.
Oh shit!
A dubious lick.
That one missed. This one's going to fly over to you and try and hit you with a ghastly lick. That one is going to hit.
Ah, damn. Alright.
So, 3 damage, -1 roll penalty, your movement reduced by 1. In addition, each time you roll a 5 or lower, it heals for 1 stamina. Each penalty you can stack up to -3. So, that's them. As for Kanaho and his group, the mech that Foster is within, let's see. You know what? It's going to start off by going for nothing. It failed. So that's okay. That was his bonus action.
As a question, does Foster's visions fade back in, or is it like still?
Right about now, it would fade out. But
Got it.
Let's see what it wants to do.
Figured you out, huh?
Yep, it's gonna go for Homing Barrage again. So let's roll. I'll post Homing Barrage just in case you don't remember precisely what it does. And then let's roll the D4. 7. 1 at Kanaho, 1 at Hobby, 1 at Delta, 1 at, we'll say, Spider, Artemis. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll go 1 of the soldiers. We'll go 2 of the soldiers. You know what? 1 of the soldiers and Venus. So let's go in order here. Spider is going to try and sticky situation to grab onto it, and then if he manages, fling it potentially to interrupt some others. That's going to fail. So Spider is going to take. Oh, yeah.
I actually have an idea.
Alright.
I want to go first just so that maybe I can save other people the any times.
Sure.
Because Kanaho is right here, and there is a giant eye right next to him.
Yep.
He is going to go, lean forward, and just give the most glare ever into this fucker's eyes to get him to shut the fuck up and stop
Let's
doing
see it. As Kanaho, you scare the shit out of him. And what I'll say is that this is going to greatly reduce the number of missiles. The ones at Delta, Artemis, won't go off. 1 between you and Hobby is going to be negated. There is still 1 more, but there's that. And then, let's say the one at Venus is still going to go through, but the one on the soldier isn't. So you're effectively cutting the missiles in half, and it does not like you.
Yeah.
So there is still going to be 1 missile that'll hit, but Hobby is going to try and surprise trick to slam the missile back. So let's go and see. What he'll do is he'll go here, which will avoid the initial blast, let's say. But let's see if he can prevent it for Kanaho. I'll say he'll reduce the damage. So Kanaho,
if it's not good enough, I could also use my aura to, like, we can quote-unquote dual tech this and deflect it right into the fucking glass of this fucker.
If you want to, go for it.
So let's go for the aura.
Yeah,
I'm going to re-roll that.
All right, you got it. All right, as you and Hobby, in sync with your rolled numbers, manage to gravity plus claw slam the missile down into this guy instead, which will be reduced damage because of the situation. But hey, it's completely redirected from you. Venus.
All right, Hobby.
What's up?
Venus, this missile is going to be reduced because of Kanaho's stare. Not by the absolute most, but certainly reduced. Let's say it'll deal 5 to you, unless you do something.
What was the roll for it?
17.
17? Okay. Yeah, no, I'll take the 5, I'll be honest.
Alright. So there's that, which Graves, you would take 3 from splash damage, as would the fucking Ruin Wings, actually.
Oh.
So
I disassociated for a second. What's hitting me?
3 damage, splash damage from missile.
Graves is gonna try and cut it in half in midair to stop that.
Alright.
Let's do Swift Punishment. Using the Silver Paintbrush, yes?
Nope, not this time. You go to slice through it, but fortunately, you just whiff this time. As it crashes into Venus and therefore splashes into you and the Ruin Wings. So, there's that. As for the rest of this thing's turn, it is very scared of Kanaho because of the stare. So instead, let's see who he's going to try and punch with Titan Buster. Let's roll... We'll roll it like this. Just to clarify, are you back, Drake?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just gonna see. Who's he going for? That is Mr. Spider. As it's going to start moving, bringing Hobby and Kanaho along with it, of course, and is gonna go for a Titan Buster on fucking Spider. Who is just gonna have to unfortunately take it, which is 9 damage as he's sent flying back this way. Oh, that's smarts. And then he is going to use a rocket movement action, right? Continue moving with Hobby and Kanaho to go, here, 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 right? As he does, he's going to try and use Heavy Drift to, more so than damage, try and shake Kanaho and Hobby off. So here's Heavy Drift. That's going to fail, so it will try again. Paying another 1 for another rocket movement action. This time going and just barely going to collide with Mr. Spider as well, going for the same thing. That one is going to succeed. So it's less damage, but because normally it's 7 to 8, I'll say in this case, because he rolled really high, it'll be 4 damage to you, Kanaho, Hobby, and Mr. Spider. But you, Kanaho, and you, Hobby, are going to be flung off him.
Yep. I know I'm going to be flung off him, but can I invoke this talent to see if maybe I'm not flung as far off?
Out of my way. I can move through non-ally units.
He's a big guy, you see.
In this case, no, because the mech is ludicrously bigger than you. Yep. So Kanaho, you're gonna get sent this away as you tumble to the ground. I'll say that you're prone right now. Hobby is knocked over here, similarly prone. Spider is sent rolling across the ground, prone himself. And I think that's all it's got in the tank. So it's before your turn, Kanaho. We're gonna jump back to Villanelle if you're good for it, Drake.
Yeah. Sorry.
It's all good. If you need more time, everything's fine. Just let us know.
Villanelle sort of looks out across the battlefield, seeing the ensuing chaos, the cultists coming in, that particularly generic cultist causing havoc with a goat, mold, the flock being destroyed, the mech still wrecking shit, and for a moment the anxiety sort of takes over. And she looks down, sword sort of stabbed in the ground, still reeling from those hits, her body still sore from exerting itself during the Malmagia fight. And she just sort of wavers and holds a hand out in front of her. It's like, come on! And punches into the ground several times. Before one time, the last time she punches in, just work already! She slams into the ground, creating cracks. And a flourish of sparks rises up as from the small crater she punctures in, a little cloud of pages, similar to the one she's been doing before. Just unpowered pages, not much to them, but pages nonetheless, bursts out, and she sort of looks like, oh yes, and gets a wicked grin on her face. As assuming my turn works, I'm going to be using a new passive she got, which I can post in a bit. As she looks forwards towards Colonel Foster, she's going to attempt to, lost in a book, to zoom up to them.
Yep.
Boop, 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 boop.
Yep, you got it.
As she, with a single lunge, darts from her position all the way up onto the front of the mech, and is immediately going to begin slamming down just a heavy flow of slashes to like its hinges, as the ink trails from her blade, creating the onomatopoeia for crash. She wants to like chunk in to the hinges that connect the glass cockpit to the front of the mech.
Yep.
And try and loosen it. And while she does that, she's going to use the passive, which is going to be like a variable amount of stamina. You just tell me what it is.
Yep.
I'll post it after this because it's kind of big. Where as she swings, these like unpowered paper trails are going to zoom behind, sort of flaking off of the fallen leaf, hardening into like, you know, metallic like consistency, and just buffeting into the parts she is slamming into in an attempt to just cut it off.
All right.
This would be doing 3 damage, bonus effect from Lost in a Book, and then bonus effect from paper.
All right.
And variable stamina cost for paper.
Yep. Is that with Lost in a Book?
Yeah.
Okay. So 3 damage, that. I'll say if you pay 5 stamina, right? You can, with following off of what Kanaho did earlier, just fully wrench the cockpit shell from its hinges.
Awesome. And as she does that, she's going to reach in and attempt to grab Colonel Foster.
Yeah.
And then just, super speed for a brief moment, sort of straining herself again. Just got him! Zoom back out.
As you do have him, and from how you can see his body, he's very clearly still possessed by a hobgoblin, as dark aura emanates off of him, and he struggles against your grip.
And he kind of goes like,
Yeah. He asks for a fruit.
Yeah.
Oh, he's still possessed though. I'll get him to safety. You guys keep fighting.
That'll be her turn.
Yep.
As everyone was looking at Villanelle's immense display of strength, no one seemed to notice the mysterious cultist had slowly, literally wormed her way over here, still attached by the flock. As she's like, excuse me, little guy, alright? Just worming her way up here. As she looks to Kanaho, right, and making sure that her most of her face is covered up by her hood from specifically Artemis's direction, takes off her mask. Hey, Kanaho! It's me! Hi!
Yuri!
She like, I'm not really with these guys! So like, don't kill me! I can trust mold though, and dirt and grass and gravel and unnamed. They're kinda with me. Kinda. I'm in the middle of recruitment.
Kanaho takes a little bit. He cocks his head back from his prone position. We'll see what we can do about those guys, but look, alright.
It's fine just to keep up the facade.
keep her right there, Kanaho. I've got her in my sight. So she's aiming down her sniper rifle.
God, she's hot. I mean, I'm in danger.
I think it's your turn, Kanaho.
Yeah, it's your turn.
Fairy likes a woman who can and will kill her.
She's just wrapped up, which is why she's just moving like a worm. She puts the mask back on, but since you saw her put the mask on, you know it's her.
Yep. Kanaho now knows that the point of the mask is to hide, like, not actually it. The point of the mask is to hide Fairy's true identity. Oh, fuck. Alright. Is the ram still after?
Yeah, the ram is like, is now looking at her even more directly.
I can't believe she fucking stabbed a ram. Alright. Kanaho cracks his knuckles. Guess we're doing this. And what I want to do is, yeah, okay. So, I have something, right? I know I'm prone.
Yeah.
I have an idea, though. Because Kanaho's hair can act as an additional appendage that he can just sort of manipulate and interact with stuff. Could I attempt to, like, use it to grab onto the mech as a fulcrum and, like, launch myself, like, standing up somewhere?
You could go for it. You could try.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Yep, you got it this time.
Yep. Don't want to go anywhere in specific, just I want to be launched somewhere pretty good.
Somewhere pretty good. This qualifies pretty good?
Yeah. Fair enough. As Kanaho, thinks for a second, he's going to take the lantern that he picked up earlier. Alright. Let's go for it. And Kanaho's going to take the lantern, and I'm gonna item enforcer and, like, flashbang the entire mech with piercing light to, get this fucking shit out of here.
Let's see it!
And you know what? Actually, I'll do a double item enforcer. Actually, no, I shouldn't. There's no reason for me to do that. There's no other targets on the field. So let's go for the item enforcer. I cut through you with a blades of revealing light.
As you slash through it, it's gonna try an energy barrier. Which is not going to negate this attack the most, especially since it's light. So we'll say if we were doing something like that, then it would be, let's say, around that much damage, and then this will lower, so lowered to, let's say it's going to be lowered to that much damage, as now facing you, its front is covered with the regular 7DR.
Yep. And I imagine it's a little bit dazzled, even
oh
if,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And from there, right now that its front is covered, Kanaho is going to, I'm gonna use the Wada bending to, effectively, like, fucking, because his focus is now on the front and he's dazzled, I want to topple this fucker, so he falls, like, onto his front, which leaves his back, like, open.
Let's see it.
Let's go. Water bending.
As it is very hard to move these things, but you are trying to topple it over and you rolled pretty well. It's not completely knocked over. It's basically, like, on a knee, its back raised up, but not, like, completely collapsed, you know?
Yep.
Pay 3 stam for that.
Artemis, Delta, anyone who's over there, the back of this thing's open. I'll handle
Understood.
the cultist over there.
as his hair sort of snakes around and, like, you know, quote unquote points towards unidentified cultists.
Yeah. Is that you, Kano?
Yeah.
Hobby has been being assaulted by the flocks screeching, telling them to assist in the execution. Hobby does not understand flock, so he's a little upset. He's gonna grab onto one of the flocks and not like squish it, but sort of like shake it around like I'm mad, you know?
The flock is gonna like pat Fairy with its wings, like trying to like imitate.
No, Hobby, don't touch that. No, you don't know where it's been.
Like they.
He's been a little riled up by the flocks chittering, and he's gonna grab this rock, and that's gonna be him. As it hits Delta's turn, and she is going to start making her way 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up by Artemis to go to attack, right? And then she would do that. She's a little out of range, so what she's going to do is she's going to hold her ground and then hold her extra action for the once per round reroll. However, as normally we'd go to our good pal Mold, suddenly, from a new direction, you hear rumbling, tearing, digging, and yet again, Penny, feel free to describe this how you want.
Oh no.
So, there is suddenly a fucking earth-shattering fucking crash and the sound of an engine running. Footsteps coming through a tunnel. Venus, you're probably the one. Venus and Graves are probably the ones who would recognize the sound of this engine the most, as from the path, kind of from the path that you lot came from, comes something big crashing through.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah, baby.
Yeah! And
All
like
right, man.
LGM2!
Seems we found the cause of the disturbance. More of these shadow realm creatures.
Canehurst! Delta calls to her.
Ah! Commander!
Whatever's
Good to
going
finally
on.
see you.
Same to you. The shadow creatures have possessed one of our mechs. This one, along with Colonel Foster.
Understood? I shall
Yeah.
do my utmost in
Take your time.
assisting you. She turns the tank cannon and is going to fire on the mech.
Slay, bestie.
And it's not the best shot of all time. But you don't necessarily need the best shot from a tank to be incredibly effective, as it just goes into this thing at its side. It is not looking good as it takes a tank blast, its side starting to crumble in a fair bit.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
What's
Yeah.
more is, this place, you know, despite how light it is on the map, is extremely dark, dingy, you know, underground. But you all hear the sort of a very loud, like, switching sound as, in the center, centered on Delta, you see this.
Oh.
That
Fancy.
user?
As this giant light seems to shine on top of them all. And everyone in this area just has a +3 to all of their rolls. I'll do my best to support you as usual. Ma'am, go in. And, Commander, if you could leave Colonel Foster to me, I might have an idea.
Understood.
Yeah, real quick to establish things. Those weird flesh guys and that guy eating the rock, those are ours. Don't attack them. Focus your things on everything else.
Understood. Yeah, that's her.
Do we have to fight a fucking tank? He looks over to mystery cultist. What do we do?
You could fucking get on the ground instead.
Oh, fuck. The text doesn't go through. That's unfortunate. I had a face prepared for her. She looks at them. Mold?
Yeah.
Go make sure the others are okay.
Okay. Got it. I'll do that. Dark Spire. Nope, see ya. He's just gonna start skedaddling this.
I like to imagine he's like, Dark Spire, Artemis fires a shot directly at the ground next to him. See ya.
See ya. I'm out of here. Scooby-Doo running noise.
The mystery cultist puts her face to the ground, just like.
Venus.
I'm glad to see that there's someone else in sane mind here. Anyway, she locks and loads a couple more lockets into that bitch. So the enemy mech, right?
Yeah.
That bitch still standing?
This one?
Yeah.
Yes, it's not looking great, but it is still up.
Joke's on you, Soleil. That was a rhetorical question.
I was fucking kidding.
Venus is actually going to blow it up with her missile battery?
Let's see it. That's a pretty low roll, but that's still some damage.
Yeah, it's not the best.
He's still up.
Okay. Got it. That's that. I have a couple ideas. Does Foster have a weapon on him?
Like gun, pistol, but he's currently being held up by the fucking scruff of his shirt by a Villanelle, so.
Okay, got it. So, yeah, Venus is going to, once per combat, and, we're, switching back to Old Faithful. This soldier, near the soldier, is going to, grab the pistol, weaponize it, throw it to Venus. Venus is going to use the pistol like the artillery pistol and just, fire it at that bitch over there. Decent.
Whoa! Still up?
Not for long is my intention. So then this one, near Villanelle, looks over Foster's stuff and then thinks a little bit, takes Villanelle's sword, weaponizes it.
You need to ask for that stuff first, but I'll accept it. I'm fine with it.
What is it trying to do?
Take Villanelle's sword.
Unfortunately, it can take it. It cannot modify it, unfortunately.
Well, it's still a sword.
Throw it to Venus.
And what is she doing?
She is, Omaiwamo Shinde Ruing the two, Ruin Wings. There's a d20 for you.
They're gonna try and eye bolt.
Yeah. Alright.
You're gonna take 2 DiMaggio Venus, and they're barely standing.
Okay, that's fine. Soldier's gonna go over here, get a pistol, weaponize it, throw it to— No, never mind. This guy's gonna go over to the pistol that was failed to be weaponized and weaponize it and throw it to Venus.
Failure.
Okay, so we're passing my
One more
turn.
and you get a 1.
Wait, actually, no. One final thing. Venus is going to use pile driver in order to throw the pistol at the mech.
There we go, Venus!
That's 1, because she only has 1 weapon that she made.
Still barely up.
Jesus Christ! Sorry about the sword, no! I pass, for real.
Artemis is looking through her scope, Fairy's fucking skull directly in the crosshairs. She briefly savors the mental image, but then turns it to her foot instead and shoots that. Let me...
Artemis, the mech is open.
Ah, fuck!
Good night, mystery cultist.
Yeah. Good name is Cultist.
Sleep time.
You shot her with the fucking rifle!
Sleep time.
She
Somebody
is
get that-
almost fucking dead.
Somebody get that goat out of here, for God's sakes. She says as she comes over here, and as she does, she'll turn her rifle back into twin pistols and shoot the mech a couple of times. One of those will hit for 1 damage.
1 damage.
That will do it for her.
Soldiers, these guys right here, each of them are going to fire at a Ruin Wing. Yep. This guy is going to get over here, right? He's going to start trying to rally up these guys, try and bring them up to consciousness, so I'll give him a roll. Not great. The ones by Canehurst, they're going to move in formation to right around here. Same for these guys. And these guys up top by Artemis specifically are going to hold fire to follow up and fire alongside Villanelle. So, Villanelle.
Epic. First things first, Villanelle is just going to sort of, with her free hand, reach out to the side as her sword reconstitutes within her grasp. And we get a +3 to all rolls on this light?
Yep, yes.
That's epic. Let's see. I am next to the eater. Oh, you're so right, Kakapo! The solution is right in front of me! I'm gonna feed Colonel Foster to the eater!
Finally.
Boy. Thank God, the intended solution that we planned out.
Okay. Did you also know about the opinionated gun?
Yeah, we planned ahead.
Obviously, you plan ahead when you're GMing, Scarlet. Come on.
Fair enough.
Okay. He's still possessed, right?
Yes. Earlier, Canehurst was saying to potentially leave him to her, but you do whatever you're feeling.
Yeah, Villanelle will sort of walk to the edge and bodily toss them to Canehurst.
Yep. Give me a roll. Won't be hard. As you hear a mix of like his voice and the like
Fucking hits his head on the fucking metal of the tag.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like, leaving it to you. As she turns back, sort of looking at her other hand as she struggles, winces, and it's definitely tiring her out really quick. She kind of just looks to like deltas, and deltas right there. It's like, looks like I still have a little juice left, as a flurry of pages swirl in her hand. And she is going to... Let's see. She's going to stand point and just conjure like as the paper swirls and folds in on itself, conjure just a series of like paper javelins. And she is going to hold her action in case it tries to shoot missiles, to pierce the missiles as they come out.
Well, in that case, Spider. Ugh. Oh, it's still up. Let's finish him then, I guess. As Spider unceremoniously simply walks up to him and stabs in, overkilling it by a little bit with the Black Widow poison, gaining a stack of reserve webbing. Not that, but reserve
Mr.
webbing.
Spider be like, Ace?
Ace. Listen, I specifically, it's like, hey, you want to do it? But yeah, I'm gonna, yeah. He stabs into it as it starts wrecking and falling to pieces, right? And from where it is, much like before, it crumbles, definitely completely broken. But un, dos, tres, cuatro. But before we continue on, as Spider is like, pinata, right? That kind of thing. Suddenly, if you didn't think there was enough going on, there's another direction, right? As to our west, this way, this gate that has remained shut and presumably locked this entire time finally starts to open. And from behind it, there's a voice that rings out. All right, even for DBA, this is a little too much noise. What the hell's going on out here?
What do you want?
From
Who
behind,
is it?
Knock,
the
knock.
door is opened, and a man stands here. Delta looks over, a somewhat shocked look across her face, and of everyone, Graves,
No.
you know who
Yeah.
this is.
I think I do, yeah.
Delta. Logan Garrick. She looks to this man. The hell are you doing here? What the hell am I doing here? Brought in for one last job, I guess. This is what was going on, huh? A little bit more than just, scuffle. Oh, this is what I live for. Sorry, Commander Citadel. I'm pretty sure that's your name, yeah? But I'm under orders. Your merry little band here, and anyone else, you're not permitted any further. Refusal to comply, I'll have to remove you by force. As to his sides, he reaches behind him, looks to this soldier. Hand me the weapons. What are you? He dashes over here, and comedically large, this soldier has a hard time. Goes and brings a set of massive railgun cannons. Lieutenant Garrick wielding one in each hand. Thank you. You know I was saying if you refuse to comply, but we all know what we're doing here. Let's cut to the chase already. And with that, a cocky grin goes across his face. And suddenly, on his arm, or rather across his body, an epithet aura flares up, which then coalesces focused on his arm by his shoulder, his right arm specifically, where an armband, what appears to be a wrapped up flag, manifests coiled around it. And let's get this going again, you know? I want to restart this from the top. Here we go. So let's go ahead and give him a turn right now. And then we'll give him one at the top of turn order, why don't we? Let's post some stuff at the start of combat, because there are some things that you would immediately be able to tell. First off, he snaps with the arm, the hand the flag is attached to. And behind him, a squadron of Epithet soldiers instantly manifest.
Stealing my fucking business, huh?
Fortunately for me, I think I came up with it first. As he summons them, and then all around him, a aura flares up. And you aren't going to know all of the specifics of it as of yet, but you can see this aura. So let's, it would be this. Flares up around him. And how do we want to start? Let's see. Yeah, we'll do it like this, because I said I wasn't going to post it, but now that I think about it, it's probably important to do this. As when the fight starts, suddenly this aura around him flares up, and he's going to gain access to a bunch of shit, including, if you read here, the flag produces a 4-space aura centered on itself, which is considered to be Garrick's vessel. Garrick is able to terraform and otherwise manipulate this area, the area his vessel covers, while performing other actions. While within his vessel, enemies suffer from a fear effect, giving them a -2 roll modifier on actions targeting or including Lieutenant Garrick. Meanwhile, on their turns, I'm well aware, Lieutenant Garrick and any of his allies gain access to a victory action, and they can be used for a couple of things. Garrick is going to use the victory action for something pretty simple. Let's see. Yeah, as he aims down in a line, specifically at the tank that Kanehurst is in, which will pierce through the eater if in the process. Because let me double check. Yep. This is going to pierce into it. Let me post one of his primary basic weapon. As he holds up the railgun, it fires a massive blast line, tears through whatever is left of this goddamn mech. We'll just get fucking rid of it. The soldier, comes tumbling out, pierces in a line, goes through the eater, and barely scrapes the front of the fucking tank, doing heavy damage to it.
How much damage would that do to the eater?
12.
Eater is down. The remains of flesh and the lion gun remain scattered, I imagine.
Yep. Then, 3 members of the Silk Garrison troops are going to attempt a thing. Let's see. Yep. Here's their victory action they're taking. Rally. Granting Garrick, in this case, I'll say 2 victory charges. Which can be spent to give extra damage effects or boost the roll, boost. You know.
Board Legends, yeah.
Then let's see. Other than that, the rest of the Silk Garrison troops are going to start moving forward. We'll go like this, and it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like this. And they're going to spread out slightly in kind of like a this-ish formation. We'll go like that. Let's see. Is anyone in range immediately? I believe that just barely our good pal Venus and/or Graves is. So let's go ahead and show this funny that they got. Bada bing. And this will be from that guy and that guy. 1 to Graves, 1 to Venus. Yep, 1 damage to both of you.
So, Venus has 1 physical DR. Does that reduce it to 0?
Specifically, it's not physical. It's like an energy epithet thing.
Got it. 1 taken, babe.
Yep. Meanwhile, the other 4 Silk garrisons are going to hold their actions for if anyone comes in range. As for the rest of Garrick's shit, he's going to use fucking goddamn Bastion Piercers regularly to try and pierce through the remains of this mech and anyone in the way. So let's roll. That one I'm going to say he's only going to get the 1 shot, and therefore he'll fire through here, which would hit Spider and Mold right along with this soldier. Spider's going to try and sticky situation out of the way, which will succeed, especially with the inherent roll bonus to reactions. He slinks out of the way, but this soldier is knocked to the side unconscious. The remains of the mech are similarly shattered, and Mold also unconscious as he gets sent flying this way. There's that, and as the final thing for this turn, I know there's quite a bit, but for the final thing, let's keep it simple, at least to start out. No, that's gonna fail. Alright. That's him then. Graves.
Oh boy. Oh. You do things to me, Jim. let's start this off funny. Let's say. Which I mean, the flock is just gonna go over, wrap around Fairy's desecrated corpse, and then just carry her as close as possible to Artemis, and like bite on so she can like take care of that. The Eater is dead.
She picks her up.
Yeah. Alright, give me a moment. Okay. So Graves, Venus, I imagine you kind of, a wave of anger washes over you seeing this lieutenant before you and all that. But you can feel next to you an even stronger feeling from Graves. And I imagine you kind of look over to him, and much as was shown a little bit earlier, I'll just switch back to this. Venus. I need you to promise me one thing.
What?
No matter what happens here, no matter what I'm about to do, I need you to trust me to take him. Alright?
I can't join in? No's a fine answer.
But this is my fight.
Got it.
This is what you need, but this is what you need, but just looks at Garrick and all the guys he's put forward. I've heard of this one. Things might get a little crazy. As he just sort of drops his sword by your side, and looking at, and you see him, Venus. He looks almost exhausted. He's like down to the wire. Like, it's not like absolutely detritus, but still not doing that great.
Fighting tires you out. She gets it.
Yeah. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use my bonus action of Dogmatic Strike to try and get here. But mainly, GMs, I want to proc all of these soldiers, these SGTs, Silk, what was the fucking acronym?
Silk Garrison troops. Yeah.
The Silk Garrison troops. Graves is going to run into the Silk Garrison troops. He's going to try and hit one. But let's see what their actions do. Maybe they all proc at once and hit him.
Okay. Give it a roll, of course.
Dogmatic Strike. 4. No.
Okay.
No, it'll just be a 4. Yeah.
In that case, unfortunately, you go to dash forward.
No. I mean, the cost is a 4. I inputted for an accent. It's a +2.
So, to clarify then, you are dashing to that spot. Okay. In that case, I'm going to give all 5 of them a roll. So, roll 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All of them hit. And so, the ones adjacent to you use Silk Slash. The other 3 use the Finger Bullet, meaning that overall, you're taking 9.
Perfect.
Uh-oh, that's not a good thing to hear.
Come on. Yeah. I'm at 9. Okay. Whew. Or I take 9 or I'm at 9.
You're taking 9, so you're at 4.
Yep, okay. I'm at 4, yep.
Because it is 2
All
Silk Slashes and 3
hunky.
Finger Bullets.
Mm-hmm. Alright. So, Graves, almost like mindlessly, just rushes forward, staring Garrick down. And with the amount of stamina he's at, the amount of forces surrounding him, the amount of people occupied with something else, and the fact that he is so low and running into further danger, Iris, do you think all the conditions are filled?
Yeah.
Yep.
Alright, Alright. So, as this is going on, as he is blasted to shit and sliced by these guys, Venus, you feel an overwhelming power come from Graves. And Garrick, something you might have not encountered, but something you have definitely probably heard of, probably considering, takes over the arena. As Kaunaho, you have been noted. I'll also bring attention to you, since you've been noticing this a lot. You've been noticing the purple from Graves' eyes every now and then. And boy oh boy, the best I can say is that you see it now. Even further. And... Yep. And let me post a fucking passive from his new thing. Well, first off, yeah. So, fucking load now. Alright. So, grab this fucking thing. Alright. So, here is the funny little secret thing. Grabbed all the way back during that, episode. So, Will of Valken. If certain conditions allow it, Graves gets an incredibly powerful kit, boost, based off of something that he was... based off of a power that he once tapped into in his past. However, in exchange for this, he's going to be one-track mindedly focused on his goals. What these goals are, considering who he is staring at right now, one can consider. And second off, I don't think there is much scarred on the field. However, this is going to be something very important to establish right now. That is justice stacks.
Uh-oh.
basically, they are. It is.
Oh, you
Did I
posted
just-
the same thing again.
Technology is fair. This thing will still be cool. Effectively, as I post it, Grace has a new status that isn't scarred, and that all scarred on the field, a certain amount of it, turns into justice. And it'll turn back after he's done. There it is. And I can also force the reroll. And oh man, he's not going to be able to use this. Well, based on the one of the secret passives that I get, during everything, basically, he's healing 50% to his maximum at this point. So that would be 25 if my thing will allow me. So looks a lot better, Venus, as you're observing him. So, yeah. All of a sudden, all of you just feel this massive linchpin of power just pop. As Graves, in this new state, let me grab out this funny thing I set up so I can use his cat as a token. Cool. So, he is going to immediately take another move action. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right up to Garrick. Because hey, in this form, Endless March. 2 move actions. And across this gate, he's going to stare down Garrick, and then manifest a giant sword and thrust it into his chest. And the words surrounding everyone's mind. It's almost like he isn't talking, it's almost like something is ringing into your ears. Don't move. Force penance.
Nice light show. You think that's enough to scare me? You're dead wrong. As he's going to snap. And as you go to stab into him, one of the Silk Garrison troops goes and tackles you from behind Graves. And let me post his funny little thing. Boop. Tackles you from behind, making your sword just barely miss its mark, and dealing an extra 1 damage to you in the process.
Yeah. Including cost?
So 2 including cost.
Yeah. Gotcha. Graves, just sort of unfaltering from his position, let me just, you know, still has that. He is going to, manifesting a similar saber in the air, immediately, almost like he was with the silver paintbrush, cuts it everywhere. Saber of Alcut. I have targets within its range. 5 range, so that would be Garrick, these 3 fuckers, and this one too. All of them.
He is going to try and use Banner of Command again. Another Silk Garrison. Which I will say will definitely sacrifice this additional Silk Garrison. But will reduce the damage on him and a little bit. Still gonna deal a fair bit, and a little less bleed, but still some bleed. We'll go with... How about just a regular D2, no +1?
Yeah. Alrighty.
You wanna roll that?
Are all of them gone? Yeah. Let me see if I have anything else.
Alright, I'll roll it for you.
Yeah, justice. Thank you.
No, less justice, more the bleed stacks, but, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, that's only if you attack 1 target. Okay, no, that's my bad.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright.
I think it would still apply the justice though, so let me repost that passive. Absolute justice. One of his attacks. So Garrick has 1 justice. The standoff commences, but I think I'll just leave it at that for now.
Actually, I should post this now because I made a little bit of a misnomer, right? Because I said that was sacrificing 3 of the garrison troops, or a bunch of the garrison troops, right? But I did forget something about them, right? And I will post that now. Which is this funny thing. Bada bing, bada boom, and a bada boom. Let me grab this. Okay, there it is. Here's a funny Silk Garrison troop feature. They simply remain at 0 and can be reanimated. So that's what they're at.
Then in that case, would I be in this spot or this spot? Because I have a bonus action in that case I can use.
You can be here.
All right. Then that is my turn.
All right.
Just wanted to make sure.
In which case, we're getting back to the rest of the fight. As, by Kanaho, regardless of your reaction to whatever the hell Graves is doing, there's something kind of important going on by you. 2 hobby lookalikes are going to be jumping towards you, my friend. Remember when these guys were a thing?
Sure do.
Let's go with a good old-fashioned Claw 1, Claw 2. 1 hits for 5.
Can't you see I'm trying to focus on other things? And Kanaho's gonna try and use the aura to bat whichever one hit a little bit.
That's it.
Well, yeah.
I'll say that the damage will be reduced to 3 for you, but still goes through.
Yep.
As for this one's gonna fire a dark orb at you, which will hit for 6.
Well, unless someone else has got that, I'm gonna have to stare at him. Alright. Stare.
Use your eyes, special boy.
All right,
Unfortunately,
I'm
not
gonna
this time.
Reroll.
All right, reroll.
Hey.
All right. Yeah. In this case, I'll say it works. You manage to stare him down, and he doesn't go through. This one is going to try and attack Villanelle with a dark orb. Yeah, that'll hit. So, unless you got something, Drake, that's 6 to you,
I
my
have
friend.
my readied action.
Yeah.
I throw a javelin through it.
Let's see it. Yeah,
Or
you throw a javelin which pierces through the dark orb. I'll say that some dark orb residue gets through to you and deals 2 damage, right? But does the javelin have a specified damage amount?
Nope. It's variable based on the amount of pages and stamina, which I use it as a ready action, so I didn't ask until I'm using it now.
Yep.
But I wanted to make a few, so I probably 2 pages and then however much stamina you'd want.
Okay. In this case, how about you pay 2, so it's 2 cost and then 2 damage from the dark orb. This guy's not looking great, as he skitters about. And are there any more around? I don't think so. So it's you, Kanaho.
Alright, well, Kanaho is in 5 different fucking directions right now, because on one hand, he doesn't want Artemis to fucking execute unknown cultists. There are the 4 guys, no burgers and no fries, attacking him. And
To be fair, she's carrying her now. She does not look like she's gonna kill her.
That's valid. And then there's fucking Lieutenant Dickwad over there, who I just have one question for you, Soleil.
Yeah, he's inscribed.
Is his epithet flagship?
Nope.
Okay.
Ooh, okay.
That was literally
It's
the
not a-
first thing that came to mind.
It's a good
Definitely
guess.
not bad. Yeah.
No, but it's not it.
Yep. I got something there. So I need to ask, right? For the purposes, right? The mech is still here. It's just like you know, not
in crumbled
icon.
pieces. Yeah.
It's like in pieces.
Is there still a missile pod that appears to be there?
Yeah, sure.
All right. This is gonna fucking suck.
You can do.
Yep. I'm gonna have to get over there. Kanaho rubs the back of his head. Hobby, Delta, you wanna come with me? Now's the time.
Well, it's either we handle these guys, she, motions to the hobgoblins, or we help out Graves. So.
Yep. So I'm willing to like team up with these guys to do something big, because my plan is to item enforcer the missile pod to do something reminiscent of the missile ability. But Kanaho explicitly wants to catch onto one with his hair and fucking ride it all the way over there.
Okay.
And he would open a hand to carry Delta and or fucking Hobby.
Hobby's coming.
Yeah. So let's go for this. This is gonna fucking suck on my stamina bar, but that's okay. So we're gonna go for item enforcer to do the missile barrage, and maybe if they're extras, they can go and target these little assholes. But I'm not really aiming for that. Yeah, that's a 6. I'm gonna do it.
Do you want to reroll?
I'm gonna.
Do you want to reroll?
I can't. Oh wait, I would like. I would very much.
Delta
like
will use it.
I would like it, Miss Citadel. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
That's
Not
a
this
6.
one.
It's still something. So you're just trying to get as close to Garrick as possible?
Yeah.
I'll say that unfortunately a 6 is not the best. You can get to right around where Venus is, I'd say, and pay 2 stam for that.
Yup, and Kanaho, as it travels, he growls a little bit as the psychic missile continues, and effectively, he just lets it go because it probably dissipates, and then he grabs Hobby, cowls himself in his hair, and then tumbles down to the ground, and then unfurls a little bit. Okay, that's manageable. And considering Delta didn't come with, that's fine. Kanaho's just gonna be potentially ready to try and do a big boost, a boosty for her theoretically.
Yep. Is that you?
Yep, that's the end.
Hobby double move to get to you. It's Delta. She is going to step here on the edge of the light, and she is going to go for Arsenal Crash, the funny commander variant. But let's see. Funny. As it's enough to at the very least get this guy gone, right? This guy takes a little bippy of a damage. It is a 10, even still. It's not the best hit in the world. And the funny thing that she gets in Commander is she can summon soldiers. So let's go ahead and boop, bop, and boop. I'm gonna say they can't move or do anything right now, and she's holding her other action, so it's Garrick. Let's see. How do we want to do this? Well, first off, I'm gonna roll for this. So, Garrick, looking to Graves for a moment, then raises his arm that has his flag armband in the air. And I have to ask an important question, right? I assume, Graves, are you looking at him, right?
Yeah.
You're looking at him? Cool. Alright.
His eyes haven't left.
Yep. Which means it's activated like this. As he thrusts his arm in the air, if any enemy is looking at the flag or at him, he instantly gains 2 victory charges, a 1-use parry anytime action. All Silk Garrison troops gain a +1 to damage for a bit, and this is used as a bonus action instead, so that's pretty cool. So there's that situation. Let's use this for the 1-use parry anytime. And these guys, you know what? They have a +1. I think that guy's just barely out of it. So, there's that. This guy is gonna go 1, 2, 3. And you know what? How about we start things off with a little bit of this. Garrick is gonna try a funny, which that will not work unless I'm gonna have him spend 3 of his victory charges to make it work. So, let's go ahead and post this funny. And this will be primarily at you, Graves. Battle Charge. The aura constantly produced by his flag begins to spill out even more profusely before it solidifies into the shape of a warship. Then, with an underhand swing, Lieutenant Garrick tosses his flag forward as it autonomously unfurls itself and flies towards the space within 8 of his starting position. Lieutenant Garrick and any of his allies that make contact with the warship while it is moving can choose to travel along with it, while enemies are forcefully dragged along, taking 7 damage along the way. So, this part is going to go through, as he is going to toss the flag right over here. And so, effectively, Graves, you're going to be taking 7. I'm going to move Garrick to the spot, which would be right here, which is enough to hit Kanaho, Graves, and Hobby with the 7. So there's that. What's up?
So, I imagine Garrick, while doing this, wants to hurt me and doesn't want to help me.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment.
Okay, so I'm going to use Justice Reversed to make a sense of justice towards Graves, like, fluctuate in such an odd way that he commands a couple Silk Garrison troops to hop in the way of Graves, so he doesn't take as much damage.
Okay, let's see it.
Because, you know, having everybody group here would be good, but I don't want to take damage because of it. Justice in first. So...
Unfortunately, Graves, in this instance, you go to inverse the Justice, but the Silk Garrison troops, I'm not going to put any extra penalty on you, but Garrick, at least initially, doesn't seem to be quite as scared of you yet, and is able to shrug off a portion of the effectiveness.
He only has 1 Justice, so it makes sense. I haven't done my stuff to him.
Exactly. And thus, I will say again that unless someone does something, this will be 7. Alright, you're going to use your aura anytime. Alright, let's see it.
Block.
Okay. In which case, I'll say that the warship would be partially blocked off from you, right? And kind of crashing to this area. So it'll still hit Graves and this soldier, who is definitely KO'd as he's sent flying into the air, right? For the 7. But you, Kanaho, do manage to mostly escape unscathed. I'll say 3 damage.
Yep.
And then
holds his hands up in front of him. Go on.
Yep. The second part of this attack is that once it is finished moving, the flag vibrates and explodes, the energy sending everyone inside upwards. So Graves is knocked into the air, with which Garrick will then use his victory action. So let's go ahead and use that. Let's see if it works. I'm going to say minorly, but it will do something, and now you'll get to see it. As he is going to use Surging Resolve. All you need is the last little shove. That'll push it over the edge. He flicks his arm, sending a ripple through his flag as it glows a bright red. This allows him to infuse his will into the world around him, declaring that he and his cause is in support of an action, effect, or other process that is currently ongoing. Effectively, this lets him take anything that is, like, ongoingly occurring, right? And hyper boost it, makes it happen now, right? So Graves, you being knocked into the air, he then increases Super Boost's gravity's effects on you, and you're slammed down with vicious force. It's a 6, so I'm going to say is only going to deal an extra 3 damage to you. But you are slammed back down to the ground.
I'll take that.
Okay.
Might need healing soon, but yeah.
Yep. 3 Silk Garrison troops that are still around, having moved along with the vessel, they're going to try to use their victory action to res one of their brethren. I say try. Do I have to roll? I know I specified. Yeah, it's unrolled, actually, so they didn't need to roll for that. This guy is brought back up. And then, last but not least, Garrick is going to, with his funny boss basic attack, go for Bastion Piercers, but this time, considering the circumstance, only with 1 shot. Which is going to work. This time, it was aimed primarily at Venus and this row, and I'll say it's going to clip Kanaho, right, for a little bit, but Venus, you're primarily the one that's taking the 12 in this case. Kanaho, I'll say you'll take 6 if this hits. You adapt, improvise, or impromptu incorporate, rather. Attack coming your way. I'll say that including cost, you can take 6, right? This infantryman who was just summoned gets blasted, as does this fucking hobgoblin. Actually, I think the fucking flock gets blasted too. At least this member of the flock gets blasted. You incorporate it. Kanaho took the 6. That's all that. I believe that is everything. Canehurst.
Yep. Canehurst was sort of looking down the path that she came from before looking back, and she looks over the battlefield, and I have a question.
Yeah.
Kakapo. Can Graves be supported in this state?
Let me repost the thing, since I do have a thing out, because he's focused on his thing, so he's not supporting any of y'all.
No, but can he be supported by others?
Well, let's no, he just, but he will. And it's harder to assist him, especially with more powerful effects.
Incredibly hard to assist him, yeah, it says that.
Alright, in that case, I will go with Kanaho. Yeah, she's going to, seemingly from the back of the tank, a giant light, or like a lamp, appears and shines a symbol onto the roof of the cave. The symbol is whatever the emblem of Kanaho's Bloodstone tribe is. Probably just his crown, to be honest.
Probably just the crown.
Kanaho, she calls out, "I've read all of your files. Seems like you're useful in your own ways, but I'll choose to assist you." So this fucking bat symbol appears, and Kanaho, you have. Let me double check. Yeah.
Masculine 5, 12 DR.
Well,
the sheet.
Don't completely joke, because it's 2 DR, 2 fast healing, plus 2 to rolls, and plus 2 to damage.
Holy shit.
She can only have one of those at a time. Then the tank's probably not looking that good, but I'll still have her just call out,
All right. Reloaded. She's gonna fire at the cluster.
Yep. Yeah, tank isn't looking the greatest. I'll say it manages to hit into Un and Dos. The others, the blow partially cushioned by those two.
Yep. That's Kane test.
All right, Venus.
I have a couple very important questions.
Yeah.
3 that come to mind.
Yeah.
Number 1, does Venus know this person?
Depends. I know Venus knows military stuff, right? How much do you think she's explicitly researched? What do you think the breadth is?
All right. This ties into my second question. War criminal?
Here's the thing, right? If you had to hazard a guess, yes, but technically on record, there's nothing to prove it.
Oh yeah, because there's never anything on record to prove that war criminals are war criminals. Got it. I think that she would at least know, what got him on a metaphorical shit list.
Yeah. Well, you would be aware that during the war against the Pangaic Union, this man was a prominent force, and there have been effectively nothing specific said, but there has been word passed through some circles that he was especially ruthless during it.
One of those types that, throws around their fucking weight, huh? You remind me of me. Speaking of, does his epithet give off similar vibes to Venus?
Insofar as the soldiers, but other than that, they're closer than they could be, but they're not they're not precisely the same.
Kinda.
There's overlap in certain ways, but it's not anything that you'd
Venus.
Yep.
Do you think that there are some people who can never change no matter what happens? Do you think there are some people who deserve death for what they do?
Want to believe the world's better than that, but not everyone can change.
Yeah. This one hasn't changed a bit.
You know I can hear you, right?
Oh,
you
I
barely
know.
even talk to me. Come on, get to know me a little better.
How do you? This is non-canon.
Fucking gladly.
This is non-canon. How do you compare to 10 years ago? Can we get on the same level? It doesn't.
Paradox regicide slung over her back. Then come clean. What did you do all those years ago, fucker?
Oh, I helped win the war. That's what I did.
At what cost?
What are you trying to get me to say?
I think you know. I'll be fully honest. She, with no further warning, no further words, swings Paradox Regicide.
He is going to use the one-use parry anytime he gained from Advent Anthem.
Oh, damn right he is.
That's gonna fail, but Banner of Command is recharged at the start of this round. So, roll 1. How much does Regicide?
I think we decided 8 to 10 when it was used.
Oh, I actually have it down in the token action I made for when I held it previously. I'm pretty sure it said 7 to 9.
Oh.
In that case, I'll say that this will be a good old 8, and he'll take it, and he'll conserve his other use of Banner of Command.
Yep. She just cuts into the mother fricker. There were innocent people during that war, you know? But people like you don't get that. That's fine. She's going to then fire all weapons, stomping down across the floor, and just assaulting this man with assault rifles.
Alright.
I have a feeling there's something that was not explained to me that I should have known. Kind of whispers to himself, seeing the
Hobby
general
hears it.
animosity.
This time, he is going to use his other usage of Banner of Command. and in the process, as listed in his main passive, effectively, while he goes to do this, Venus, you feel the aura that his flag on his arm is constantly emanating warble and wave as the area around you becomes more liquid, more like water, and is effectively going to, along with the Silk's garrison troop jumping and hitting you, going to water blast you away and keep you off balance, at least if this works. Which it is going to this time. You did roll higher than him, though, so,
Yeah, and furthermore, I think that with her, like, immense, like, she like, you know, war criminals are bad, actually.
Yeah, I know.
What a fucking shock. She's going to try an impromptu incorporation, the, water, I guess.
Okay. Not this time.
Nah. That's fine.
Alright. So, fire all weapons. Does it have a specific number?
Don't think so.
What is, so it's, they
1 by
fire
3 area,
something.
fire, just...
Alright.
Suppose the number's not mentioned, I apologize.
In that case,
We'll do that
I'll
later.
just, I'll make it up.
Alright, do it then!
Where he's going to take, let's say, around this much damage, as you, Venus, are sent, you know, with this water blast. It's not completely negating your attack by any means, and you're very heavy, but you are sent off to the side, taking 6 damage in the process while this garrison troop jumps at you.
Alright, my current guess is... generic, but warship.
Nope.
Okay, Venusian soldiers. Nope.
Not this time.
Damn, Venus. That's fine. The soldiers that are currently in range, so the ones at the bottom are going to... and the one at the top, near Venus, maybe, are just going to try and open fire on Garrick.
Alright. Yep. That's gonna go for a bit of damage.
And then, for the time being, we will finish this off with, Venus taking out a revolver, and she's just popping this bitch. No, she's not.
No, not this time.
Okay. Got it. Or will she? She's going to metal bend the bullet to hit him, actually. No!
No, you go for it. I'm gonna say the cost is
Alright.
gonna be heightened, so
It's
pay
not.
5.
Sometimes it just isn't your turn.
Yeah, no, I pass. I see the way the wind's blowing. See you
Yep.
later, gamers.
Make sure to pay the 5.
I will. I backed out. I'll roll 20 extra.
Artemis.
Yardemis, now that she's acquired bitch, she's gonna come over here and just kind of casually fooling her over into the pile, and then pull out her guns again, morphing them together into a sawed-off shotgun. She's gonna take aim at these hobgoblins one after the other, using the slug version. So each of these should be dealing 4 damage or more.
You got him.
Yep, I think that'll do it just fine.
Alright.
I will bump her up 1 proc, but we'll deal with that later. That'll be all for her.
Alrighty. With that, we have the soldiers. You had something you wanted to do, Roche?
Yeah, so Kaunaho, while he's here, he's holding his arms up, he's prepared, everyone's fighting Lieutenant Garrick. His name's Garrick.
Garrick.
Yeah, Garrick. And like all the soldiers, Kaunaho, observing the situation, sees the graves next to him, sees the Venus, looks straight ahead at Garrick, then past him, further. Guys, we found what we're looking for. Just push past this asshole and we can get it.
And as Kaunaho says that, let me reveal, if you look a bit further back.
Sorry, there's no pushing past this motherfucker.
We did it, guys.
Another
We
pulse
found
of it.
Lieutenant Guard.
Another
We
pulse of
saved
energy from Graves can be felt.
That's great,
that's the
light being
Midgard
from.
wave.
Yep.
That's great, light being from Everhood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As for the soldiers, This guy is going to run up here and throw a grenade into the Venusian soldiers. Goodbye, Venusian soldiers.
See you later.
This guy, I'll give him a little bit of movement, enough to where he can get here. He's going to throw a grenade between Kanaho and Venus. That'll be 6 damage to the both of you.
Jesus, they're rolling good and we're rolling bad.
Yeah, I gotta. Maybe our soldiers can help take it back, but Any other soldiers acting?
Oh, okay. No, I thought you were leading to a reaction.
No, I wasn't. I'm not using that any time on that guy.
Bippy, these guys are going to do their best to get in position to help out. So I'll say that effectively they're all double moving because they are a bit far away. So we're gonna get them into position to help you guys out as you would want them. And that'll be them for now. The two soldiers back by Midgard look towards everyone and are holding their actions in case anyone gets there. But for now, Villanelle.
Okie dokie. Yep. Villanelle is going to lock sights on... There's a million shit in the way of that one. Lock sights on this one down here.
Yep.
And they're going to... Lost in a book.
Let's see it.
I'll just roll this.
You have a +3, so...
I have a +3. Also, I'll use it this time because, fuck. Being a part of Hoshu's Guild, I have a twice per round 2-cost reroll.
Hell yeah.
So do that. Better than nothing.
Yeah, you know what? You got
it. She zooms down all the way over here, just in the blink of an eye, battering this man, gashing through them with her blade. She is going to, with her strokes, paint the onomatopoeia of gales to create like a vortex of wind that sort of slashes out with every strike as she dances around them to get some like blades that kind of like pierce out of him and go into the little guys.
Okay. Yeah. And that's all part of Lost in a Book. The base damage for that is 3, yeah?
It is 3, and I'm going to do it again.
Okay.
She's going to go here. There we go.
Yep. You, with the spikes and everything, you managed to knock out this soldier with your double attack as he goes clattering, and the remaining Silk garrison in this group also goes inert, rather.
Yeah, awesome. And she is going to... I can do it one more time. Because unfortunately my damage is so low. She is going to... Try it again. Just sort of focused on the central one to create like a vortex around them to thin the horde.
Yep. As you attack them, Villanelle, it seems as if they're durable to the point where they can't be completely destroyed. But you are holding them in this sort of pile in place together.
Yep. And then... Because I can't reach that top guy. Well... I just barely could, actually. You know what? Villanelle is going to, as they slice into this horde and kind of keep them down so Garrett can't just overwhelm us with numbers, as he is wont to do. Villanelle is going to, once again, cause like a burst of paper from their back, forming like paper wings to boost them just a little bit further so she can blackline that guy to the north.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah. What's Blackline's base damage?
Basic attack, so it'd be 6.
6? Okay. Nice hit into this guy. He's still barely standing, but you got a good hit into him.
Yep. Then she throws her blade back, and that is her.
All right, Mr. Spider. Oh, things have gotten a lot crazier all of a sudden, haven't they? How fun. He's going to, I believe, while he's in Black Widow, if I'm remembering correctly, he has increased movement. Let's make sure, just because I want to make sure I understand my own little guy. Yeah, he has a +3 movement. So, he could get here. Hey, Venus, let me help you out with that. As he's going to pierce his leg lamp into this guy. He goes in there inert. And he gets a reserve webbing. He's then going to use web bending to effectively, as he pierces into him, leave him with a web that's going to send him flying into Garrick. That'll deal a little bit of damage. As it hits Garrick's turn. And bada bing, bada boom, it's his turn. So, let's see. I think he's going to use his victory action, and let's see if it works. Still no.
Can he use his losing action?
And so, since that doesn't work, you know what? No, I'm gonna have him spend his victory charge to make that work. But they will not be able to act. And by they, I mean, if I could find it. Boop. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's that. We'll spread them out in a second here. You know, how about I make my life easier? Why don't I? Do it a little more like, you know, like this, and then one up here. That'll be his victory action. Then, as his main action, he's going to do much the same as he did last turn, and he's going to try and use Battle Charge, this time using his aura, as the aura turns into the visage of a ship, having said ship's guns fire out on all sides that just pierce into the soldiers and everything while he drags the party. So, we're gonna go for that.
Bad.
That's a failure! And so, instead, he is going to attempt, with his last remaining available option to him, go and use fucking Bastion Piercers. And he's going to go ahead and use them, and in this, he can use them twice in one action. And this is going to go off. One is going to be aimed up through you, Venus, right? And then we're going to have another one. We'll aim the second one, why not, over by... Who would he want to aim at? On one hand, Graves makes sense.
On the other hand, Venus again.
Yep, we'll fire one at Venus, one at Graves. And so, I will remind you as the text here, if you have no remaining, dodges available, right, you can spend 3 stamina to try and dodge. The Bastion Piercers give that free dodge chance, but only if you have no other options.
Venus
Venus
doesn't.
Guys.
Venus doesn't.
I was gonna try something for you guys.
Well, Roche can try. We'll see how Venus's Nat 1 impacts her.
Yep. So, seeing him, flub his like epithet things as Kaunaho gets like closer, he's like, "Hey, you, eyes on me." And if he catches Garrick's attention, he then fucking does the Lexicite stare with a +5. Because +3 from the base thing and +2 from Canehurst. So let's fucking kill him. No, never mind.
Delta has her reroll. She will
Alright.
use it.
Thank God, Delta. Lifesaver.
Thank you, Delta.
That's why we brought you along.
So, you're bragging his attention and doing that. Okay. What I'll say this will do, right, is that Venus with a Nat 1 is still going to get hit. So she's still going to get hit by that for 12. But for Graves, I understand that he is hard to support. I understand this fact. But your Lexicide Stare, you're targeting an inscribe. So,
yeah. And this is the first time it has rolled anything. If Delta was not here, it would have rolled a 1.
Yep. Garrick's shot is going to go a bit wide. I'll say it will still graze Graves for 2, right? And also this soldier here for 2, which will knock him out, actually. But that is it, as Lexicide Stare. What the hell is that?
Before my turn starts. Before my turn starts.
Yes, before your turn
because,
starts.
Yeah, sorry. Graves is going to use Eye for an Eye to effectively, give Lieutenant Garrick another stack of justice.
Okay.
That's my roll clear. Let's start my turn.
That's your roll clear. It's your turn.
Alright. Graves, movements ever slower, steps up to Garrick, looking at him face to face, wordless. And then, before again, manifesting his sword, the Saber of Valcut, as you've seen it called out of universe, though many in universe wouldn't really know the name, as he is going to plunge it into Garrick once again, and is going to state, "Don't breathe."
No! As you stab into him, it doesn't deal any damage. It is a low roll, but it still will succeed. As you pierce into him. Yeah? And why should I listen to... What the hell?
As he does that, stabbing him in with one arm, he raises the other arm in the air, slowly snaps his fingers. Garden of Seraphim. And let's see this thing. Grrr.
Hey, what is that?
Considering the circumstance of you using your funny form, I'll give you 1 right now.
Thank you. Let's pull it out. Venus, Kaunaho, you see before you something nearly incomprehensible.
Alright. Venus would downvote that on Reddit.
Rising up behind him, this angelic figure, brandishing a sword. My name is Energy.
What?
Oh, that's him talking.
Yeah. So let me fucking post this passive. Hey, so these guys have names, and their name is the concept they have, like, nigh omnipotent control over. That is their purpose on the battlefield, to assist Graves in any way he needs possible. This is Energy. So as an action, I am going to... Energy is going to raise their sword up in the air and siphon off the energy of as many people in this room as possible, aiming primarily for Garrick, the Silk Guard troops, and any other enemy soldiers fighting against us. However, should it need any more bolstering, because Graves is in kind of this mode, you know, like, I'll take some from my allies too. I'll take some from everyone. I'll take some from fucking everyone in this whole base, you know, if you let me. But we'll see
well,
how
I'm
far
certainly
that
not gonna
goes.
let that last part, but
Yeah, that, you know.
Yeah. But you know, hey, give it a roll. You know.
Yeah. And I'm willing to spend a lot of stamina on this because what this is going to do is minus all of everyone's energy plus to Graves all of it.
Right.
Yeah, just giving him as much healing as physically possible.
Okay, let's see it.
Concept control.
The buzz swole technique.
Well,
Uh-oh.
Here's the thing, right? You're lucky you got that, because I was gonna say, considering I gave you a freebie on a 3, you're gonna need to roll really high, otherwise you're basically just gonna siphon all of the soldiers, and that's what it's going to be, right?
Yep.
But with that crit, I'm going to average and leverage it out with the freebie I gave you, such that this is just a very good success, you know? But for the
Sounds
purposes
good.
of critting,
I'll take it.
if it still counts as a crit for anything that may count for it, but you sap the energy from Silk Garrison, Silk Garrison, Silk Garrison. I will leave these two up barely. A good amount of stamina from Garrick. I'll say 10 from him. And then a fair bit collectively from a bunch of the soldiers around, such that, and is this Graves that's spending the stamina, or is it energy?
It is energy.
And energy would have, how much stamina?
All stamina.
12. I'll say that for energy, right, it can spend 10, right? And it drains from the Silk Garrisons a bunch. Graves, you can heal for 20.
Sounds perfect.
I don't like this one any more than the other one.
Well, at least he doesn't talk, right?
Yeah.
She said it is a joke. Don't kill her, please.
Yeah, as that happens and he continues to stare him down, just to go over each and every single one of my things. You know, Venus talked him down earlier. You know, does he feel bad at all?
Not really.
Just wanted to make sure. And you know, what I'm gonna do here, I think all that's left, because it's now a main action, I'm going to use Join the Cause on Garrick.
Oh,
To make himself realize, you know, so it's weird because of, you know, my current goal, guys, right?
I think I imagine what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm talking to the GMs mainly. So I want to say, this isn't to make him participate in said goal, though that could be funny. Effectively what I'm trying to do is stun him, as his goals are counteracted with him understanding absolutely what the goals of Grace are. This is more so like a motive-based stun lock as a bonus action.
Yep,
Join
no,
the cause.
for sure. I get you. Let's see it. Yeah, I'll give it to you, at least to an extent, as you infuse your will into Garrick's mind. His eyes widen as innately, within his very essence, he understands what you are trying to do here.
You. The hell are you?
My name is Valkenor Graves. And I'm working under certain orders. And that'll be my...
Yep.
That'll be my turn.
It is Kanaho because there are no more mech enemies, so it's you.
Kanaho just fucking sits there, like, uncertain on if this is Valkenor Graves, the guy he knew, or Valkenor Graves as in, you know, the one you put bodies in. Like...
Valkenor Graves, parentheses, derogatory.
Yeah.
Guy who talks a lot. He's certainly a different tone now.
Not talking much anymore.
Not talking much anymore. You shut up real quick.
Yeah, he's not talking that much anymore. So,
right here.
Here's my question.
Yeah. Epithet. Ensign?
Nope.
Damn it. Alright. Figured that one was pretty close, but unfortunate.
I'll give a guess. Just real quick.
Sure.
He's mentally guessing, but you know, Garrick just got a piece of his mind. Is it semaphore?
Nope.
What the fuck?
Okay, cool.
Oh.
What is she cooking?
Alright, well, either way, right? Kaunaho, kind of a little bit roughed up, but you know, here's the thing. This guy's got water here, right? Like epithet water. And,
not
like,
in the.
epithet ship.
It's not at the moment. Right now, it is just an energy aura that is titled his vessel, but as of right now, it's just aura. It's just energy. He can terraform it as he pleases when he performs actions, but it's nothing right now because he's not doing anything with it.
Okay, that's fair. I wanted to. Interrupt up so Kaunaho activates purple mode. No, I like. That's unfortunate because I wanted to like turn his epithet water into an attack against him, but unfortunately, not a thing. You know, like Kaunaho just sitting here, right? He's gonna. Ooh, okay. What we're gonna do? Kaunaho grits his teeth. Okay, and he's gonna like. Effectively just try and jump over Graves and get behind this man, effectively.
Okay.
Which I can do with just a regular move action, but like for flavor, he's like jumping over.
Yep.
And he's like, alright man, time's up, you're done. And Kaunaho's going to like grab his railguns, and I want to like item enforcer them to like have them backblast into his arms.
Okay.
This will probably fucking hemorrhage my stamina though. Do I want that? How about this? I'll just do one. I'll just do one. And let's fucking rock his world. Okay.
Okay. So, Kaunaho, how much are you spending?
It is up to you how much this costs.
As you bend your energy into his railgun, causing it to become remarkably heavy, it slams down, his arm partially snapping, not completely broken, but you can hear as it tears down. He drops the railgun. He'd scream louder if his breath was not currently constricted. Spend a good ol', I'll say in this case, 3 stamina, Kaunaho, as you're gonna deal a lot of damage to him.
Yep. I don't know what fucking side effects that has, other than being fucking dangerous. Can Kaunaho take the railgun from him?
With the crit, I'd say so.
Yup, he fucking hefts that over his shoulder, and just sort of like says, man, stand the fuck down, you don't gotta lose your life here. I don't know if you care about soldier pride or whatever, but like, listen, that guy will kill you. He is going to kill you. I might not. And from there, right, I'm just gonna like use my bonus action to like I'll use my water bending to like try and restrain his arm so he can't pull the trigger on the other railgun.
Okay.
Let's rock.
That's it. Yep. 14. Is it completely restrained? Perhaps not, but you are holding his arm in place. As we move over to Hobby, who will try and claw at him. Miss. Delta, who is, you know, going to look to Artemis, look to everybody, start moving closer. She can get to here, I believe. She'll double move, get to around here, and hold for the reroll. As we get to Garrick's turn, I'm going to give him a roll to see how he's handling the no breathing. Could be way worse. He's holding on to it, and because of that, he doesn't say much of anything to you right now, Graves. But he is still going to try as much as he can to do what he can. He's going to use his extra basic attack he's got for something. Let's see. Yep. As Kanaho, you are holding on to his arm, but he is going to effectively... You are a big, strong guy, but he's also a big, strong guy. And he's going to basically pull you along with the motion of his fist while he goes to punch Graves for 6 damage, which I'll say will deal 3 damage to you as you're flung over here, 6 to Graves.
Alright, 1 damage.
I'm going to use Justice and Burst to give him more Justice stacks.
Okay.
Cause, you know, I need more of those. Let's go!
Graves is going to turn on Gold Experience Requiem.
Nope, not this time. These
At
two...
least I have the stamina to kind of spare, but...
Yep. The Silk Garrisons are going to run up. They're both going to try and slash at Graves. 6 damage overall. Holding.
So... I think I gotta do this, man. I am going to use... Justice and Burst to make him aim for Garrick, because they are Garrick's constructs, so obviously they are aligned to him.
Let's see it.
But with this overwhelming power, they won't be.
Let's see it.
Subito.
Unnatural
Holy
1.
shit.
I don't know what the minus... Oh, yeah, it's an unnatural 1, so I'm just gonna say no. Pay the cost, and then another 6. But with that, Garrick, considering the circumstances, he's not feeling absolutely great, but he's not one to back down if he doesn't absolutely have to. And so, let's see. It's going to be reduced in effectiveness because of what Kanaho did, but he's going to try and use his victory action for 1 shot of Bastion Piercers, which will fail. And so all he's got left is his main action, which he is going to try and use Battle Charge. That will work. And he'll throw his flag 8 spaces. So right centered on this guy, he is not going to follow along with it, though. This will be dealing 7 damage to everyone in this path, right? So in this case, Hobby, Venus, Delta, Kanaho, Graves, Energy, right? And these soldiers. As they are dragged back to around here. Venus will be here because she's, heavy. Graves back to here. Does Kanaho have anything, or is he going out unconscious?
I'm gonna try and protect myself with my aura a little bit, but you know how it be.
Yep. Let's see it. This time, unfortunately, not.
I'll re-roll that.
Okay. You're up at 1. Yeah, you're just up at 1. That's the final amount. Hobby will take the damage as he's dragged. Kanaho, you're dragged to here. Hobby is dragged to here. The 2 Silk Garrisons are going to move to around here. Garrick himself won't, though, as he is then going to use his movement action, go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and hold the Bastion Piercer he still has up towards all of you, holding his ground, standing as firm and solid as he can, as it goes to Kanehurst's turn and his flag returns to his arm. Penny.
Hi, Kanehurst. What you doing?
Yeah, I was muted. Fuck. First thing that she's gonna do is she's looking to Foster, who's fucking on the ground. Sort of man should really retire. She summons a portable, industrial grade, torch light, and fucking forces his eye open and flashes it into his eyes.
Just darts into the fucking wall as Foster collapses, unconscious himself, exhausted from possession.
Convenient. Alright. She is going to, release this. She's releasing the one on Kanaho as well. To, just give herself a little bit of a buffy buff. As she, walks, to the end of the tank cannon, holds a pistol out
and shoots the ram.
The pistol seemingly gains a small light attached to it, which she's then gonna fire at Graves. And I'm gonna roll for this, but it's gonna just be really, really easy.
You say that he is incredibly hard to support right now.
That's completely fair.
Pretty good.
Because, what I want to do is, as she fires this pistol shot at him, he can just take a move and main right now.
Oh.
I mean, if you want to make it just a move or main because of his hard to support thing, that's fine too, but, yeah.
It's up to Soleil.
If it's up to me, then it's incredibly hard to support, so I'll say move or main.
I'll take a main. I'll summon another Continental Seraphim.
Okay.
Oh god.
He can immediately act, Grace. Oh, that's the wrong one.
I have my... Yeah, the other one.
Yep,
yeah.
Here, let's,
Okay. Let's say this one... I know what I'm gonna call them.
Gonna call them Lieutenant Garrett.
The name is Earth. As Garrick, on either side of you, the floor folds up and is going to crush you.
Let's see it.
Concept control.
As
oh, thank the Lord.
How much are you spending?
You know what? I'll spend half. 6.
Yep. And Graves, you slam into this man, crushing him between 2 slabs of earth. Only his arm bearing the flag currently visible, and you can tell within the confines of this, he is, under normal circumstances, unconscious. However, as you recognize this, the flag's aura flares out, and I'll post. Glorious day. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what goes against you if the symbol of your power remains standing tall, still flying in the wind for all to see. Once per session, after Lieutenant Garrick would normally be knocked out, a dust cloud whips up and covers the battlefield. Once it clears, Lieutenant Garrick's flag can be seen on a flagpole, waving in the air next to both Garrick's unconscious body and a new figure, which, let me go ahead and grab this. This figure, a spectral visage of Lieutenant Garrick, remains on the battlefield for 1 round and acts as a last-ditch effort to take his enemies down with him. The visage's actions are all able to be flavored with ethereal and spirit properties.
Kanehurst blows on the muzzle of her pistol. All right, men, take him out. And she walks back to the tank.
As this happens, Graves sort of looks over to Counterho and Venus, points to the spectral, Garrick. It's her, the facsimile.
Fucking. Okay.
Venus.
Well, you heard him.
All of a sudden, I can't help but notice that not breathing, not being able to fight for yourself, it's not very fun, is it? She resheathes Paradox. 1, 2, 3, 4. You know what? 5, 6, 7, 8. She takes an offhanded swing at the spectral boy with her weapons locker.
It phases through him in this instance.
And she thinks the dead serious look fades a little bit. Wait, even better idea. She opens out her arms. Kill me. I'm a Vanderbilt. You hate the people, you hate the things that go against your country's victory, right? My mother's done shocking things to the people here. So go on. Kill me. I pass.
What the fuck are you people talking
Artemis.
about?
Artemis will run up here. Alright, I know there's a lot going on, but this seems like his last-ditch effort, so I think we're gonna be fine. Do his troops still seem active currently?
At the moment, yes.
These guys are. Yeah.
Alright, she'll take out her pistols and shoot at the two active ones near Graves.
Okay, let's see him. One is gonna hit, and it will knock this one out. The other one misses.
She'll spend more stamina to shoot again.
That one now hits. He's down.
Centuriat, we got this.
Soldiers. This guy by Villanelle goes to try and swat at her, but this collection of 4 soldiers all run up and are going to start firing and tackling at him. Yeah, no, he's down. As they sort of collapse on this guy, not letting them get another any sort of a touch on you in this case. These guys are going to dash up and similarly fire at this Silk Garrison, which they are going to miss. The Silk Garrison's body like wavers and whips in the wind, somehow avoiding all of these. This soldier is going to try a similar thing. A 1 soldier also misses. These guys are up here still trying to work things out there. That soldier is down. This soldier is down. Let me mark him with an X. The guys by Midgard are still holding. So, yeah, Villanelle.
Villanelle, like... First of all, a lot has happened in the past round, and Villanelle, like, while she was a little skirmishing with that guy, has just been, like, periodically looking back, just like, oh, I'm so pissed. Just trying to, like, anything if her epithet will let her write shit down. There's, like, purple men going on, and, like, energy was a thing. Venus is saying, kill me.
The slaughter over there?
Yeah. Garrick is doing spirity things. Like, there's a lot going on. She can't fucking do anything with it. She's pissed. So she's just gonna kind of look out. Sees Graves still looks fine. Kanaho's like kind of out, but it's, everyone else is still standing strong. So she's gonna look to Venus as like,
Please don't die, Venus. There's helplines for that. I'm sure Melagrana could hook you up. I'm gonna go get
I'm not
Midgard
gonna
before anything
die.
happens.
Don't worry.
and she's gonna lost in a book, zoom out of the aura all the way to those guys by Midgard.
Yeah, I'll give it to you.
Since that guy is pretty much out. I don't have to do anything fancy. Just onomatopoeia for fire. Let's explode him.
Yep.
Then I'm going to black line through them both and try and take them out. I'll re-roll that. Fuck me in the ass. 6.
I'm sorry. I think no. Delta did reset her advantage. She'll give it to you.
Thank you.
No, sorry.
Jesus Christ, man.
Oh, that's nice.
I would say what the hell, Drake, but like this is kind of in the vibe this last round, and nobody can fucking roll.
Yeah.
You know what? Let's try and shine a spotlight
Oh my
on you,
God,
shall we?
no,
let's
please.
let's just try one more. No.
Oh my God.
No, don't worry. It's a roll clear from Mr. Spider.
Jesus Christ. It's fine. I can still keep doing Lost in a Book. Because I succeeded, unless I roll. Okay. I go to the other one. And I do the same fire on him. And I'll just keep going back and forth until they die.
Okay. And you can just keep doing this even if you keep failing, or?
I can only do it one more time, actually.
Okay.
There we go.
As Villanelle, you go slash between these guys. They burst into flames and are not looking good, right? This guy basically falls unconscious. This guy, barely hanging on by a thread, goes to reel a punch, but while weak, Midgard stirs and goes for a sweeping kick to knock him to the ground, finishing him off.
She thumbs up.
Okay. Here, hold on.
That's her turn.
Yep, Mr. Spider. As we get to him. Oh, so dramatic, Venus. Is it really that big of a deal? As he is going to run over here, and you know what? Keep it nice and simple. Let's just poke the mans. See how that goes. It pierces into this spectral visage, clearly damaging him, right? But it's hard to tell if this visage can even be properly, like, how damage even affects it. It does hit, but Spider then looks to you, Venus. Yeah, if I had to wager a guess, this is just an endurance test.
Yeah, and he's not getting close to my limit.
As it hits his turn, he uses a victory action, and he's going to use his remaining railgun. Which, because Venus, I was not accounting for this before because of his higher rolls, but if I remember correctly, Venus counts as cover, yeah?
Yes.
You are just going to tank this hit. If you react to it, it has a +3.
No.
Otherwise,
the bullet goes straight for her heart, and she's knocked back the tiniest bit, but it's just stopped by her armor before it hits flesh.
Yep. He'll use his basic attack action to fire one shot at you, and then one shot at Spider. That is going to be 12 to hit. Spider will try and swing out of the way. He's going to fail, so he's just going to take the hit. Get blasted to the wall. Are you taking it, Venus?
Scar.
Oh, fuck. Am I not audible?
Now you are.
Now you are.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm just taking it.
Alright. And then with his
How
next
much is it
action,
again?
12. Again, he's going to fire at you. And Spider, this is another 12.
This one she'll try and take with impromptu incorporation.
Yep.
There we go, Venus.
Which you do. Spider is going to try and reserve webbing to put a web in front to block as much damage as possible. Which will similarly block a good portion of it. I'll say that he's going to only take this much. Graves.
Okay, guys.
Oh, what is up?
Let's take this nice and slow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where did I put it? Endless March. This guy sure is blocking me, isn't he? Mm-hmm.
Last I checked.
1, 2, 3.
I walk around him with Graves' new kit.
Yeah.
Hey,
Wait, no,
Graves,
he's
is
like
that your name? You
4,
all right
5,
there, buddy?
6. Literally no response from him.
Venus out of character. He's more
probably fine.
Yeah. As he steps forward, and just as this is going to be my funny roll clear, but also just a fun little flavor thing for our good friends. He is going to manifest the Saber of Alcut and stab it into Venus, dealing no damage, but enforcing the commands, "Don't stop me."
Oh. Okay.
Unless something is done, that's going to go through.
Alright. And,
What is he
what he's gonna do? Yeah.
Go
What
ahead.
he's gonna do is he is going to, Garden of Seraphim. He's willing to spend extra stamina because this is probably going to be the last thing he'll do this combat, participating here, considering he has a job to do. He is going to manifest another Garden of Seraphim.
Okay.
And 1 is all I need, frankly. My name is Location. As, come on. Okay, there we go. What it is going to do, I am willing to spend literally everything on this one.
Okay.
To get this through.
Oh no.
But what I want him to do is to wave its sword over Graves and the unconscious body of Lieutenant Garrick.
Okay.
And transport them as far back as it can.
What do you mean far back?
So, the way we were, already going?
Yeah.
Like, this way. In an area where no one is, Graves just wants to be with this guy alone.
Okay.
And again,
give me a roll.
I'm willing to spend an upwards of 12 stamina. Concept control, location bending, get these two out of here.
So, given the situation, it's very hard to teleport, right?
Yep, that's the thing. It's very hard to teleport.
I'm willing to even allow it to be somewhere up to down here, if you guys are willing to give me that.
Just a little bit away.
I'm willing to give you as far as this maximum.
Yep. And you know what? Here's how I can flavor this. Rolling with the punches, Graves sees that Earth is still up. He nods to Earth. Earth nods back. Earth is going to spend the rest of their stamina to create a dome around Garrick and Graves.
Okay. It's not the most
What
impenetrable
the
thing
fuck
ever,
are you
but
doing?
there's a dome.
So both of these angels showed up and then left.
Pretty much. And that's all. And Graves is staring down Garrick here with an unimaginable rage. And unfortunately, I shall have to pass my turn here. We'll see where this goes. Pretty much, things are wrapping up, so...
I imagine you can DM us some things, but Konoha...
Yeah, so... I'm gonna just make the grand assumption I can't guess that anymore.
I mean, you could try.
I mean, he's still in the...
He's still alive, yeah,
He's
don't
fine.
worry.
He's still alive.
Well, guess what you can.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm just gonna throw out my two ideas. One of them is Admiral.
Is that your official guess? Because it's I do one guess
Yeah,
per turn.
it's just Admiral.
Nope.
Alright, well, he's gonna die before I get it.
You're in the ballpark, but this is a really weird word. I've only heard it a couple times before this.
Yeah.
Well... Okay, alright, well, you know, I just have one thing I'm gonna do, to try and maybe stop the endurance round, as Kanaho's just gonna go. I'm gonna move here, and I'm gonna bump him out of my way, right, because I got my
you do
talent.
have your funny talent.
And Kanaho's gonna look at the ghost of Lieutenant Garrick. Pass on, motherfucker. And I'm gonna let the side stare him.
Yeah, this is what I was hoping you'd do.
Just die already.
It works.
Yeah. As Kanaho, you flex your Lexicide power, which normally this technique from Garrick is incredibly hard to fuck with. But for the first time in DBA anyway, you harness your power as it is meant to be used. And while it would normally continue on for another round of shots from the railguns, in an instant, the Lexicide pierces this visage as it fades. And combat is ending, but I'm going to presume that Graves has something funny. So...
Yeah.
Sounds of
Graves
visceral
at-
stabbing.
Yeah, Graves, as everything is winding down, just sort of not falters, but sort of winds down, still having a lot of this sort of energy appear off of him as he steps forward and leans down and picks up Garrick and looks him in the face, maybe
He's
even shaking him awake
unconscious.
so he can maybe even like shaking him so he can stir, so he can take in this final moment. Not that Graves would really truly care either way. But he says, now, for the crimes of the numerous massacres sprinkled throughout the Pangaic War, including the February 12th massacre, the endless destruction of civilians who did not want to be under Pangaic occupation, and the destruction of countless cultural heritage of nations that existed far beyond that treacherous empire, and your unwillingness to change because of it. I bring upon you a sentence that, frankly, should have been given to you 20 years ago. And it is a mere crime that you even are allowed to still keep the title lieutenant. As, still flickering within his fist, the Saber of Alcut appears one more time. And I'm mostly doing this for flavor, but he's just going to stab him again, and 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 again, making sure that by the time they tear down this barrier, the being that once was Lieutenant Garrick will be unrecognizable.
As he is, all that remains, for an instant anyway, are the vestiges of the flag that he wore as an armband. That even then, that after a moment, autonomously shreds itself, the last bit of aura flaring. And the only thing left here, scattered off to the side amidst your massacre, is one little, tiny, funny thing.
The barrier around him bursts, I presume. And all everyone else sees is a puddle of viscera and Graves holding the flash drive. As he blinks again, blinks a third time. He kind of almost stumbled in place, still standing, but looking immeasurably tired.
Venus walks up as though to punch Graves, and gets shockingly close. But doesn't. Two things. One, you're not doing that again. Two, we have much to discuss later.
They don't feel the need to do that again, at least not in this base.
You misunderstand
As
my
he just-
intention for my words. There's someone that needs medical assistance now. We're leaving it at that for the time being.
Yes.
And before we move onward, let's go ahead and, we'll go with this track instead of the normal one. But, yay, combat!
And to be clear to everybody, the secondary conditions of Graves doing that activate, his max stamina is going way down, baby.
Do the Sagits remain?
Oh, no.
Oh, he's fucking dead, bro.
No. He.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Fair enough. I just wanted to make
All
sure,
right.
you
Well,
know?
Soleil, do we want to just say what it was at this point?
People want.
If anything, because of, Graves looking into history and stuff, he might be able to say it at some point if you wanted to have, like, a more natural reveal, but if not, if you don't think that would be good or anything like that, I can hold on.
No, because specifically, when it comes to military stuff, stuff like epithets would be held very, very secret when possible because of the traditional anime canon reasoning. So, I'm fine saying his epithet was pennant, as in a particular flag used on warships and otherwise used to support things and show support for a cause. Very specifically, they're a kind of flag that's like a triangle taper off. So.
Right. Makes sense. I was trying to go for that sort of ballpark near the end, but whatever. It's fine.
Yep.
Anyway, Venus has pierced the triple digits of stamina, everybody. Be very afraid.
Oh, I'm afraid.
Yep.
By the way,
I'm scared, personally.
Yeah, there is a ram loose in the mines.
Well, we can get that later.
That's for future generations.
Yeah.
By the way, do I get my prof now?
Oh, no, you can get it in 3 years. Yeah, you get it now. You completely
I just love, eating can I get my proficiency prize?
So,
I'm eating bacon, I'm sorry.
I kind of want stamina here, but I also would want a higher amount of stamina, so I think I've gotta go prof. Or I
Go
could
prof?
do comp. I'm gonna go prof.
Which one?
Bro, I'm just eating it all. It's at 38 in my main line.
Do you,
wait.
yeah?
Yeah, you get a couple things, actually. 38. Oh! You're at 38?
Yeah.
So, let's go one at a time. at 35, Imperial Glare, you know, how fitting.
Imperial, yeah.
Yeah, so it's now got a boosty against Mondays. It now works just as fine as Epithet users, because you're just so scary. But hey, it now works even better on Epithet users, you get it? So it's like the skill ceiling has risen. That's basically the premise of this upgrade.
Ah, very cool.
You know?
A thematic upgrade that I theoretically got directly after I broke his arm.
Yeah. And you get one more thing. And it's just, you know, a small little, funny little thing. Doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things at all. Like, it doesn't matter.
Very cool.
You know. Mm-hmm.
Hobby. Or paradox, I don't mind.
Are you sure my stamina's getting cut in? Yeah.
I'll need to think on that.
So my stamina's getting cut in half. I think I need this.
Hey Drake, do you know what you want?
I'm gonna decide later.
Okay. In which case, I will ping a funny message to you just as a, you know, combat reward 333 as your option. I'll just send that to you in DMs. I'll just do that as like a little reminder. And so, with that, we will cut back to, directly before this. As let's switch over to what track feels right? I'm not sure. About this. No. This one can work. Delta looks over to you, Graves. Give it to me straight. Did you kill him?
Does it look like he did?
Nothing left, Citadel.
You've seen this effect before back when we were on the train with the Eden paraphernalia.
Yeah, here with me.
I got a similar order, except this time it was Garrick. Nothing more.
Who the fuck's giving you
apologize
these
for-
orders?
Just sort of sighs. No, I can explain. I kind of explained it back on the train, but the idea is I was gifted a power by my old mentor, who gave me the ability to enact upon my will to the nth degree. My will was to bring justice to the world, so now I hear people who need justice solved effectively. As mentioned, you brought it up yourself, Venus. He was a war criminal. Very much the same. Pretty infamous in our part of the world, but stuff was covered up here. Still was given a job. And the deceased, I was hearing their cries for justice this time, and I obliged. He takes the red flash drive. I'm sorry, he wipes off all the blood. He takes the yellow flash drive. Not to divert topics, but he had this on him.
Yeah, sure, not to divert topics. Noted.
And for the record, Delta, you know, takes her sword and plants it into the ground. As mentioned before, I wasn't lying. To my knowledge, I had no idea that Logan Garrick was here. So, whoever's calling this has access to him.
calling favors from someone somewhere a lot higher up the chain. Superior, maybe?
Perhaps. Frankly, everything regarding him was before my time here in the military.
Right.
Hey, Venus.
Yeah?
He might have gone a little overboard, and he's got some freaky shit going on, but at the end of the day, I mean, it sounds like this guy was up to some nasty shit. I mean, it sounds like he got what was coming to him, so it's probably fine. We should focus on...
It's not about whether he deserved it. I'm all about punishing people who are unapologetically evil. I just don't like... She shuts her eyes and thinks a bit to word out what she's thinking. I'm reminded of my mom. I'm reminded of a time when she gave me something I didn't want and was like, kill all your friends. And it's like, okay, sure. Guess I can't say no.
Big blink.
It's a matter of power is not worth any cost. I'm nervous that if you tap into that too much, well, where's the line gonna be drawn when it comes to things like that? What ends up being justice to your mentor, to yourself, given time? In 10 years, you're gonna come back to Bifrost and say that the thing that needs to happen, the justice that needs to be served, is flattening this base and everyone inside of it? That is my concern. That, what you've done, while deserved, is a step in the wrong direction. That makes sense.
I mean...
I understand. I'll let Konoha go first, but then Gray says, yeah.
Listen. Yeah, like... That's kind of a fucking lot. But, like... Let's be straight here, man. You don't seem to be yourself when you're in that state. Even if you say that's, like, your will or something, that don't look like you. That looks like something else. And I mean... Like...
It completely consumes you.
If you want, if justice was wanting him dead or something, like, God, you only need to stab him, like, what, once or twice? I don't even want to think about that.
Can't determine there were any fucking clothes on the body, man.
The flag's right there. I can, God damn it, he turns away. He doesn't want to look at this. His observation is going against him. I'm fucking off. I'm setting up the area.
Yeah.
Hobby sort of like sadly grumbles and is hiding behind Konoha.
Konoha, you come with me if you don't mind.
Sure. I want to go check on Midgard eventually, but like, I'm gonna try and set up a
This is
healing
obviously
zone.
This is obviously important, but we are also here for Midgard. Delta.
Let's let
but
Graves has been trying to respond, so let's let him respond and then we'll move to somebody else.
Yeah. Just before Delta would leave, actually, because I do want her to hear this. Like as she's like about to step
reverse
away,
walking,
Yeah. Like, Graves effectively says, I understand your concerns. But I've used this power plenty in the past. I'll at least say that the creation of the Seraphim is what inspired me to create the flesh constructs as regularly as I do. It's a power I sealed off, but I guess detecting Garrick's location in the base reawakened something. Venus, I appreciate you looking out for me, but I do believe you're drawing a false equivalence.
Who is
That
your
wasn't me
mentor,
being consumed
Graves?
Do I even need to say it? It was Superior General Excelsior Graves of the Pangaic Army. One
And
of the
you're
most
saying with a
notorious war-
straight face that you can't draw an equivalence between him and my mother?
I can. You know your mother best. But I have seen her on TV. And after living and comparing that with Excelsior Graves, they're two completely different beasts. Again, I appreciate your concern, and I sure as hell won't be using this much, if and at all. Kind of like falters again. But it's not a power that consumes me in the typical sense. It just makes sure my priorities are absolutely, perfectly straight. And that can get in the way of other people, sure. That's why I don't like using it that often. But it's not a possession. That much must be set clear.
Sure.
Got it.
At the very least... I'm glad that Garrick struck first. I don't know how things would go otherwise. Had this been a completely normal meeting. Though I guess you, Delta, said he wasn't gonna be here.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Yeah. Just to clarify, I did know he was going to be here because of the thing. I felt a presence in the base. But... I wanted our goals to be set on Midgard. I wasn't expecting to meet him so soon.
Sure. Understood. But I hope you can understand where I'm coming from and where my concerns lie.
I perfectly do.
Can't control anyone but yourself. I've made my point clear.
Let's see what Villanelle's doing.
To clarify, are you good and able to do this, Drake, or would you rather us?
What?
What's going on by Villanelle? With her. What's up? What's going on?
I imagine she was helping Midgard get back to the group.
Yep.
But seeing how much they're like struggling and in pain, her sort of empathy would take over. They'd, walk a bit. She'd sit them down, sort of, again, trying to muster up the energy to use her epithet a little bit more as it starts creeping back to her. She takes a moment, like, sorry, epithet business. I'll help. And in a moment, she sort of gets an idea. Some of the paper forms into a ofuda, which is, like a Japanese paper talisman.
Yep.
Okay, wait. It should just be like spell cards.
And she's going to make a tiny little healing talisman just to heal them enough where they're not, like, unable to do anything.
Yep.
All the meanwhile, I imagine, as her epithet creeps back to her, this would probably be around the time Graves was murdering a man.
Yeah, probably.
Her head begins to pang and her vision flashes white as she gets little snippets of a man being diced into chunks in the ensuing conversation until she sort of just whites out, keels over, and begins to vomit.
Hold on 1 second. I realized that this token of Midgard is not his rollable table. Let me fix that. As we'll go and...
She sees Midgard cloning himself. She vomits again.
Yeah. She vomits again. This is like fucking like untenable. It's awful. It's bad.
Yeah, he undergoes cellular mitosis.
Yep. Let's get rid of this.
Mitosis.
This as. No, are you all right?
Oh my god. It's disgusting.
Did something happen?
He's dead. Oh god.
She just sort of holds her head, her eyes just sort of widening.
Oh my god, he's still going.
She sort of takes a moment to collect herself, and sort of crawls away to sit on this ledge.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. And at that, he'd then probably look past towards where everyone is, and over the course of the next half minute or so, be able to sort of put two and two together of kind of what's happening.
Yeah. I imagine after a bit, they both collect themselves and wander back into the fray.
Yep. And there he is, man of the hour. Midgard, are you alright? I'm fine now. Thanks to all of you. Really, thank you. I shouldn't have let them get the upper hand on me like that, but it's whatever.
Fine. Nothing you could have done. Everything happened too fast for anyone here to react, practically.
Yeah. Right. Just to make sure I wasn't, like, dreaming or hallucinating or something. Is, like, the phone guy real?
Yeah. Friend of mine.
Imagine if Venus was like, what are you talking about? Just what?
No.
Gets him.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
So, all that is real. Cool. Awesome. With that, then, I can start trying to focus and figuring out what's going on here. He reaches into his back pocket. Always carry a map of the place down here so that I can mark it for people. So, just give me a couple minutes and I'll see what I can get. Any particular epithet signals or something that I should be looking out for?
She pinches the bridge of her nose. Yeah, at least one on my end. The epithet's shadow.
Shadow. Alright. Something tells me that might be a bit hard to, he looks to this, single out, but...
Don't worry. Full confidence.
It's fine. I'll start doing the best I can, but let me tell you, am I conscious now? Yeah. Is it any easier to get through whatever the hell they're doing? Definitely not. Whatever this is, it's locked down tight.
We have a makeshift medical bay over at the old, bunker. If you count torn up carpet in approximations of beds, a medical bay.
I assume you mean the outpost in the offices.
Yeah, more or less.
The bunker specifically would be further north. That's its own area. I don't want to confuse anyone.
Hey, everybody. I'm glad the guy's safe, but, Artemis, calls out to everybody, scratching behind her head. But, if everybody gathers around, I think I have an idea for how we would finally figure out what the fuck is going on around here. And at this point, after getting Kanaho's help, just, pulling them over just somewhere, that they aren't literally lying in the dirt, she'd, kind of lean into him. So, this bitch?
Well, he scratches the back of his head. The mask is still on, right?
The mask is still on, but you specifically saw her put it on.
Hold on,
so
for
for
fuck's sake, she just takes it off anyway.
It does not come off.
Well.
She goes like across her face, like back and forth.
It's the slap meme.
+1 stamina.
To be clear, I mean, they kind of whispered over that they really didn't actually want to be here, and these guys were just sort of like in the robes, caught in a bad circumstance. I do know who's under the mask, though.
I do too, but it's got some fucked up property that makes me screws with my head. By the way, she like just holds a pistol to Fairy's head. Hey, how's it going?
The mask, the color on the mask almost seems to melt off, but doesn't melt anywhere like tangible, becoming white. And then she takes it off.
What if she? Oh, I
Hey,
thought
Artie.
for a second.
How's it going?
I thought for a second, like, what if her mask took on the insignia of the U.S. military and she became a military cultist?
That had some significant implications.
Yeah.
Yeah. However, yeah. Hey, Fairy.
Sup, kind of hoe.
The fuck did you do to get into this situation?
I'm part of every cult. Yay!
You really should set some boundaries.
Well, you know, I didn't know they were gonna be doing all this when I was like, oh yeah, I'm down to help with like a big thing.
You did
And
know
then I was
about it
told-
when you spent 45 minutes making me chase after you in some godforsaken hallways. So forgive me if I don't feel too much sympathy.
45 minutes? Dude.
I mean, it's dangerous here, Artie. Gotta
I
keep
don't know.
you
I
safe.
don't know exactly the time, but it was ages, man.
No, I know, I'm just saying, because, like, we went, like, you know what, when you split off from us, we went, bought a fucking Shadow Apex. Have you heard about those yet? Anyways, like, we fought
Yeah,
that
I was
one.
there at the, yeah.
We fought them, and then we beat them.
Did you fucking kill Melagia?
No.
Oh, okay. That's good. She's hot.
Jesus Christ.
Artemis fucking, like, not pistol whip, but like cracks the butt of the pistol, like, lightly against her head.
Come on, man.
She makes like an XD face.
Either way, like, we did that, beat them, came back, waited a bit, came all the way down here, and then found you.
Yeah, literally, dude, I was gonna say too, I fucking went in there, left you guys, came back out, and here you fucking were, and you know what? I wasn't even surprised, because that's how long it felt like.
You know, like,
Anyway.
that's entirely fair. Counterho, right now, I'm gonna do the thing I was doing earlier, and I'm trying to set up the Aegis Healer, with the miracle bag and all that sort of shenanigans.
Yep.
I don't know if you want me to roll for that, or if I can just
Give me a roll, but, you know.
Alright. Okay, thank you.
Alright. We'll be working on that in the background. Don't worry about it for now. But I'll keep that in mind.
So I don't know about the rest of the people here, but I am more than fed up running around the base with the, air of mystery. What the hell is going on here?
You don't like my company? That's a shame.
No.
No.
Artemis, I'm not gonna lie to you. Sorry, no, go on.
Basically, the story is, and she just tells the whole story, and now we're here.
Yeah.
Dude, that's kind of hardcore. Where'd that red guy come from?
Kanaho's the one who's talking about the red guy.
Yeah. He was like fast or something.
Again,
Actually, hold on.
I think he's freaking crazy.
What's up, Grace?
Yeah. One, I am surprised he hasn't taken the opportunity to attack us, though I guess he might be going somewhere. Second off, takes out the red and yellow flashlight, wipes off the rest of the blood. It is now yellow completely. This has the number 4 on it, and it was carried by a high military personnel involved in this coup. Right? I imagine using logical deducting skills, kind of waggles fingers in the air, indicating that despite being autistic, he is being sarcastic. I imagine using logic that there are 3 others, and some other
Dude, what if there's like
high-ranking
6
people
more?
have them.
You just got number
Could be,
4.
we
What
don't
if there's
know-
more?
Yeah. I mean, exactly, but we do know that there's at least 3, so that's a start.
Well,
I mean, not necessarily. They could be doing the whole funny prank, right, where they label 1 4, so you're running around looking for all the other ones.
no.
I mean, yeah, who the fuck labels shit like that?
What if they just have a bunch of
Hey.
different? Go on.
Yeah. As everyone's talking, hey Delta, would your military do a funny prank like this?
Well, if this is some sort of coup, it's not my military.
Valid. Do you think that any branch of the US military would do a funny prank like this?
That's quite a wide scope you're asking of me.
The funny prank division may have something to say about this.
I guess I'm saying, is mislabeling things a tactic, or would they rather keep things
I
orderly?
mean, as
so they can have a start?
rudimentary and silly as it may seem, I could see a line of logic as to why they'd do it. I'm not saying that is the case, but...
Yeah,
Could have
well,
just a bunch of things labeled the number 4.
there could also be the...
Well, how about we stop asking like this? Delta takes
Yeah.
a step forward to Fairy. You.
Yes, ma'am.
Everything you know.
Oh, like everything? Or just like about the situation?
About the situation.
Artemis yanks on her hair a bit. Now listen, this bitch always does. She might try to play innocent, but even if she is just here because her fucking weird thing she has going on with cults, I guarantee you she knows more than she's letting on.
Look, just shit moves forward a little bit, goes, puts arms out, hey, come on, calm down. He goes, he looks at Fairy. Hey, just what's the whole deal here? You infiltrated this cult. You've got to know something. But just freight info.
She hops up from her cross-legged position. Well, if you really want to know.
She winces because her foot still has a bullet in it.
I'm in pain. Oh. She does a twirl on the non-bad foot behind Artemis and sort of peeks over her shoulder. I'll spill the beans. South.
Suplexes.
Ah! From the ground. Lays down seductively. Where do you want me to start?
Venus picks up Fairy and makes sure that there are no beans on her person so she can't fuck us with this.
While Venus is bean checking.
You shake her for 1 billion runes.
And while Venus is bean checking. Stick around, of course, but hey, sorry it took as long as it did. But, hey, Ballast, Liger, and or Zanza. Are you guys here?
Our friends.
Yeah, I'm
Howdy.
here.
Cool. We are going to cut back to where we last saw all of you. And let's go with this, because from your perspective, the situation with Nidhogg was mere moments ago. As we return precisely where we left off. Yeah. Let me shift ping. Bada, ping. Bada, Boom. It's only been, again, a few moments. But the tension in the air does slowly ease. And you're able to take a breath, a breather, and rest for at least a little. And we'll switch back to this.
Do we mayhaps return a half stamina?
Why? Yeah, you would.
Do we mayhaps return to more than half stamina?
Go to 3/4 Wayne.
Let's see, so it'd be...
That's if John Slasher doesn't murder you in the night.
No. Zell's still gonna be conked out for now, though, but,
Yeah.
So, that was a lot.
Yeah. Everyone parts intact and where they need to be.
Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, God. Axel feels around his whole body. Yep, in order.
Pretty sure, yeah.
And you, Lieutenant?
Oh, yeah, adrenaline's still pumping. Still, a little bit, eyes dart around. Just on my toes, but, pats herself down. Think I got everything.
That's good.
I was unconscious. Did you kill it, or what happened?
No, it got away. And it took my outclass to, just to separate, separate it from Zell. But, on the bright side, Zell's safe, and, we've got, this guy showed up, somehow.
Yeah, hi. Justice Ralavar. You?
Wayne Summers.
Pleasure to meet you, pal. Othello sort of kicks at the ground a little bit. Yeah, y'all really did a number to him.
Well, not enough, clearly, if it got away.
He huffs, leans against the wall here. So what? You about to knock me out again? Am I not allowed to hear anything?
You didn't shoot us while we were down, so I think at least for now, if Braves thinks you're fine, I'll leave you be.
He looks down at the ground. Certainly in no condition to be fighting any of you. You all just kept knocking me out, so what energy did I have to even do anything to any of you? Seems like good old Snake there didn't really recognize that, though.
Axel's just looking at Othello with this incredibly, like almost smug but smiley look that, like, is not saying anything but communicates a lot.
Yeah.
Brave is giving him the same look.
What's that look? What do you...
you know, circumstances aside, I'm glad you didn't shoot us, and I know, turning over a new leaf, it can be hard. I'm just proud you're taking that first step.
Turning over a...
Listen, not shooting people is the first step to saving people.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, hey, if you were shooting us, I mean, it was already pretty down to the wire. Just one extra attack could have probably made the difference, so really kind of saved our butts there.
he's giving Bree, like, the don't say that part, like...
Whatever.
You're dealing with a couple of Boy Scouts. I know it's weird to hear, but just keep doing whatever you feel is
in your best interest, whether that be against us or not. If you choose not, then we'll choose our own appropriate methodologies, but just don't let them saying what they're saying deride your morale or whatever, I guess to say.
I really don't get all of you putting all this effort into whatever it is you're doing with me and all of this and whatever.
Why wouldn't we put a lot of effort towards you?
Well, as you can see, I'm here as a member of Simulacrum, the cult going against you all, enacting this whole grandiose plan in an effort to... Yet you're still trusting me with all this. Why? What? Because I couldn't muster up the energy to shoot a dark magic blast? I couldn't conjure my shadow, which, now that, by the way, since we have a moment to rest, I think I have enough energy to. He, snaps, and as he does, yeah, there it is. Oh, if I wanted to, I could go and attack you all right now, yet you're all still keeping me around here.
But you haven't yet.
Go back to being my shadow.
That's fine. I won't say anything.
So, where were you before you got here, Justice? Unrelated, considering.
Oh, well, if you're so curious about me. He points up this way, up towards the north, where you'd be able to see, not pictured on the map, but there is like a hole.
The crack, yeah.
Yeah, the crack in the wall. Well, when all this, whatever the hell's going on started, I, sort of found myself stranded in some, good old-fashioned tunnel system. Started walking around, found some guy in a mech along with some, good old shadowy guys, and, used my trickstery wiles to, sort of manipulate those little shadowy boys into busting down the door for me. He, waggles his finger at that. So, managed to go through, took out some soldiers along the way, because, I thought we were working with the military. But, even when we're making agreements, they still all hate me. He, leans against the minecart. So, showed them. And, from there, it was around then that I started feeling some sort of a call from my good pal Zell over here. So, started heading over that way. Needed to go get them, after all. Took the shadow creature with me, and after some drilling into the wall, here I am.
Took it with you? Like, what do you mean by that?
Oh, well, when I was in the whole situation with the mech, I managed to, scare one of the little critters out of their gourd, I guess. And, they went and jumped into the mech themselves, possessed it like some sort of ghost or whatever. Right? But by that point, they were kind of already in my clutches, so brought them along with me, kept going, dragged them in, and wouldn't you know, big old powerful mech's pretty good at busting through some walls. So, kept on doing that till we were right about close. Now I mention it, guy's probably still up there with that mech. I don't know.
Duly noted. Yeah, we don't know the full situation of what's going on in all the other sections, but just thumbs over to Othello. As he was saying, fucking Shadow Cult, Simulacrum, whatever the fuck, and at least part of the military are doing some fucking ritual or some shit. There was a group of us, we ended up creating a base further back down, points to the west, with a doctor that me and Brave over there, stumbled across when we first got sent down here. We basically set up a medical tent. But us and another group had come together and then split off to here, and the others going up to the weapons bay just to see what is around here that they're trying to mess with, at least, so on and so forth.
Right. Well, like I said before, though you were asleep, so I'll reiterate. I'll stick around with you all for now. Now that I've got my guy, I don't really have anywhere in particular to go, so may as well help out, try to figure out what's going on around here. He looks around, and hey, if we do have a friend on the inside, pulls down his sunglasses and looks at Othello, then hey, you willing to spill any details? Do you think we're really that friendly? He looks to the side. The silence in the air is palpable. Bree looks at him, a shit-eating smile on her face. I imagine Axel and Brave continue doing their shit-eating smiles.
John Slasher gives him a pat on the back.
The shit-eating smile gang and Wayne.
Yeah.
Brave sees John Slasher. Oh, wait, what happened to the heavy guy?
Wayne kind of thinks for a second, like feeling out. I think it went into the abyss and dissimullated from being too far and not having enough energy left.
Looks longingly at the abyss. That poor soul.
It doesn't have a soul, it was a construct. He points to John Slasher. This is like the only thing I've made that has a soul, and that's because it wasn't fully made by me. It's weird.
Not fully made by you? What is it?
There was a fucking nightmare demon that went in my head a couple months back. It wanted my epithet.
Wow, that's rough, buddy.
Yeah, it is. So I made sure nothing can get in my head without my permission afterwards.
Othello grumbles again. Fine. That Apex or whatever thinks he can just treat me like dirt. What? Why? Because I couldn't muster up the energy to blast them or whatever. Want me to spill the beans? That's what you want?
Mm-hmm.
I guess you could maybe just tell us what he was. You said he's an Apex? Of what?
Well, since you're begging me to tell you, he takes a step forward, a little bit of life and smile returning to his face as he says this. And let me switch over to this. I won't waste your time like I was doing earlier. Believe me if you want. Seems like you're adamant on trusting me. Plus, me telling you this in some way might actually help them too, that is. So, I'm sure all of you must be curious. What exactly are we all doing down here anyways? He strikes a pose, the renewed vigor going through his system. We, in Simulacrum, have two goals on this fateful eve. In a quick motion, he shifts his hand, pointing a single finger across his face. One, meld the worlds together. Light and shadow in constant harmony. In other words, open a permanent gate between our realm and the shadow realm. It's plenty possible to open a way between the two already, but permanently? That's a little more difficult. Light naturally casts away the shadows, you see. With this, access to the all-powerful realm of darkness could be achieved like never before. He flicks a second finger, holding it alongside his first. 2. Even more difficult than the first goal. Perhaps more intriguing to some of you. As, let's switch over to this. Can you guys see?
It looks Oh?
Yeah, take
Over
go to the
here.
left.
I see.
Oh, I see.
Oh, that's why this map was so fucking complicated to make, you overambitious wenches. Yep, we can see.
Yeah,
At least
cool.
I can.
You go ahead, Penny.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah, we're getting two scenes at once.
Sorry, had something caught in my throat, and my name isn't revealed. I'll do that in the interim.
You've been clearing your throat for the past 10 minutes! Spit it out!
But I'm getting to it. Calling upon the powers that be to bring forth whatever power it takes, whatever is necessary, to bring their Dark Lord back to them. I mean, our Dark Lord back to us. That's W, if you don't know. He's been in time prison ever since one of your janitors stuck him in a bucket. And well, how does any of this lead to that? Well, it may already be too late. For you see, all of you have been playing right into the trap this whole time. We've been setting this whole thing up to be a big show. A big old show, something one of DBA's episodes. All of the fights you've all been going through, unraveling the story behind things. Everything's part of it. That's why we're not just killing or trapping any of you guys. The ritual won't work if things stop, progressing.
I know of that particular phenomenon your whole establishment is known for. Everything around you gets bizarre. The impossible becomes possible. The extremes are pushed, and once you're in, they say it's hard to ever truly get out. Some say it's a locational occurrence. I've heard the term Akashic Point. And even more. You have an Akashic Point within an Akashic Point. It's a recipe for chaos, especially since all of your biggest adventures are broadcast to the whole world. But therein lies the question. Is an Akashic Point, whatever exactly it is, tangible? Or is it something that just happens to be the case? Not a physical thing, but a descriptor to describe an area with these magical properties.
I don't know exactly. These kinds of magical phenomena are incredibly fun, but hard to work with. But whatever those Akasha points are, our unholy shadow saintess of blackest night and dystopian dark, through which the great eclipse shall flow and the golden eye shine, thinks we can use them.
What?
I mean, you know.
Spider, just stares her down.
She does a rolling of her wrist. You could say she's our leader. Miss Katonic Arkham, she thought that if we made the right preparations and set up something as dastardly devilish as this, we could make our own flavor of Akashic Point by connecting it to yours.
To do something that heinous, you would need to draft something dastardly devilish, a sort of grand ritual. He waves his arms with a flourish, then sweeps his hair out of the way of his eyes. And for something like that, you need the right venue. Fortunately for us, the perfect one had just landed in our laps. He stomps the ground. Right here! The under construction Fort Bifrost. There's all the space in the world, and you were all basically guaranteed to show up at some point. He leans back. This whole thing going on, you know? Well, your silence says wonders, but I'm sure you must be wondering in your little heads of yours. You must be dying to know. How did our shadowy cabal get a hold of a place like this? It actually wasn't that hard. For you see, dramatic arm sweep, it actually got a hold of us. One of the big shots here, may have heard of him, has joined our fold. It was he that initiated this specific plan, in fact.
Right.
Who?
Ah. Well, he smirks.
Colonel Dragonov.
Dragonov?
Yeah!
Midgard.
Really? No surprise?
Tall, dark, and menacing?
God damn it. Dude seems so confident in himself. He's talking a lot of game. I don't know why I didn't see this one coming. Spider says, looking to the side.
It's surprising, yet simultaneously not, considering his imposing demeanor.
Wow.
Should have seen this coming.
Maybe so. But, with him helping us, we had the perfect place to open our door to darkness. A giant dimensional rift
Can't say that.
I did, though. A giant dimensional rift that nothing can get in or out of. So then all we needed was the right material, and she looks at all of you, the right people. And the best place to look for either of those is the Shadow Realm, of course. That's how we eventually got to the Apexes. They were perfect for the job and ready to help bring W back. If anyone's got the power to help open a permanent gate between worlds, it's all of them, with a little help from all of us. From this realm, of course. She smirks and sticks out her tongue after saying that last part, getting really close to Artemis because she's not on the grid. So, once everybody was ready, we filled out the rest of the plan.
The apexes are the most important parts to bringing this ritual to life. Othello turns to Lieutenant Bree. Where exactly, again?
Well, we call this place the Deep Mines.
I mean geographically. Like, compass directions? Oh! Well, we know which way is north from the kid over here. She points to Axel.
Oh, yeah.
Which would be, this way.
Yep. That away. That way's north.
Compared to that, we should be in, well, southeast part of the island. Just underground, of course. Exactly. That's about what I remember from the plan. Let's switch over to
Here we go.
this.
Alright, where exactly are we right now?
Well, Midgard steps up. Right now, we're in the northwestern portion of the island. Right around here. He points to the map that he brought up earlier, takes a pen that he had on his person and sort of circles it, not physically drawing, but circles it around the area, which you all can see right here, as if, as if you're seeing it for yourself.
Ooh, a bit away from everything. You guys fought Malmagia, right?
She was at the bunker. The big box, I think.
Again, it wasn't the bunker. It was in the technological branch, but...
Right. Well, she's the Apex that was stationed up north. Kind of like a security guard. You know, I'm here. Two of the others are also stationed like that.
The one that we all just fought was stationed down here in the Deep Mines. His name is Nidhogg. I was blessed with that knowledge, since my group was one of the closest to here. So, in a way, he's supposed to be my boss right
now. I'm pretty sure one of the others is supposed to be the security guard in the underwater base you got here. And, what are they guarding? Well...
The other one you fought before. Axel. Grudge, correct?
Uh-huh. I think so. That's what it was called.
He should have been heading further this way. Just about as far southeast as you can go.
So we are heading in the right direction, then.
Yeah. Right on the edge of our quaint little island we've got here. There's another that should be deep in this fort's super cool underwater base in the southwest.
And, further down the way Malmagia was, there's another one. All the way up north.
That's the bunker.
And, if you connect the dots on all of those points...
A triangle! The symbol of W, our Dark Lord. A ritual triangle that encompasses the entire island. And right near its center...
That's probably right around where where the Dragonov is gonna be, making sure everything's set in place.
Right. Oh, hold on. Sorry, I copied the thing. But as that is said, let's switch back to right here. Dastardly devilish, no. He dramatically leans back, a stupid grin on his face. I can
Damn
certainly
annoying,
appreciate
more
the...
like.
Can certainly appreciate the effort, that's for sure. Justice says, you know, giving a bit of a smirk and leaning against the minecart. Sorry, what was that, Ballast, as Wayne?
Damn annoying, more like.
Alright,
So this is.
Yeah, Axel?
So, you've turned the whole island into some big summoning ritual. And all of this fighting and death is just to sort of draw in all the Akashic, like, attention to it?
Well, specifically, you know, there's no guarantee. But the idea behind this is that it's not supposed to be death. That's at least what we were told. He swipes the hair out of the way of his face. And once everything is put together, the ritual shall, theoretically, shatter the barrier between realms, all the while, with everyone running and giving the audience a show, or call to the powers that may finally be answered, an Akashic prayer to make the impossible possible, to pierce even through the impenetrable fortress beyond time itself. W, return to us at long last. That's the idea, anyway. Make it a show, you know? Make it a thing.
I see.
So what does the fucking military get out of all this?
Frankly, he puts his hands in his pockets. I don't know. Whenever Dragonov has spoken to all of us, it's sort of been in the, how shall I say, the company of the cult at large, where he's been, he, you know, shakes his hand. Well, right around with the rest of us, sort of going along with our usual shtick. He has some other reason for doing this, that's not something he's shared. All I've heard is that he's interested in the same things we are.
Well, I'm gonna make a guess. It doesn't matter, considering obviously we have more important things to do since we have to go down to our end and put down this grudge thing to make sure it doesn't happen. But if I had to have a guess, considering you were saying he's in the center, he's in the eye of the storm, as it were. If this W guy gets back, I assume he's trying to take the power, because as a member of the military and a warmonger as he is, probably has nothing more than interest in power himself.
Perhaps. If so, that's nothing he's communicated to any of us. He, you know, strikes another pose. Could be that. We'll have to see, I suppose. As mentioned, we can stop it, or at least try to stop it as we may. But considering everything that's happened, it may already be too late. We've kind of been going around making a whole show out of this, haven't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, Axel. I think your outclass probably hurt more than it helped.
Man, I knew I was too cool.
True that, kid. Bree holds out a fist for a fist bump.
Fist bump, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know much about this whole permanent Shadow Realm portal, or W, or all of that, but there's... We definitely have to at least try to stop it, or at least figure out what's up with Dragonov. I mean, maybe it could just be a lust for power, but it seems weird that the US government would come to you guys first, or at least Dragonov would come up to you guys first.
You see, that's the thing. This isn't the entire US military. No, this is Dragonov specifically, and a couple of others alongside him. I'm certain that none of the rest of the bigwigs here are really in on the plan. Part of the reason it took so long, it's sort of organizing this whole thing. Bree clenches her fist. Yeah, all the cards are on the table, right? I obviously didn't know about any of this, but they were definitely played. The whole thing with Citadel, right? Commander Citadel. She was setting this whole thing up, and the whole thing with the tour, and bringing people to the underwater base, and having me and Brant go and do like a test fight with you and the mech to sort of fill that quota, right? Do a thing so that the episode was cool and interesting, and so the meeting could happen in peace and nothing like this happened. But if Dragunov is behind this, then he probably knew that and used that to spread us all out.
We have to stop this. But how? I mean, if the energy's drawn to us, what do we do? Leave?
Well, I'm glad you asked, good pal Brave. He, looks over to him.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
Yeah, don't mention it. If you want my best guess as to how we're to do something about all of this, he motions down this way. Like I said, Grudge and the other one that you saw. To my knowledge, they should be further down this way, establishing their point in the triangle, as it were. Theoretically, if we can, maybe not stop their preparations, they've probably already got them, but at least throw that place out of whack, mess with that part of the ritual, and any of the other triangle points. We can do something like that. If I had to guess, that's probably the best shot at stopping all of this.
Yeah. It's too late to stop everything entirely. Maybe we can just try and make it unstable, right? I mean, we're chaotic. We ruin plans all the time.
Exactly.
That's the problem, though. That we're chaotic. We're the cause, right?
At least in part. It's not, like, entirely a thing. A lot of this is magical and spiritual and supernatural and what have you. Trust me, we did plenty of planning on this on our own. But that's sort of part of the principle. It's not like you guys couldn't stop it theoretically. In fact, if I had to put a guess on it, part of how all of this is set up is that theoretically, if it were impossible for you to do anything about it, it wouldn't be an interesting story, alright? So,
exactly.
if that's the theory we're going with, there's probably something to be done.
When it just is that you can't have a narrative without stakes. An impossible scenario is just a writer's. It's not a good narrative. It's a writer trying to tell themselves that they want to tell a story, but not. So, even if it's a only 1 in 1,000 shot, that's still a shot, as it were, so on and so forth.
I don't know much about all of this shadow stuff, but at the very least, I'm getting a bad vibe about whatever it's up with Dragunov. So, if we can at least destabilize the ritual, make it go, not
haywire?
as planned. Yeah, haywire.
Yeah.
So,
I'm in for that.
Axel, this is important. Considering this, I don't know what your range currently is like. Can you tell the ones that went to the weapons section all this, or no? Are they too far?
I can try in a sec. I want to ask.
Yep.
There's one other thing that's been bothering me. I don't think. There are a couple people that still haven't been cited, even by the others. That I'm wondering about. And I feel like I would know about them because they're pretty strong. Do you know where like Sigma and some of the others where they are?
Oh, well, if I recall correctly, frankly, I don't know precisely where. But what I do know is that for people like Sigma, and there's like that Copeland Marsh dinosaur man or whatever, and some of the other important figures, right? International figures that would be, a little nasty to get roughed up in a situation like this. They were making some sort of special consideration for all of them, putting them in kind of a, smaller version of what's going on here. Somewhere around here, don't know where. Somewhere in the base.
Okay. Well, I don't know how much of that non-specifics are you being cheeky or not, but I'll take that.
Like I said, I'm not wasting your time anymore. He leans back against the wall. I'm telling you everything I know. And frankly, I don't know where they are. I just know
Yeah.
the sort of scenario they're in.
You gotta keep in mind, Axel, the more that he knows, the more that it is likely that we would be able to get the information out of him one way or another eventually, and so on and so forth. They probably only told, like, each person, like, a quarter of what's going on, max.
Good old Colonel's put a lot of thought into this.
True.
Brave is just looking stupidly puzzled about the situation. I still don't know what to do here. I mean, if it's a narrative, wouldn't that make Dragonov the final boss? And we should just skip to him?
That's... yeah, I wasn't gonna say it, but I think the problem here is even if we get down there and disturb the ritual, it's probably going to work in some way. What I think if we go down there and disturb the ritual, it means that we're not permanently stuck with a portal to the Dark World right next off the mainland. If we just go straight to him, sure, we can fight him, but the portal will still be there after all. He'll probably still be some quote-unquote final boss, but at least the aftermath won't be as bad.
Yeah. Besides, who's to say how much time we have left? We're kind of the only person in position for this. I know there's some people down on the underwater base, but we don't know if they're primed about any of this to deal with it. I think we should leave.
No way.
There's a bunch.
That blue guy we saw down there, we saw earlier, was with them, weren't they?
Maybe they're already in some kind of weird spatial conflict with those guys down there.
We probably
regardless.
mean the red guy was one of them.
Yeah. Regardless, I think that means that we need to leave the people near at the surface who are gathering together. We need to leave them to handle anything with Dragonov right now. We have to do our part where we're close enough to actually do it.
And you see, there lies in the problem, Othello says. Unfortunately, unless something went wrong, there shouldn't be anyone on the surface.
Well,
something going wrong is very likely, so we'll just have to trust that whoever is wherever probably is on the surface.
Justice, puts a hand to his forehead. This all got way more exciting. Well, what's the plan then? Moving forward, seeing if we can find that area? Meanwhile, good old Starboy tries to contact the others?
Yeah, considering that you, Altus, and you had somebody else with you, right? When you fought this thing last time?
Yeah. Well,
considering...
it was just
regardless
Altus
of whoever it was. Considering y'all two apparently didn't fare the best, I really think you need to get, if you can reach them, tell them to get their asses down here immediately, because I don't feel like our numbers are particularly the best inclined for it, considering our current situation as well.
And especially if Grudge is with their that friend of theirs that we saw with them.
Well, almost certainly, Othello says. For the most part, all of you would be for the best if you really want to try and win this thing. To rest up and really come up with a specific plan of how all of this is going to go. Rushing into it is just suicide. I know we're on a bit of a time crunch here, but within that time crunch, there's a plan to be made.
All right, I'll start trying to contact people.
And with that, we head over to the other side of this scene. To the three of you, thank you for showing up for this fun little scene. If you need to dippy, feel free. But we get back over to here.
Delta. Very, shrugs nonchalantly. So, yeah. Everything's already doomed.
No, far from it. Though I am concerned about something. Delta,
Yes?
may we speak privately for a second? I want to run this by you. Don't want to do any fear-mongering, especially knowing about their plan.
Fine. She heads this way.
Just real quick, Artemis raises her hand. She's kind of sneering a bit, looking down. Just please tell me, given everything we just heard, please tell me the solution here isn't just sit here and do nothing or some shit like that.
I mean, theoretically, it's go beat up those apexes and stop the triangles from forming, right?
Wouldn't the correct option to be going to the center of the ritual circle and stopping it at its source?
Bleh.
I think the problem is that DBA is its source, and we can't get out of here to stop the broadcast or whatever. I don't even know if you could do that, but if we can go stop them at those points, then that definitely sounds preferable.
What if... No, that's not a possibility. God damn it. I was just thinking of what if one of us tries to go through here as uninterestingly as possible or something.
No, you see, here's the thing, right? Spider walks up. These kinds of things are fickle. Trying to really make them work to your benefit's kind of a tough deal. I'm sure all you military funnies have learned that the hard way. He looks to Canehurst and then Midgard. But here's the situation, right? There's a ritual going on. We know there are some apexes in 3 specific little points. Right? There's a whole ton of us. It's a bit slow, but phone boys going between everyone, yeah?
Assumedly.
If I remember correctly, Citadel was saying our orders was to figure out what's going on here and then start heading back up to the surface to organize a regular plan, right?
So we should regroup.
Makes sense to me. Seems like there's a lot of places to go and a lot of things to do all at once.
Yeah.
Might I add, actually, Graves would once again raise the yellow flash drive. Farah, you said this were a part of your plan, that we were supposed to fight them and cause some sort of ritual, cacophonic event to happen to summon W, right? Well, if that's the case, then the people working under Dragonov, well, we've got some things off of them. Holds the flash drive in front of everybody.
Right.
I don't know if this is a part of their plan. We've basically gone off script if we're going by that narrative. Logic.
She sort of like squints at it. Yeah, bro, I don't know.
Yeah, this isn't a part of your plan. Meaning, we could do something entertaining yet unexpected, offsetting the plan significantly. That's our best option. Just keep doing stuff we're doing, but not into their hands. I imagine that's the most feasible way out of this in the first place, right? Yes, we can run into some apexes and fight them as we wish, but our main goals are the people working under Dragonov, the people who have these and other notable intel. We do that, we regroup. We're basically not playing into their narrative and making our own.
Okay, alright, hold on. Ideas are forming.
Yeah.
Yep, if Malmadja shows back up, I'm gonna go by myself and go handle her.
And as you guys are discussing potential avenues, Delta and Venus, what is it?
Do you think it's possible that Dragonov has seen this far? Do you think it's possible that he knows about DBA's power? He complimented it, I think, twice during the meeting. What if he expects us to uproot all of the... What if he expects us to uproot everything, and then he's at the middle and is able to reap the rewards for it?
Well, if that fairy girl is telling the truth, she looks over to that group all talking, and then turns back to Venus. Here's how I read the situation.
Right.
This ritual that they're doing, making a big triangle or however,
Mm-hmm.
that's the important part. Everything's tied to this ritual, yes?
Yeah.
So, we know that the cornerstones of this are those points of the triangle. If we can disrupt them, while simultaneously handling Dragonov, she puts a hand to her chin. No, I'm more confident than ever. She looks to Venus. I think we're handling this in exactly the way we should be. So long as we keep on this path, go, keep finding out everything. Clearly something is going on. We're finding things like the flash drive that Graves had. Melagrano is contacting everyone. We now just rescued Midgard, so we'll be able to figure out where everyone is. If we can all manage to reconvene, regroup, reorganize, we can set out for a plan. Tackle everything at once. If we go about this unorganized and just tackle one aspect of any of this, well, there's another aspect waiting to take it. We stop the ritual, what if something happens with Dragonov? Maybe that's what he's waiting for. We stop Dragonov, the ritual keeps going. We just need to do them both at the same time.
Oh. She thinks on that for a second. You're a good commander, Citadel.
I tried.
Smart and tactful. My type. Anyway, she thinks for a second on that. Right. I'm going to go ahead a little bit. I want to make sure that the forward base isn't under siege or anything. She gives an offhanded salute. But yeah.
Whenever Melagrano contacts us again, we can really kick things into motion. Again, I think the best plan is to try and meet up by him, because if we're there, we'll have a singular point we can move out from. It may seem counterintuitive in some ways. She puts a finger to her chin. But actually, hold on a moment. Fairy!
Yo!
You mentioned that one of them stationed all the way north, yes?
Yup.
That, I've been correcting you when you've been saying that how Magia is in the bunker. She isn't. That is the bunker. And if I had to hazard a guess, Graves, the flash drive that you picked up.
Shows it.
That. They've been planning this for a while, right? Normally, the bunker doors require a code that changes every single day to get into it. The idea behind that bunker is that it's supposed to be incredibly secure. You can't break through it with pure force unless something unreasonable happens. And even if you gain intel about the password, it's constantly changing. If I had to guess, she points to Graves. One of the codes, part of the code, whatever. That's probably what's on the flash drive.
It's more than likely, especially with the number on it. And I was talking about how there's plenty scattered about. While you guys were talking, I actually in fact brought up the idea that the fact that we fought a lieutenant and procured this potentially means, in terms of the quote-unquote narrative that Simulacrum set up, we're going off script. So, to know what you and Venus have been talking about. But the best plan of action is probably to reconvene, and not only strike at the apexes, but also at Dragonov's forces themselves. The people not supposed to be at the center of all this.
Seems like
Doing
we're
that
on the
could
same
disrupt
page then.
Disrupting the ritual by making our own narrative?
They want us running around like a bunch of chickens without their heads. But fortunately, with a little luck, she looked to Venus. a couple things went our way. And thanks to people like Melagrano managing to stay up on the surface, we've been able to communicate.
Now we have Villanelle and Midgard on our side, so ease of communication should be incredible at this point.
We're gonna uproot everything before they even know what hit them. The way I like it. Follow behind when convenient. She, hefts her cannon. I have some updates to make to the forward base.
Well, before you go, Venus, we should take a moment to recuperate. After the fight, most of us are worn down. And if we take this moment now, we can discuss all the info we know, because she looks to Canehurst. We have some catching up to do. And with that, we're gonna leave things off there for now.
Let's do the shit, gamers.
Bada bing. There's that session of Bifrostian.
Holy shit, that's incredible. It was
Yowza.
almost so good that I forgot that people took my job.
Yeah.
I forgot I made the Eater.
Brother, I forgot about the Eater too.
I didn't.
It feels like it's been 3 years since the Eater, you know? But he was only a few hours ago.
Here's the unfortunate thing. I'm gonna have to have a Graves moment right now. And by that I mean, you know, it's dedicated to memory, actually.
Yeah. Still very good session. A lot of stuff happened here. I hope people think my funny thing that I had planned for a few months at this point is, and with the help of the GMs, of course, it's all good and stuff. Yeah.
It was very cool for sure.
Yeah. And you know, it's funny. A lot of stuff going on. You know.
I don't believe you.
Cards are on the table. You know what's
military
what's going on?
complex. I find it quite simple. Actually.
Yeah. So yeah, if you're new around here, you're enjoying yourself, and you want to know when, where, how, why, you can catch up with more of the things we're doing here, like the future sessions, parts, segments of DBA episode 197, Operation Bifrost. Feel free to join our funky Discord server. Find dining, there's the link, whoa, go there, get notified, what have you, post memes and fan art related to the things that we're doing, and yeah, it's a place to go to be in the know. Follow and sub the channel if you haven't already. As always, thank you all so very much for watching. We couldn't do this the way that we do it without all of you. So
you're running it, you daft whore.
Less than 3.
Thank you to all my players and my co-GMs and everything.
Thank you for running it.
And with that, in the interest of letting our weary souls rest, until next time, everybody. One last time, thank you for watching. See you next time. Good night. And say goodbye to chat, everybody.
10 more sessions.